Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the second day of V.ECOP Day 2024. We are here right now at the main venue. Everyone is getting ready to go inside, getting checked out in security to start the day. I just would like to introduce myself again. My name is Fiona Elaine Strasser, and I'm one of the Mojos, and we're super excited to be here in Barcelona to give you a live insights to the venue and the event here on site. Just a little bit about myself. I'm a marine biologist as well, so I'm not a journalist originally. Yeah, what am I doing? I'm doing a lot of different things, but mainly right now I'm starting to do research on humpback whales in Alaska, trying to figure out how climate change is impacting their feeding behavior there. So yeah, I'm gonna hand it over to Veronica here. She's gonna introduce herself a little bit more, and then we'll take you with us.
Hi everyone, my name is Veronica and I'm pleased to be here at the entrance and the first official day of the conference. My name, well, as I said, is Veronica, and what I do is about marine conservation. I look into marine protected areas, MPAs, and the relationship with the people, because sometimes we look into MPAs as if they are just ecology, yeah, ecosystems, but there's people living on these areas and people that depend on the resources that are there. So I try to combine these two things, and then I use science communication to share with everyone this relationship, to get closer to the challenges, the need, and also the solutions, to move forward together using also the knowledge from the people that are there and that they know how to manage these resources. So I hope to bring also these insights, these highlights from the conference, from the people that are here, and I'm looking forward to share that with you. I move to Susanna.
Thank you, Fiona and Veronica. Hello, everybody. Good morning, good evening from wherever you're joining in from. Here we are at the Barcelona Main Convention Center, and it's the first day of the official Decade Conference. I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Susanna Wachia. I'm from Kenya. I represent the Western Indian Ocean Marine Science Association as a science communicator. I'm also a master's student. I'm doing my master's in zoology, and I'm researching seagrass fisheries and their associations. And so we are looking forward to a day full of interviews and interesting insights from our hosts and the contributors on the live stream. And we welcome you to stay connected and tuned in with us. I'm going to let Veronica and Fiona rush inside to give us insights from what's happening inside there. And then I will proceed to an interview with Miss Naya Sena. And I look forward to that. So, yeah. Fiona and Veronica,
Thank you.
Have a good time. See you on the other side. Wonderful. So I'd welcome Miss Naya Sena right now. She is an ECOP node leader at Cabo Verde, and she will tell us more about herself and some of the research she's working on with coastal communities in SIDS. And so yeah, welcome Naya.
Hello, good morning everyone. Hello.
So Naya, tell us more about yourself and some of the work you do in Cabo Verde.
Oh, thank you. So, my name is Naya. I am from Cabo Verde, a small group of islands in West Africa. And I am a trained marine biologist, but I think that as I moved with conservation projects and understanding the importance of conservation, I've also understood the importance of people, understanding coastal communities, understanding what they want. So during my PhD, my research was very focused on the coastal communities of Cabo Verde and how can we better integrate them in decision-making processes, in protected areas management. So that was my PhD research. Now I'm doing my postdoc, and I'm doing my postdoc in Japan, and I'm going to work now in the Pacific Islands and trying to find nature-based solutions together with the communities to mitigate climate change effects. So always with different topics, but always the common thread is the communities, the coastal communities, integration and participation. And yes, trying to find solutions that not only make sense scientifically, but make sense for the society. So yeah. that's what I do.
Wonderful.
Research wise.
That sounds like very interesting
Yes,
research. Yeah,
yes,
thank you for
yes.
sharing that with us.
Thank you.
So maybe you can also tell us, so far,
Mhm,
what are the satellite events that you've
mhm,
been engaged in,
mhm.
and what are some of the highlights that you've taken from that?
Perfect. And may I, before I talk about it, just mention that I'm coordinating the ECOP node of Cabo Verde. I'm also part of ECOP Africa. And the ECOP node is just starting now. So, of course, we still have a lot of challenges. We are a very small team. But hopefully, in the next annual meeting, maybe the next ocean conference, I'll tell you, oh, we have 1,000 members. But yeah, so that's something I'm doing as well. But about the side events, so since Monday, I've been attending to different satellite events, having great discussions. I was a speaker on a few of them. But I think the common denominator between all of them has been that as researchers, as scientists, we need to communicate better what we do. A lot of emphasis on science communication and understanding that not only it's the number of publications that you have, it's how impactful is the research that you do to society, and then how do you simplify and translate scientific language to people's language, to lay people's language is very important. And we had an amazing side event promoted by the Global ECOP node on Monday about capacity development, and this was key. So I think it's a challenge for most researchers, right? When we are challenged to translate that into communication science and trying to translate that into a simplified language is so hard. But we don't need to do everything alone, by the way. We can partner with artistic people, with designers, with experts in communication to try to convey our message, because otherwise we're doing science for who? Think we're always talking here about the ocean we want, and who is we, right? A lot of satellite events ask this question: who is we? How we want to define the science we need for the ocean we want. We need to integrate everyone, and to do that we need to communicate better the research we do. So yeah.
Wonderful. And if you could give ECOPs watching right now
Mm,
a call to action, or any nuggets of wisdom on skills that they should
mhm,
build and
mhm,
experience that they should gain to be able to engage with some of the work that is being done in the ocean
mhm,
decade, what would some of those insights be?
mhm. I would say two advices. First, use the ECOP structure. Networking, information, knowing people can really change what you're doing, because it will give you access to collaborations, to learn from more experienced professionals. So definitely use the ECOP node, or the ECOP network, to connect, to learn, and get out of your comfort zone. Go try, go do workshops, training programs. Just go out there, don't be afraid. And also, I would say, start it. The project that you have doesn't have to be perfect. It will never be perfect, it will never be complete, and doing something is better than doing nothing. Often I think we are all afraid of just going to the next step because it's not perfect yet, it's not finished yet. It will never be. I just finished my PhD 2 weeks ago. It will never be over, it will never be done, and it's never perfect. So at least do something. Do
Yeah.
something. Yes.
Oh, wonderful. And
Thank you.
congratulations on your
Oh,
PhD.
thank you. I
That's,
survived. I survived.
that's wonderful.
Thank you.
Lastly,
Mhm.
tell us what you're looking forward to from the
Mm.
conference and some of the sessions you'll be attending. And yes,
Yes. Yes.
what is capturing your
Mm.
insights right now?
I am really looking forward to hear what our global leaders have to say. I'm also looking forward to see how much they really want to listen to us, to young people, and if we are here just to fill up the seat, or if we are going to be listened to and have a voice at the conversation table. And I'm looking forward as well to see a lot of the recent research being done, participating in discussion panels, which the satellite events have been amazing for that. A lot of them have been based on discussion. And that, I think, that's how we grow and learn, and we can come up with new ideas. So I'm very, very excited for that. And I have to use this platform. I'm so sorry. And you are from
Kenya.
Kenya. I'm from Cabo Verde. We are from Africa. And I have to use this platform to call attention for something. a number of ECOPs from Africa couldn't come because of visa issues. It is not easy to come here, and there we already have so many setbacks coming from the global south that when you are impaired with visa issues, when you have ticket, you have the invitation, you have the hotel, you have everything, and yet your visa is denied. It is a huge setback, and we are in a UN conference. The UN is a place for lobbying, is a place for pressing the governments. I think this is something that has to change for us to have a more equitable ocean as well. We need to grant equal access to everyone. And until that happens, we need to call this out. We need to be inconvenient. We need to press on this. And lastly, I think I'll just call everyone to check Africa's, the only ECOP Africa side event on Friday during lunchtime. It will be about storytelling from indigenous people, from people working with the ocean for many, many years now. So it will be interesting to have their voice heard and participate in it. So yeah.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much for sharing that.
Thank you.
And now we have a global audience, so we can bring them with us today and for the rest of the week. And we do look forward to catching up with you.
Perfect.
For
Thank
the
you so
conference.
much. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. Have a
Thank
great
you.
rest of the week and conference.
Enjoy.
Yeah.
Bye bye.
Bye. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Now I'm going to invite our second interviewee. She is going to come and introduce herself and tell us more about what she does. So I'll just welcome her right here. Oh, hello, Deborah.
Hi,
Hi,
hello.
my name is Susanna. I'm a mobile journalist with V.ECOPs and livestream. And so now we have a global audience of early career ocean professionals watching us. And I'd like you to tell us more about yourself, the work you do, and maybe some of the success stories of young professionals in that space.
Sure. Thank you, Susanna. Hello, everyone that's watching us. My name is Deborah. I'm from Brazil. I am 30 years old, and I consider myself as an ICOP. And my background is in biology, and I have a master's in oceanography and in maritime affairs. I had an amazing opportunity of doing my second master's in Sweden in WMU at the World Maritime University, and this opens a lot of doors for me. And today I'm here because last year I was intern of the Ocean Deccan team. So I was working along with the um, Ocean Deccan Network manager. If you don't know this platform or if you are not engaged, I highly recommend it. This is a very nice opportunity to engage with other professionals, with opportunities, events, and everything. So just search for it in the internet. And here today I am representing like the young generation. And actually, the work that I'm doing right now back in Brazil, I'm under a fellowship, and I'm not related to any specific ocean decade action, but it's a job, it's a research that is somehow engaged with the all challenge of the ocean decade. And I think that even though the ocean decade actions, they are not totally spread yet, I think there are room for more engagement. It's important to try to share this idea and to engage with people, and this brings us a lot of opportunities. And well, I think this helps us to build the future we want.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. And let's maybe ask you, what do you look forward to for this conference, Ocean Decade Conference? Is there anything that is exciting you about a possibility, and what do you look forward to gaining from this week?
Yes, I mean, I came with a lot of expectations or any expectations, so I never get the chance to participate in some events so international, so big, and of course I understand the importance of being here. And my expectation is to understand a little bit about how is the process behind the curtains, like how it happens, how is exactly the moments where people present and discuss, because they are going to discuss the Vision 30, right, documents. So I want to see how is the process for the first time, and of course network, engage with other people, other countries, and other professionals. And this is what I expect more.
Wonderful. So thank you for taking the time to talk to us, Deborah. We wish you an amazing conference ahead, and yeah, hoping to connect with you more as the day progresses.
Thank you very much, Susanna, and thank you, everyone. Bye.
Wonderful. We'll see you ahead. See you. All right. So, everybody, we will now switch to our Asian hosts. We have Akriti and Alfie ready to give us an overview of an interesting session on with wonderful contributors. And so, Akriti and Alfie, we hand over to you. We will be on the ground and we'll be panning into the session when we can. And we do wish you wonderful discussions ahead.
Hi everyone, it's me again, Fiona. Now we're inside the venue and this is kind of like the welcoming area, and we're just going to give you a little impression. There are little art exhibitions all around, background noises. I hope you can hear me really well. Over here we have a big screen showing another exhibition. It's really impressive. There's a lot of stuff happening. Maybe also we can show the security. It's really exciting, all the measures that they had to take for the important people that are joining us here at the event at the convention center in Barcelona. It's really exciting to be here. We've seen already a lot of interesting faces, a lot of interesting people that we'll try to catch for an interview later. But yeah, we just wanted to give you a quick impression of the event itself, so it almost feels like you're with us here. Leave some comments in the chat if you have any specific questions for us here on site. We'd love to keep that conversation going, and make sure to post on social media and tag us and use the hashtags that are provided by the hosts. That would be amazing. But yes, we're gonna hand it over to the Asian session right now with Ali and Akriti. We're very excited for their session to start right now, so stay tuned and we'll have back to the studio.
Thank you very much, Fiona, and thank you very much, Susanna. They are our mobile journalists, and they have been connecting us with the activities in Barcelona. So, thank
Gracias, equipo.
you.
Oye, una cosa, ¿escuchabais bien el micrófono?
So, namaste everyone. It's Akriti Maraseni once again, and along with me, I have Mr. Alfikri Muliadi. And we have been the host for the V.ECOP Days 2024, representing the Asian region, which kick-started from yesterday, which is 9th of April 2024, an indoor satellite event during the Ocean Decade Conference. Introducing myself, I'm Akriti Maraseni from Nepal. I'm a graduate in fisheries, and I have been an active member of Nepal Aquaculture and Fisheries Students Association, and currently working at Nepal Fisheries Society. Well, my testimony of change is inclusion, and today in V.ECOP Days 2024, I represent landlocked country Nepal.
Thank you, Akriti, for the introductions. And I go by Alfie. I'm based in Thailand currently, and originally from Banyak Island, western coast of Sumatra in Indonesia. I'm now a full-time student at Pipe University in Chiang Mai, Thailand. I am a junior majoring in communication program. Currently, I am working with Southeast Asian Cultural Heritage Alliance in Bangkok, where we have an indigenous and local initiatives to bring up for climate adaptation and environmental preservation for the generations to come.
Talking about V.ECOP, V.ECOP Day provides a unique global platform dedicated to supporting the networking and promoting the work of young scientists and ocean professionals from around the world. And it is thus a direct contribution to capacity development and exchange in ocean and climate change science. So, building on experiences that we made from V.ECOP Day 2021, a specific emphasis has been placed on involving and networking ECOPs from indigenous communities and working in remote areas such as the Arctic and small island developing states. Starting from yesterday, V.ECOP Days 2024 has been streaming up to 10 hours per day until 11th of April, linking the activities in Barcelona via our mobile journalist affectionately called as Mozos with the global community of early career ocean professionals. With more than 100 contributions received from at least 46 countries representing 5 regions being Asia, Europe, Pacific, America, and Africa, 11 hosts, 3 mobile journalists in Barcelona, V.ECOP Day 2024 really stands as a testament to the boundless potential of collaboration and innovation in shaping a brighter future for our oceans.
And today, as the second day of V.ECOP Days 2024, I would like to invite everyone to actively participate in our first sessions under the theme Ocean Challenges for the 21st Century. And as we all know, the ocean covers most of our planet and plays an important role as it regulates our climate, provides vital resources, and produces a sustainable diversity of life in it. However, we also know that part of our planet is facing issues such as pollution, unsustainable fisheries practices such as overfishing, and many more. And today, we will learn from our experts who will be sharing their experiences and successfully implementing their initiatives in their communities in shaping healthy and sustainable solutions for the oceans and the generations to come. We are now welcoming our esteemed speakers who are joining us today from Indonesia, India, and United Kingdom and Poland. And as we start, I would like to remind everyone again, if you would like to repost on social media, you can use hashtags VCOPs24, hashtag ECOPs, hashtag Generation Blue, hashtag Science to Action, hashtag Ocean Decade, hashtag Mission Oceans. And feel free to tag us, me, or Akriti, or other of our social media channels, Instagram, LinkedIn, and other else. So we would love to share it back. So without further ado, we're gonna play one video before jumping to our speakers.
Okay. Hi everyone. We are now with Eric. Would you mind to introduce you, like what is your affiliation, what are you doing in the Ocean Decade Conference and in the MPA Forum?
Hello everyone. My name is Eric Rosa Salazar. I am the Executive Director for Migramar, which is a regional organization that works the Eastern Tropical Pacific from Baja California down to Chile, doing research on marine migratory species and promoting their conservation. Right now in the forum, we're one of several organizations that have been organizing the MPA Forum, hoping to share experiences related to marine biodiversity and marine protected areas, to learn from each other and improve our knowledge and management of MPAs.
For the ECOPs that were not here with us, what are the outcomes or what would you highlight from this first day of the MPA Forum?
I think some of the most interesting things that we have seen is the need for cooperation, transboundary cooperation between governments, and better communication. Sometimes measures that are taken by one government near a border are not similar to those right across. So we need to improve communication to make sure that what one country does is similar to the other one, so the effect is multiplied and marine conservation is improved. Another issue that is very important is how to involve stakeholders from different levels, not only the big, powerful ones that might have more influence, but seeing how you can promote the smaller ones, the coastal communities, the tourism operators that might not have those opportunities to represent themselves, bringing them up to the same level so that they can also have representation in decision making.
So when we talk about communication and involving all the stakeholders, we all know that not every sector is the same, but we also have youth and early career ocean professionals. How do you see the role of this group, early career ocean professionals, within these new challenges? For example, the target of 30-30, which we are seeing that it's been a bit difficult to reach, and we have seen it in the MPA Forum.
I think the involvement of ECOPs, early career professionals, is vital, because many times they bring a new perspective, a new different way of thinking that might not be considered right now. And also 30 by 30 is just a goal. It's 30%, what happens to the other 70%, and what happens after 2030. So we also have to consider this, and ECOPs are the ones that are going to be 20 by 30 afterwards. They're going to be taking care of things. So we need to share the knowledge that exists right now and make sure that the capacity building and tools for these young professionals are in their hands so that they can continue with the work and help improve what is already being discussed.
For some ECOPs, of course ECOPs are also not all the same in all parts of the world. What would you suggest, what skills are the best ones
for ECOPs to make this jump and get there, get to these atmospheres, to this sector where they can collaborate with decision makers, for example?
I think something that is very important is to try and think differently, try and think outside of the box, try and see what is missing. Also, I know it can be difficult, and we're right now showing a video to you because you're not here, but being able to network, being able to talk to someone, if you have the opportunity to, even if you are not there in person, but you get the email of someone, write to them, learn, network, and see how you can integrate yourself into the discussions, into learning spheres. That is super important. And from personal experience, I can tell you, people have reached out to me by email or by messages, and these people stand out, young professionals that want to know more about sharks, want to know about research, and those are the ones that when we look for someone that to help us, I write to those people because they showed interest, they looked for some to open the door. And if you look for those spaces, I am sure that you're going to make a positive impression in authorities, in NGOs, and they will look for you for support and for help.
Thank you, Eric. Actually, the last question was like, what will be this message that you want to give to the ECOP? But I think it's clear now. So thank you so much, Eric. And
thank you very much.
Nice to meet you.
As we are proceeding to our panel discussions now, here we have today Aprilia and Senna. So he'll be talking about economic strategies on oceans. So getting to know a little bit about our first speaker, Aprilia and Senna from Indonesia. He is a graduate majoring in international relations with a concentration in international cooperations. Now he serves as executive director of the International Politic Forums based in Jakarta. This forum aims to discuss and share international issues. And apart from that, he's also active as the general chairman of Overseas Youth Alumni in Indonesia. With that all experiences, we would like to welcome Mr. Aprilia and Senna to the floor. You may proceed.
Okay, and my friend, I'm sorry because I come late. Right now I am stay work in the Kalimantan. I'm so sorry before. Yeah, thank you for time. I choose the title is Economic Strategy on Ocean. You can hear me clearly? You can hear me? Okay. Yeah. Maybe there are a lot of economic strategic based on public policy, based on politics, based on economic, based on international relation and everything, government. But I will tell you, I will explain and describe based on my majority Department of International Relations, and I will make a state approach and how to state in the world make integration and they make a consensus to bring the one thinking, one concept, one integrate, and they realize one ocean, one world, and all countries in the world. And I will start from green economy. Maybe you know green economy concept. This is like concept such as United States, France, and China and Russia ever use this concept how to develop, how to maintain ocean to make green. I mean green, free from pirates, free from illegal fishing, free harmful effect, and how to maintain fishes, how to make a balance between sea and government. Yeah, I say that maybe we can see Russia, China. You can see Russia, China, and also Indonesia too. In Indonesia, we have a blue economy. In Indonesia, we have blue economy. Blue economy is the maritime policy. I don't know specifically in Russia, in China, but they are green ocean, and we are the blue ocean. I think the concept is the similar, but the different is the name. Just name is so different, but the implementation of this concept is same. And also, next strategy is we have to make a ratification. Maybe you know ratification. Ratification is law of international adopt in the one country, and we have to ratification, and the law of international will make a national policy with the what Department of Representative in the every country. And this is the big problem from countries on the world, how to make integration, how to make consensus. We have to make ocean great and development, sustainable development. And also maybe you know conflict in ocean, you know, such as in ASEAN with the China, Japan and with South Korea, and Russia with the China. And this is the big problem, the big problem to make a strategy of implementation. Maybe I think enough for how to economic strategy, but the most of important thing, we have to balance between the developing of ocean and combine to policy, I mean public policy, and human oriented and fish oriented. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. We definitely understand the importance of international ratification in every countries, and you talked about the concept of blue economy. So would you like to share us about how important or how imperative is it to implement the economic strategies in order to harness the potential of the oceans?
Yeah, okay. We know the ocean is the great potential, and you said that how to implementation. I have three implementation. First, from what individual, first level individual, second level states, and third level is international system. Individual such as me, you, and the people in the world make a realize and uh, thinking about the ocean is the main part of life, not only soil, not only soil. We have to include the ocean. Itu first level, and second level we make a state is about the policy. Maybe like democracy or democracy and non-democracy is the have the different how to make decision. And I think the leader of countries in the world have to dominate, I mean ocean oriented. This is about the state internal. We can see this internal factor, but in the individual is psychology factor, maybe we can say like that. And about the international system is external factor. We can say ratification, we can say ocean law, we have UN clause, we have ZAA, economics exclusive zone, and yeah, like this. First individual, state, and the last is international system. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. April. Well, we would like to hear a little bit about, as we already know each other, we would like to hear that you currently start working for new capital of Indonesia in Borneo.
Yeah.
Would you like to share a little bit for us, like how is that? How is the progress so far? And touching on the significant obstacle in economic strategies that these kind of initiatives moving Indonesian capital to Borneo, how this encounter?
Yeah. Thank you, Fikri. This is so great and so good. These questions, how to correlate IKN new capital city of Indonesia and maybe see ocean. Yeah, I will tell shortly about the we can say IKN, a new capital city, is how to make a new capital is green city, smart city, and this city is about to balance between city modernization and the natural resources, and absolutely about the ocean. This capital city also we have to make combine these three element is how to building, how to green, maybe such as forest, and the last is water is ocean, like that. And you say that how about the obstacles right now? Obstacles is about, we can say, bad people, bad organization, bad institution, exploitation the ocean. And maybe you can see in the Africa, I'm sorry, before maybe in Africa, Somalia, and all countries like that make a piracy, make it illegal fishing. And illegal fishing, when the someone with illegal fishing, this is not only about broad of countries, but they have what harmful weapon. You can see they give the bombs, they use pistol in the water, in the ocean, and they take a lot of fishes, and they sell the fishes, and they got a benefit money right now. So this is the obstacle, first obstacle. And second obstacles is about the realize, I mean, I know most of the countries, especially maybe Indonesia didn't realize ocean is the important for us. They always focus on the soil, how to soil, exploit soil, not only the ocean. And the third obstacle is about realize also, this is about the norms. Maybe you can see the norms is about the law, consensus on the world, and they didn't care with the ocean. We can say most of countries just oriented in the soil, not only in the ocean. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. You talked about how norms stand as a factor or obstacle when it comes to encountering economic strategies. Would you also like to highlight on the fact how countries with the developing coastal regions be effectively integrated into the economic opportunities that
Mhm.
are presented by the oceans?
Mhm. Yeah. uh, we can say about the countries are ocean right now. Actually, this event is very important and very benefit for us. But the most important thing is we cannot make a win-win solution. Maybe you know win-win solution. Win-win solution is I got a positive effect, you got a positive effect. All countries on the world cannot make a win-win solution, and they always compete to conquer ocean, maybe such as take Europe take ocean in the Asia also, Africa also, United States and China. And you can see a global dynamic in the every years, and they always compete ocean. And in the international relation, ocean is not only about the fishes. This is about the power. This is about the maritime power, and also this is about the route. Route if you want to export or import from ocean, from sea, you have to conquer a route, from example, from Asia to Europe, Europe to Africa, Africa to United States. And that's why all countries make a military to make a safe, to make comfort, to make a security in the ocean. That's why I say, if we talk about the ocean, is very complex. It's very complex. This is a lot of dimension: economic dimension, military dimension, and political dimension.
Thank you very much. It's such insightful sharings. So we would like to remind for participants, attendees, or other hosts, we really appreciate if everyone has a questions or anything to share. Kindly share it in the chat box below. Well, while waiting for other questions pop up, I would like to know a little bit from our speaker, Aprilia and Senna. So speaking of how every country is actually it's a bit personalized issues when it comes to every countries and building this strategic economic on oceans. But do you think the conflicts emerge between countries where pursuing economic strategies on the oceans? We have Indonesia and Australia, and we have Indonesia and Philippines. How do you think that works?
Yeah, Indonesia have many neighbor country. You say Australia, Philippines, Malaysia, Brunei, and also Thailand, Vietnam. Because in the Southeast Asia, most of the territory is the sea, is the ocean. There are many illegal fishing. There are many pirates, and we can say Southeast Asia or ASEAN, maybe you know ASEAN in the Southeast Asia didn't has like consensus, like mechanism, like tools to finish if example Indonesia and Philippines has a sea dispute. If you see some information in the Google on the government, a lot of ocean dispute cannot finish by Southeast Asia. Sometimes we have to bring this conflict to international justice. This is about ASEAN power didn't use. Useless. ASEAN is useless because ASEAN is what is the different with the Europe. If European Union, if you see European Union, it has a great mechanism to make finishing dispute like this. And okay, I will back to Philippines and Indonesia. Philippines, Indonesia, and Indonesia with Malaysia has, if you know about the Sipadan and Ligitan Island, or about the Southeast Sea. This is 5 countries from Southeast Asia, and the China and the Japan and the South Korea. If you can see in the news right now, recently, this conflict is not over. That is not over. That I say before, ocean is very, very complex.
Yes, definitely. When it comes to ocean and marine conservation, it's definitely a transboundary issue and not just a specific region's issue. At the same time, may I request every participants in our Zoom platform to turn on their video cameras. We want to see your beautiful smiles and we want you to be engaging in this session because after all, this is all for you. We would like to give this platform for you. If you have any questions, any queries to our VIP sir, Aprilian Sena, the floor is open for you. Please feel free.
Okay.
This is
yeah. What?
Sorry, sir. I was just asking for the participants.
Okay.
I was encouraging them for the question.
This is the one questions from
Yes.
UNESCO.
Yes,
Okay,
let me read it out for you. How can countries balance economic development opportunities derived from ocean resources with the need for environmental sustainability and conservation?
Okay, how balance economic opportunity from ocean? Okay, the question is about how to balance economy and the ocean resources with the need for environmental sustainability. Okay, this is the good question and difficult questions, I think, right? Because actually, based on fact, we cannot balance between development and I will see development and development with human and ocean. This is very, very difficult. uh, the ideal thinking, okay, the ideal thinking, we have make a balance between environment, ocean, and sustainable development. This is only ideal. This is our dream, I think, right now, our dream. But recently, until now, most of the countries cannot make this balance. Okay, this is about the fact. This is about the fact, not opinion. This is about fact. But in my opinion, how to balance? How to balance? I said in the first time, if you want to balance between economic, ocean, and development, we have to implement economic strategy with 3 steps. First, individual levels. Second, the country's state levels, and the last is international. International system approach. Why? Because ocean is not about the one countries, 2 countries, but more than 2 countries. Fikri says about the Philippines, Malaysia, Indonesia, and everything. Uh, there are many ocean. They have needs to the ocean. That's why I say, if we want to balance, this is not about the people in my country, not people in the Nepal country, not the people in the Thailand country, but how to integrate, and we make a consensus, and Nepal get welfare from ocean, Indonesia get welfare from Indonesian, and Thailand also get welfare from nation. Okay.
Thank you very much. Hope the question has been answered, Mr. Dinesh Kumar, and thank you very much, sir, for the answer. If any more participants have any of the queries, you may turn on your microphone and answer question yourself, or we will recognize you. You can keep your question in the chat box as well.
I have a question that due to strategic lanes near Indonesia, whether these strategic lanes, they are attracting the superpowers they are just grouping the superpowers in the geopolitics, or it has some economic opportunity also. So global powers are taking more interest in Malacca regions on the lakes, on the straits. So it has emerged as a geopolitical hotspot. So does it cost the security of Indonesia and small countries that these can be used as a launchpad while any war and during any war, or it has economic opportunity? So if we are going to compare the cost and benefit of geopolitics and security and economic opportunity, then how you look at this?
Okay. I got a point from your questions. You say that, yeah, this is the good statement you can say about the geostrategic. Yeah, this is concept is very good. We can say geostrategy is about how to ocean is make a strategy to country for make economic interest and economic interest and politic interest. And you can say about Indonesia security also, and maybe we can correlate about maritime. Maritime is power, sea power. All countries have a sea power. Nepal have sea power, Indonesia have sea power, and they also use the sea military for make security only in the around the countries also. And if we want to clearly and definitely about the ocean, we have to maybe in international relation we can say realism concept. Realism concept is about how to make a war in the ocean, and how to make conquer, and how to make exploit ocean only one countries. But the difference between the liberalization concept, how to make a cooperation, how to make cooperation to make making a decision and win-win solution, win-win solution. That's why I say what is ocean is very complex, very large, and very a lot of dimension, a lot of this dimension. But the statement is very good. She make me thinking about the geostrategic, geopolitics, and geoeconomic. Thank you, thank you. You had remember about this concept.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for sharing that and for addressing the questions. So probably before we end the sessions, we're gonna have one last questions.
Okay.
So as our speaker is working now in days moving the capital city of Indonesia to IKN, how do you think, or what is your future hope with the youth engagement and with these initiatives of strategic of economic on oceans?
Okay. Economic. Actually, we have to economic on ocean and IKN based on digital, not about the traditional or manual. IKN is developed by digital. How to, if you want to get information, how to about the data, how about the opinion assumption, you can see in the IKN as a digital. And also you can get information about the ocean around Kalimantan Island, because the new capital city is focused in the Kalimantan Island. This is the big one of biggest island in the world, and also in Indonesia. You can see there are a lot of ocean, and this is the our focus, and how to make engage this capital city, the new capital city, and economic is based on the digital modernization, and digital and development based on digital, everything based on digital and green economy.
Yeah, that's actually great. Looking up to Singapore, how it's actually built. Right. So we really hope that these new initiatives moving Indonesian's capital to IKN will tremendously impact positively for the country and for the society itself. Well, thank you very much, Mr. April and Sena. Akriti, do you think we can just take a very short picture? We can take a picture before ending the sessions with him?
Yes,
Okay,
we
thank
also
you.
have one question from Joan Damas.
Okay,
I
sure.
will read out the question for you.
Yeah,
What
okay,
are
no problem. Last question is no problem.
what are the Blue Economy Development Framework for Indonesia Economic Transformation for the SSC?
Okay, wow. This is about the Indonesia, right? Okay, thank you. From John Damas, I mean SD. Yeah. I want to say SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. Okay. Thank you. Okay, what are the blue economic development? Yeah, this is the good question. Actually, we have six element to Indonesia economic transformation. I cannot tell about the six element, but I will just one of the six element is based on SDGs, right? 17 SDGs, woman population, and also development, and you can see the Google in 17 SDGs. But in the IKN we have a special department, special department for SDGs. If your question is about what is the blue economy development, is blue economy based on integrity with the woman group, youth group, and all element all individual and all group, all organization in Indonesia, we make decision, and we talk each other, and we decide development framework. I mean, how can Indonesia to take for green digital transformation? But the transformation for SDGs is how to make a modern capital city, green capital city, but we oriented, human oriented. I mean, human oriented, ocean oriented, and forest oriented, like that. Okay, so the blue economy is based on green and blue. Green is forest, blue is ocean, and the last one is the human oriented. Okay, human oriented, especially woman group.
Well, thank you very much for addressing that questions. Hope that helps, John, Damas. So I was saying, Akriti, shall we just take a picture before ending the session with our speaker?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll just count down 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much. We'll send to you soon. Okay, so that already indicates the end of the sessions with our speaker.
Thank you very much, sir, for your insights and inputs. We are very pleased to have you today. Thank you.
Thank
All
you,
right.
thank you.
Thank you, sir. So for today, we have next speaker from India, none other than Dr. Suprita Suman. She is going to talk about interconnectivity of third pole and ocean health. She represents the Faculty of Political Science and is a researcher in polar politics and law of sea, blue economy, and ocean governance. She is currently working on geopolitical, scientific, environmental, historical, and legal interconnectivity of the three poles, which are the Arctic, the South Pole, and the Hindu Kush Himalayan region, the HKH region. Her current area of research is emerging water insecurities in the third pole due to climate warming in the North and South Pole, and her research interests include traditional and non-traditional security issues in the polar region space and underwater space. Dr. Suprita Suman, you have the floor.
Thank you, Akiti. I'm going to share my screen. Is it possible to share the screen, Akriti?
Yes, it is.
It is showing host disabled participant screen sharing.
Our technical team must be giving you the access. Let's wait for a while. Could you please try again?
Sure.
Let's give a virtual round of applause for Dr. Suprita Suman. If you have any queries and questions while she presents, you could just list down your questions and wait until we have the Q&A, or you could use the chat section as well. And there she goes.
Good morning, friends. The topic I'm going to discuss, this is is my screen visible to you? Is my screen visible?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. So I'm going to discuss about the interconnectivity of the third pole region and the ocean health. I'm trying to interconnect the relationship among the poles in maintaining the ocean health. This is the map I'm sharing. This is the third pole. It is the river basin. It is actually the map of river basin of the third pole. As third pole is the largest water tower in Asia, and it is actually responsible for feeding 10 major rivers basins, and the Himalayan glaciers are the source of water, maintaining the water level and in these rivers. Most of these rivers are terminating in the Indian Ocean, except one Yangtze, which is terminating in South China Sea. So I'm going to the core issue of the discussion is that third pole is the largest water tower of the Asian continent, which is feeding some of the largest river. But due to poor management and river governance, these rivers has been emerged as a threat for ocean health, as these rivers are emptying in the oceans. The untreated sewage pollution, solid materials, microplastic are being carried by the rivers in the ocean channel. The another major threat which I'm going to discuss is increasing water appetite, which is increasing due to unregulated population growth and overusing the water. And increasing water consumption is not allowing the rivers to discharge sufficient amount of fresh water in the oceans, which is necessary to maintain the salinity level in the oceans. So,
Dr. Suprita, sorry to interrupt. Could you please show the slides in the PowerPoint mode?
Next.
In the PowerPoint presentation mode.
Okay, so I have to share it again.
It's visible, but in the it's not in the presentation mode. That's all I'm asking about.
Is it visible now? Is it? Is it visible?
Yes, it is.
So how the Himalayan rivers are contributing contributions in the ocean health and challenges. First, Himalayan rivers are currently responsible for carrying pollutant in the oceans. The Himalayan rivers are source of discharging fresh water in the ocean channel and maintaining the ecological balance, supporting biodiversity. Making delta. This is very important function that the rivers are performing in defining the coastline of oceans. So delta is a landmark. This is a landscape which is made by the rivers, and the shrinkage and expansion of delta very much alters the features of coastline. Maintaining the sediment for making delta, regulating salinity, and preserving the wetlands and mangroves, which is also very much necessary for ocean health. Now the challenges: overuse of water. Overuse of the water due to increasing pressure of historically growing population and putting pressure for water resources for commercial uses. To increase the food production, both agriculture producers and livestock. I'm mentioning that livestock, enriching the protein in the diet, these countries are focusing on the livestock, which is because this is the source of adding protein, and it is more water consumptive than any other agriculture practices. Another problem is damming the rivers, which has decreased the flow of the rivers, and not sufficient volume of sedimentation is flowing to make deltas. And producing hydroelectricity has increased level of salinity. The rivers are carrying chemical pollutants and solid waste to deposit in the oceans. Now, our major concern here is delta of the Himalayan river. I have discussed about only 4, the Ganges, Brahmaputra, Meghna Delta, which is the most vulnerable, and it is the largest delta in the world. This Ganga Meghna basin is facing the water crisis. The discharge left allowing by the Ganges and Brahmaputra due to construction of Farakka barrage, this delta is deprived and means it is facing a water starvation condition, and also sedimentation is also not coming there. So here the delta is shrinking. Similarly, it is happening with Indus Delta, which is the largest delta in the world. It is also due to construction of dam. Another is Mekong River Delta and Irrawaddy Delta. Mekong River is the third largest delta in the world, and presently it is shifting and shrinking. So this is the ecosystem where it is located between the ocean and coastline. It is actually damaging this region. Another river is under the threat, is serious threat, is Irrawaddy Delta. So what I have discussed, the shrinkage of river delta is potential challenge for the law of sea also, because it is altering the coastline and shifting the baseline in the delta region and can further challenge the territorial sea, the exclusive economic zone, and difficulty in drawing the equidistance line. Like one of the major example is India and India and Bangladesh border, where these countries have severe border disputes and threat to fishery. I'm just showing this picture that it is about the delta, that due to shrinkage of delta, they are not getting proper water. So the saline water is reaching, and this is hampering the ecosystem, whole ecosystem. The green area is identifies as threat zone because they are the lower land. The light color zone, these are actually means completely elevated, and they are right now they are not about to the threat to be sink in the water is comparatively less than this green zone. And this is a video I'm going to share. If it opens. It's not opening. I'm sorry, this video is produced by, actually this video has been provided by NASA. This added that how the rivers are shrinking, how the water consumption is rising. And it is a major threat that salinity of river is also increasing. So that is why these rivers are not now which are the source of providing fresh water and releasing fresh water in ocean to maintain the salinity river. Now they are not able to perform this natural task. So that by this method, actually in now the third pole region is become a factor due to human intervention or Anthropocene. Now the third pole, which is the largest cryosphere in the world, it was a blessing for ocean health, now has been changed its face like a threat for the oceans, and it is through the rivers have become the source of pollution of this in the ocean connected to India, Bangladesh, Pakistan. This is the core issue I wanted to discuss here, that Indian Ocean is one of the major ocean and one of the polluted ocean surrounded by the third world. They are not able to maintain the ocean health. So these rivers, these major rivers, Ganga, Yangtze, and Jamuna, these are one of the most, they are top 10 polluting rivers. They are responsible for destroying the ocean health. Due to poor international relation, this situation has not been regulated and controlled. So this issue I have tried to highlight. And I'm sorry, I'm not able to open. This is 1 minute, 37-second video. And
if you have the video in separately, you can play that too, if that works. If you have downloaded it in your laptop.
Yeah, I think this is coming. Yes. This is available on YouTube. So this, I was trying to connect that how the consumption of fresh water in the third pole is actually being a determining factor in maintaining the ocean health in terms of pollution and also in terms of providing fresh water to the ocean health. So if this water, the water consumption will be growing on, the rivers will not be able to discharge from sufficient amount of fresh water, sufficient volume of fresh water in the ocean channel. So salinity of ocean there is a threat to increase growing salinity. And pollutants, they are very obvious reason to degrade the ocean health. This was my topic, that ignoring the domestic consumption of water can hamper the whole ocean health as a ocean channel throughout the world. That was the core issue of this discussion. And I was just pointing out to the governance that law of sea should not be discussed isolated with ignoring the riverine law. So there should be a riverine law connected with the law of sea. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Suprita. We really appreciate that with sharing. So now we open the floor for any participants in this room. We open the Q&A sessions, or if you have any thoughts to share, feel free to put it down in the chat box. And while waiting for any questions pop up, I have a little bit questions, since that we already know the background of our speaker today is in the policy making, and then she also works in the law of sea blue economy. So with that, speaking of the blue economy itself, but though she doesn't really touch on it a little bit more, but we would like to know that besides its exciting economic opportunities, what do you think are the major environmental benefits that comes out of the blue economy itself of a well-managed initiatives?
Thank you. Actually, blue economy, that ocean health is very much, I'm talking about the basic factor. The moment we are going to pollute the ocean, our biodiversity. So I have discussed biodiversity. I have discussed the Ramsar site or the wetland. So wetland are actually supporting a different type of biodiversity, which need both types of culmination of water, saline water plus fresh water. So it substantiates a different sort of economy, though small, but very significant. So I'm talking about if the river delta and the coastline are going to, coastal community will automatically face the degradation. So their blue economy is not very much calculated somewhere like in Sagar Island. I'm giving example of Sagar Island, which is Ganga Sagar. Actually, this island is being benefited by the pilgrims. The Hindu pilgrims, they are coming for this darshan and everything. They are paying under this is the source of income. But now this Sagar Island is shrinking because it is not getting fresh proper water, because Hooghly River water is being used in Kolkata only. Ganga is also Farakka barrage. Due to Farakka barrage, the sedimentation, the flow of river is declining. Definitely, ultimately, sedimentation are not good is available for making the delta. And deltas are also sinking. The new delta, the new sedimentation is not being provided. So it is not able to maintain the proper elevation. So automatically a loss to mangrove automatically lost to those species which need two types of water, saline water and the fresh water also, brackish water. So in such situation, the economy is almost hampered. Another is small tourism. Tourism is already very much popular in Sundarban Delta and Indus Delta also. So tourism. So when the deltas are shrinking, this tourism are automatically they are means loomed in. So blue economy, again, the ocean tourism is facing a setback. Fishery, very small scale fishery. They are not trawlers. They use fishing net, very small micro level fishery. So these micro level fishermen, they are being affected. They are very much heated. And also due to construction of dams, means Himalayan region is poised to say that this is the world most damming area. So this damming is actually increasing the salinity. So fresh water, fresh blue water fishery, it has now disappeared from, I'm living in Bihar, bank of river Ganges, and Ganga river is now deprived of fishery which it was getting from Nepal. So this is also a freshwater loss. Another thing is mangrove loss is already a loss. Tourism and in terms of biodiversity. So biodiversity loss is direct loss to the economy. So I have not talked about, though I have not talked about the blue economy, yet so many, because I'm talking about a particular location, which is neither properly ocean nor it is properly land. Actually, this is the in between location. So here I'm very much concerned about the economy. Deltas, I'm talking about deltas. One day deltas will be turned into estuary. Then what will happen? We cannot claim for our extended continental shelf that we have deposited sedimentation. What will be the bad? It will change the whole bathymetry report. So I'm saying that how these rivers are defining the ocean's law. When the geographical feature will change, automatically the law has to be replaced. And the demand will come that we wanted a new law. And India is the first largest, most largest country, populated country. Bangladesh, a poor country, having the 18th largest population, 10th largest population. So if these two poor countries will clash, then who will come to resolve this issue? They don't have any proper say in the international law. Though the law needs to be negotiated, renegotiated, refinalized. Yet the situation which has occurred due to the health of rivers and due to the human intervention, it is really damaging indirectly. If I am using consumption of water in my Patna, but it is indirectly changing the whole system in ocean system, because our ocean are not going to get fresh water. So salinity of ocean will be going on increasing because the fresh water from the river, they are bigger sources to maintain the decreasing the salinity or regulating the salinity in the ocean channel. So my point was that. I think I have answered.
Thank you very much. It was pretty much tremendous. Yeah, it really answered the questions. Though, so we're still waiting for any questions from participants, other hosts, if you like.
Charu Gupta has raised her hand. Yes, you have the floor.
Charu, I'm not getting your voice. I'm not getting her voice. Charu?
We can't hear you.
Yeah, I'm not able to hear Charu.
Am I audible now? Am I audible now? Yes. Yeah. Hello, Dr. Suprita. That has been a very insightful session. And my part work is in your area. I was part of the team which launched the Farakka barge. I'm more from the communication side and the policy advocating side. And just a quick question here: if we say that the barges and the dams on the rivers are creating the deltas to disappear, or hence the result will be that. So how do you suggest we make the rivers more perennial and use that part of the resources which we have to contribute to the blue economy? Because part of the Sagarmala project which I launched was using our water resources well to have port-led development across the country, and it has been a very big initiative on part of the current government. So experts like you are definitely required to give us the other side of the view, and we can interact after the session as well. If you can just quickly take us through that.
Okay. Thank you, Charu, for this very good question, actually. Like, you are asking what is the alternative?
Yes.
First alternative, yeah, like Ganga River. Ganga River, and we are very much fortunate that we got the largest riverine delta. But unfortunately, this riverine island in India, like Ganges River, in nearby Patna, where I'm living, just if you can pay a visit, your solicit visit is always welcome. I can facilitate. Now the deltas the islands. These are appearing due to siltation, high level of siltation. So there can be a way that siltation should be avoided. If there are siltation there, we should avoid. Another thing, we are just concretization of river bank embankment due to construction of marine drive. There is no marine, then where will be the marine drive in Patna? Due to construction of this marine drive, Bihar government has actually concretized the river embankment. So Oxbow Lake, their natural formation, the natural course of river has been very much afflicted. And this for that they are not able to making the Oxbow Lake and all. So what we should allow the river free flow first. Another thing, we can check the sedimentation. Another thing, obviously, population control is the must. Population is the biggest problem in this area, and particularly construction of. You can see that apartments, construction of township has been allowed. So this should be micro level, means the study has been done, but small areas has been left from the radar. So if something is going on like the Ganges coastline, which has been very much affected due to construction of marine drive, we should not allow heavy constructions near that. So natural course of the river has been disrupted. We have made nothing natural. Everything we wanted on our will. Look, nature cannot be run according to our will. So what we are, concretization of river should be, means too much, it should not be too much. Damming the river. How can I expect that rivers would be dammed? If somebody can block my hand by tying a strong thread, and my blood is not allowed to move, so what will happen to me? We are actually treating the nature as a dead thing. They are very much biological. Earth is a living thing. Earth is not just a biotic thing. Earth is a very living thing. River has to change. It is the course of change. It is not flood. It is just the occurrence of excess of water. It is natural. We are causing, because we are going to live there. So we should not interfere in the ecology of the natural, whatever we have got, natural entities. So first it was, so, but our Sagarmala project, sometimes very much it has been tried to means it is something like very big intervention in the natural, and it is ignoring the siltation. Like Ganga River, now it is a swimming pool, not more than this. The Ganges River, the river Ganges is converted in a swimming pool. Just you can have visit. We have 2 deltas near the Sinha Institute. And whatever the river is giving, it is not fresh water. It is actually the drainage system. It is dumping in the sewerage, untreated sewerage water is flowing in the Ganga, not fresh water. The smell is too bad. Means I'm teaching there. Our college is located there, and we are dying of smell, sometimes foul smell. We have lost freshwater dolphin. So freshwater dolphin, they are no more the citizens of Ganga. We have snatched their passport. We have displaced them. They are no more in the Ganges, which we are very much visible in this season at least. We can have the discussion, Charu, and
Yes, definitely, Dr. Suprita. It's very good to connect at this platform, and thanks to the team.
Thank you.
Thank you, both of you. Thank you very much. Thank you for the very thoughtful insights, for letting us know how everything is interconnected. You cannot leave rivers and deltas aside. When we talk about law of the seas, we have to talk about the river and laws and many. We will keep the discussion continued even after this session. We request you to share your LinkedIn profile maybe in the chat section so that we can connect and work further in the future so that it will be of use to our audience as well. With this, let's give a virtual applause to Dr. Suprita Suman. It was a wonderful session with you. Thank you very much. So with this, I will hand over to Alfie to move on with our next speaker.
Thank you, Akriti. So after we talk a little bit productively with our previous speaker, Dr. Suprita Suman, so why don't we just move now to our speaker who has been with us since yesterday. We have Mr. Charu Gupta. So with the title EnviroVisions 2050, One Earth, One Oceans, One Future. Getting to know a little bit about our speaker. Charu is an environmental enthusiast, a certified NATEGO educator, and curator of EnviroVisions 2050, an innovative youth-driven organizations with the missions to inspire and empower individuals, businesses, and communities to make conscious, sustainable choices, leading to one Earth, one ocean, one future. She has worked as a policy advocacy and media strategist with over 15 years of experience in sectors across government, corporates, and even NGOs. She is passionate about bringing up a tangible change in the environment and to leave this planet a better place for future generations. With all that, we would like to invite Ms. Charu Gupta to the floor. You may proceed.
Thank you, Elfie, there. Thank you for the lovely introduction. Please allow me to share my screen. I hope my screen is visible.
Right, yes, it is.
Yes. Thank you for giving this opportunity, to showcase the work and interact with such a great audience and co-participants here. Today, I'm here with my recent initiative of EnviroVision 2050. We are an organization from India working to collaborate and to connect youth across India and the globe to actually, work for the ocean, especially based out of non-coastal regions. There is a context there, and I would like to thank Dr. Suprita, my co-participant here, to setting the context right for my presentation as well, wherein she said that riverian law cannot be in isolation cannot be in isolation from the law of the sea. So the initiative here, my okay, why not? Why don't we just start with a quick exercise? If you can just take out your mobile phones and scan this code, or visit this link and define what does ocean means to you. I've given such suggestive words here, and if you can quickly suggest that, if you can take out your phones and actually scan it. You'll have to fill in 5 words from the list to see whatever is close to your heart. Pick any 5. Have we scanned? Can I share another screen? Let me know when we are good to go. Okay, yes, we can see. Yes, we can see the words pouring in. You can have multiple responses as well. Great. Some more polls? Yes. See, as we go, the word size shows the maximum number of responses, and as we see, we have inspiration, life, love, and that is what ocean means to all of us here. Uh, I would like, so the great, we're still pouring in. That's great. I'll give you last 5 seconds, please, if you can. Yes, all right. So, like we say, inspiration, life, love, beauty, these are peace, in fact, a great word. Uh, these are the some key words, which we associate ourselves with the ocean here. And this is the thought which was behind when we actually started with EnviroVision. The ocean connect has to be there. So when we actually started EnviroVision, I was working with the government in the capital city, and the pollution levels were soaring. So they were really bad, and the children were being affected. So we had the choice, to move my daughter from the capital to the hometown, and we chose that. We actually had to uproot her, leaving all her friends, her schoolmates, everybody, and we had to shift her to our hometown, which is a little greener place. uh, we did have the choice. But we missed our friends back there, and we actually, wanted to be part of the solution, and we cared for them. So hence, with my daughter in my mind, the ocean in my mind, because I was working with the Sagarmala project, we actually launched EnviroVision 2050. I started with this organization, and keeping the inspiration, the love, the peace in mind for the ocean, we launched the EnviroVision program here in India, with the thought to have one world, one ocean, and one future for all. In our flagship program, which has been endorsed by United Nations, we advocate for action through youth. We actually, want to educate them and empower them to work for the environment and for the ocean, to be the change makers. This is my daughter here. She inspires me a lot as a young person. So the project actually focuses on 3 SDGs, and rather it converges the 3 SDGs of climate change, life below water, and life on the land. When Dr. Suprita mentioned about the connection of the rivers and the coastal region, we thought that the youth here in the non-coastal regions, they don't connect with the ocean. They don't have that belongingness to the ocean, and they don't know how the ocean affects us. We keep on saying we should have more trees, we should not use plastic, but the actual connection with the ocean was missing. So hence we started with the project Green Leaders here. The main component about the project is we have a EnviroVision Ocean Heroes workshop here, wherein we actually take up real life heroes, or the ocean heroes from the global as well as Indian context, the local heroes as well. We share their stories, their journey, and we have the youth interact with them to actually inspire them, and to know how they started their initiatives, and how the youth can connect with them or start their own initiatives. So starting with the Ocean Hero workshop, we actually engage youth in marine debris tracker research work and cleanliness drives. uh, why not start with our own backyard? We take them to we explore our river systems, our water bodies around, and we actually go there to see what kind of human havoc we are creating here. The data speaks volume, and as we actually the note we make note of each and every piece of the plastic waste or the other waste which we actually dump into the rivers, and hence they all land up in the ocean. The reality hits really hard. uh, so it's through the debris tracker app. We actually use technology. Technology and youth, they go hand in hand, and that is what intrigues them, has been my experience here. They actually love to come down and work, and then share their initiatives. Then we come up with ideas of sharing our learnings with the community, and actually taking action. So the workshop, the project is a little is very multidisciplinary in nature, wherein the youth, they get the opportunity to work across their subjects, wherein we have art workshops, we have podcasts, we have a lot of outreach activities uh, with the theme to reduce, reuse, and recycle. So here the team actually sat down to make handbags and to learn the craft of actually making these handbags to curb the plastic waste. And then we actually go down to the community to share our learnings and initiatives and distribute these handcrafted things. Uh, we collaborate with a lot of colleges and youth organizations in the country to actually run the project, and have to make it into a movement. uh, as I told, that it's a multidisciplinary program, wherein all the age groups can be capped. It's captivating for all the age groups. Could be younger lot, could be elder lot. So this is on the theme of waste management. We actually collected some toys, and we actually repaired some of the toys, refurbished them and packed them and shared with the other section of the society, who cannot afford it, just to reshare all the smiles here. The USP, as again, is multidisciplinary, it's collaborative in nature, and it's very action oriented. Here I would like to mention, these are all handcrafted items. The notebooks were created by the youth themselves, wherein they wanted to curb more marine waste. When we talk about the impact, we have been able to reach out to around 25,000 youth through our outreach initiatives, have taken out 10 cleanliness drives, actually distributed and handcrafted the repurposed cloth bags, and collected e-waste and actually repaired and reused repair the e-waste which we collected. We have actually repaired it and reused it. I would want to share a video here. What is the youth of today they are advocating for? I hope my screen is visible.
Yes.
I hope the audio is there, or should I reshare?
Would you mind to play the video first and then we will see?
I think I'll have to make this option. Yes.
If it's taking time, maybe you can share the link in the chat box and we can move on with that if there is an issue.
Sorry, is my screen not visible?
No. We have shared that in the chat section. I believe our audience would love to go and check out.
I did not know the solution could be reached. I have learned that small actions matter.
And science tells us it's time.
I now know what we have to do to restore the environment that's yours and mine.
So what's stopping you from taking an action?
Let's just all think for a while. What can you do to make a difference? And bring the environment back from the brink. We know every day matters. Let's put action into motion. We are the ones to do this. We have the vision to lead today.
EnviroVision 2050 for the environment we need.
Charu, we can't hear you. Would you like to unmute yourself?
Am I audible now?
Yes.
Exactly.
And is my screen also visible?
Yes.
Yeah.
Great. So yes, so we are here through this platform. I would love to collaborate with more ocean heroes, which I've already through last two sessions, which I can see a lot of other initiatives being taken, and we would love to collaborate with all of you, and also join hands with some other initiatives to take this initiative and make it into a global initiative. It is adaptable, it is collaborative, and it can easily work around with the youth in your city or in your country. We can be contacted on these, and we are also active on social media. That's my time here.
Yes, thank you very much. That's a very great initiative. We are very motivated. I'm sure the audience is. If you have any more questions or queries to Charu Gupta, the floor is open. In the meantime, Charu, what are your initiatives, future initiatives of your project, if you could quickly share us?
Yes, Akriti, thank you so much. So in the future, we actually would like to collaborate with the youth across the globe, with Indian youth, because I think this collaboration here is beyond geographies, beyond borders. Like other co-participants mentioned, the ocean is one. If we do something here will affect the world, so why not collaborate? Why restrict ourselves with initiatives in boundaries? So that's what the future here is, to collaborate and connect and work together.
Yes, thank you. And that's what this platform is for, to encourage and empower each other of the beautiful projects that have been ongoing, and we connect and then collaborate in the coming days. Thank you very much. We really had a good time. Thank you for your insights. With this, I think it's time we move on to our next contributor. Dr. Parth Arora. Talking little about him, he is an environmental microbiologist. He has a specialization in evolving fungal pathogens in the marine environment. He has worked on the intertidal seagrass patches in the Andaman Islands, India, and currently he is involved in formulating policy recommendations that would enable the integration of climate literacy in professional military operations. Well, his goal is to develop a framework that would allow the development of more resilient human assistance and disaster relief operations. He is working in the field of climate and maritime security in order to develop the capacity and capabilities of the stakeholders in the region, who are the first point of contact in any event of disaster. Further, he also has interest in the field of maritime issues that are happening around the globe that would influence the blue economy of the nations and the world. So now, without any further ado, let's invite Dr. Parth Arora. Dr. Parth, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Akriti. So I think the stage is, you can hear me, right?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, so I think the stage is all set for like we have heard about maritime security from the first speaker, VIP speaker, and then we have discussed about the different phenomena that are happening in the oceans. So not wasting any time, I would first of all like to thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity. And before I start presenting, I would like to say that the ocean security, that the theme, that the challenges of the 21st century that we are facing are constantly evolving. And before we need to understand the key vulnerabilities that are there around the ocean. And I feel that after listening to everyone, it's the apt time that we as ECOPs have a framework. We develop a dialogue so that we can approach the target of the ocean decade. Because through the all hearing, I could understand that people are working, but they are working in silos, and we need a platform that we should incorporate in our knowledge database so that we can improvise and reach the target of the ocean decade. So not wasting much time, I would like to start with my presentation. So Is my screen visible?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. So the first thought that because of the theme of the this satellite event was that the challenges of the 21st century with the ocean, and the first thing that was there in my mind was the emerging maritime security, right? So I have thought of this as a tree of climate security that emerges into different stems and branches. And here we can see that for this session, I've selected maritime security and health security as the key event, and there are a lot of branches that we can call. But for our session and for the ocean decade, we need to focus on the maritime security. But before we move towards the understanding of the maritime security, we first need to understand the concept of climate security, what it is. And if we go back to the history, we could see that the American independent movement or the Ottoman Egypt socio-economic change or the French Revolution, everything revolved around the impact of the climate change. And if we come back to the 21st century, we can see that there are different opinions that showcase that we are in the era of climate security. So, for example, the Director General of ICR told that climate change would impact the food security, whereas the Australian second richest man gave the term lethal humidity, which meant that the ocean would be absorbing more water and there would be abrupt rains and all. And the third aspect that we need to understand is the Internal Displacement Monitoring Center report, which told that there is around 3.3 million of displacement in the South Asia alone because of the climate change. So if we move towards these are the statement, but if we see the real day example, we can see that the threats that we can see that in recently conducted US Open, there was the protest by the environmentalists. They were asking that the environment damage is happening. And so these are some phases of the climate security that I am going to talk about. Next is climate emergency, which meant that the people of the Amazon has asked for the climate emergency because of the drying of the river Amazon. And the last example that I would like to share, the question that who is responsible for such issues, like the ocean are dying, then who is responsible for it? So now if we move toward the emerging maritime security threats, then we can see that the extreme weather, biodiversity loss, geopolitical threat, gender threat, and the maritime trade are the key factors of the natural disasters. Since this session is mostly dedicated to the Asia, so I have selected the Indian Ocean Rim Association member states for our present study, and we can see that around 1500 cases are there for the extreme weather natural disasters, and around 394 billion of GDP loss has been, or the economic damage has been seen. So starting with the drought, if you can see, it has caused people affected to be the most, and the GDP impacted is also the most. Followed with the extreme weather, we can see that it has affected highest the GDP. Following in the extreme temperature, we can see that the temperature has not affected the people globally, but I would be back on the extreme temperature topic in the following slide. And last is flooding. These are the issues that are a major challenge in the what you say maritime studies that are evolving, and we as ECOPs need to be like more prepared, more resilient on like how these things are going to evolve, and we need to derive the policies for how to tackle the issue. While the scientists are working, we also need to develop a dialogue that would help us to find solution to these issues. Following in this is the data that I found was that the how much decadal deaths have been there, displacement, economic loss, and diseases due to the natural events. And people in the Asia, like the environment is Asia is like such that people are being affected. And we are also simultaneously working towards in developing solution that can help to reduce it. So coming back to the extreme temperature, we need to emphasize here that the 2023 broke all records and became the warmest year in the 174-year observational record. So that means the extreme temperature is going to be an emerging issue on like how the loss would be there for the people, and it is going to affect the oceans as well. The water cycle is going to be disturbed, and eventually there is going to be economic loss, and then eventually it would be leading to challenges of maritime security. So being a biologist and studying all these aspects, this is my domain. What I can say is the biodiversity loss. So we can observe loss of species, and for example, a recent study found that the penguins in Antarctica, no emperor chick were found to be alive. The data show that because of the melting Antarctic ice. Second is the shrinking coastal wildlife corridors. Third is invasive species, and fourth are the emerging dead zones in the ocean, which are reducing the productivity of the ocean, and eventually it is gonna affect the food web, and eventually the people going to be affected, and the food security is going to be affected. So other emerging threats that are, and we should discuss here, is that the rise of antimicrobial resistance. Second is the behavioral changes that are being observed in the different species, and then we have greenhouse gases that are affecting the behavior and the uh, reproduction of the different species. And last is the what you say, human wildlife uh,
Sorry to interrupt, Dr. Parth, but your voice is lagging.
yeah, okay, now is it fine?
Yeah, it's fine now. Yeah.
Okay. Thank 5 examples that have happened recently in the ocean domain that is going to affect the maritime security. And first is the drowning of a ship in the Black Sea that happened due to the extreme weather. And second was the capturing of oil and gas platform. Why I am discussing that this is a prior relying on the extreme weather or the natural things that are happening in the environment. We need to understand that there are certain man-made that at the ocean that we need. And then in Japan the earthquakes are frequent, and that is abrupting the ocean what you say phenomena, and people those who are residing there. So adding to the example of the East Asia is the Japan recent decision to what it caused, though the scientists said that it has no impact on the ocean biodiversity, but it has a huge geopolitical impact which caused a what you say a drastic change or shift in the blue economy of the region therein. Next is the Pacific Island example that I took, where in the Hawaii there was wildfire, and that the drinking water supply. Indigenous people also got affected, and following is the South China Sea that we have heard from our VIP speaker, that how that area is one of the most
Hi, sorry to interrupt. I think if
contested
you may
area.
try with the video off, it could help.
Wait, I'll just switch. Is that fine?
Hoping so, yes.
Hello. The Africa in the Greenland also, and then Somalia, like in the Africa, face once in a century swamping, and there are heat-related deaths in the England as well, and then Antarctic has lost 40% of its ice. So the whole of the global world is being affected by the impact, and it is challenging the climate security as well. So, since we are talking about Asia, I would like to emphasize here that the India is also playing a role in we can see greater partnership dialogue in the Pacific region. And we can also see the development of the scientific development that is there to protect from the tsunami warning, how to do responsible warning system, how to develop it. And the last is the development of HADR. Like these are the people who are responsible in terms for the time when there is challenge. For example, during any operation, the stakeholders involved are the defense forces, which are there for the safety. And then we can see some example are the development of meteorology through the oceanography, through the joint development. For example, I have selected the example of UAE Navy and the Indian Navy doing joint research. Then we can see the carbon sequestration activities that are being done. Then we can see the development in the food security as well. There is development of seafood security through the MPDA. Through that we can get good practice, so that we can get certified organic food as well. So if we see the other security development that is being seen in the Asia region, we can see that the food security is being developed through the involvement of broadstock, and then we have good aquaculture practices being incorporated in the framework, and then we have island management plans to tackle with the problem of sinking island as well, so that the economy also is not being compromised, plus the people security is also being promoted. And at this point, I would like to take the opportunity to highlight that under the G20 presidency, it was finally agreed that the climate change has an impact on the women. And then there was the affirmation and acceptance that there is need for climate finance as well. And then there was the improved dialogue that we could see in the development of the ocean security as well. So with this, I would like to just conclude, and I would ask for any question if you have.
Thank you very much, Dr. Path Aurora, to such an insightful sessions. So we would like to invite participants, anyone in this room, if you have any questions, feel free. You may also raise your hand, and you may talk directly to our speaker today. While waiting for the questions to come up, Dr. Path Aurora, would you like, maybe you can open your camera back now?
Yeah, it is open.
Great. So I would like to ask you something. Well, speaking of that, the urgency of climate literacy today, and later we will have the Agnieszka who will talk about the munitions that have been dumped
in the Mediterranean Sea.
Yeah, World War II. So how do you connect and speak up about the urgency of climate literacy in the area of military service? And also, we would like to hear you, because but we're gonna connect also for our next speaker, Agnieszka. Thank you.
Cool.
Yes, please.
For your presentation, I just wanted to know something that you're talking about climate literacy. This all good term sounds good, and we know the climate literacy. But how can we say that last time, 221, it was due for our Indian census? What will you say that India has not announced its census? And finally, WHO had declared that India is the largest population country in the world. So, do you really think that policy, this is a good environment? We are saying that climate literacy, we are hiding the truths until unless we are not ready to accept the truth. Like India, due to its population, India is going to damage two fragile countries. First is Nepal and second is Bhutan. Means we are the climate monster, means something we are monster of the environment. And Nepal and Bhutan, what is going to be happen with these two innocent countries? Is it really climate friendly? We are talking about cordial relation. Can we look for a climate friendly relationship? That may I assure my small neighbors, let look Sri Lanka, look Maldives, look Nepal, look Burma or Myanmar, and look Bhutan. Me, I am an Indian. I'm not going to destroy the fragile environment of your country. Do you think we are ready for this assurance? So before giving this, how can we proceed with this term, climate literacy? What is your opinion? Everything has it's a background. So we cannot form the whole structure without having a layout. So I'm asking, India is going to be a damaging factor for Nepal, and at least my state, Bihar, will be the first in this country, highest contributor of this. Bhutan is going to be the victim of our global warming. Even Thimphu, temperature of Thimphu is going to be equalized with Bengal temperature somehow. So in such situation, what is the climate literacy? Globally, we are understanding everything. But can we be a good environmental neighbors also? Can we be a good neighbor to protect the ecology of small countries, our small neighbors? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question, Dr. Suprita. So, in my presentation, I said that we are working, but we are working in silos and we need a dialogue. But if we see that there is a dialogue, but are people ready to get involved on the in the dialogue? Are they ready to sit and have a discussion over what policies we need? First of all, the opinion that India is going to damage is a wrong perception, I would say. Actually, what I have said, I have shown in my presentation that India is actually working as a lighthouse in the Indo-Pacific region in order to protect the environment. And I have shown very few examples. These are very limited examples because I did not have any much time to show how India is working to incorporate. Yes, we are on the path. We need some push. We need a dialogue. We need to sit. We need to talk. And that's why I told that we as ECOPs need to work over it. It can't be that only India is damaging. Every nation works expired, every nation aspires to for their economic growth. So India is doing a lot in like protecting the environment. India is like initiating the dialogue. India is trying to have with the time, like as we sit down, we can have a discussion over like how to evolve the policies. As you said that the Sagar Island is sinking, and then I said that there is a plan, island management plan, but how it is going to be enacted at the surface we as ECOPs need to sit down and talk about it. We can't say that, okay, someone else would do it, or leaders would do it, but we need to affirm those leaders with our data, with our research, that okay, this thing is happening and we need to provide them with the solution. For example, the idea of climate literacy is that we need to develop a framework so that the already stressed people, the leaders or the policy, all those people, those who are in the the administration, needs a prepared framework that they can use or they can incorporate. So we need to develop a dialogue, that I would say at this point, and I think this is the right platform where I can say that like we are open, like we are doing research of the incorporation of the dialogue, and nation should bring up, and the stakeholders engagement is being done. Skilled people are being generated in the university, or they are being acknowledged of their achievement, their for example, interest for the science. So it's not about one nation, it is about the context of global involvement in the region. So I think I've answered your question.
Dr. Parts, I'm sorry if I heard that India is not doing well. India, maybe its initiatives are maybe appreciated in Indo-Pacific, but until my population, I'm not saying we are doing anything. Our population is automatically a factor. We don't need to say anything. Our population is sufficiently able to destroy Nepal. Just come to Bihar. The place adjoined to Nepal. We share a common boundary, and maximum trans-boundary rivers from Nepal are coming, they are flowing in Patna, means northern Bihar. What we are doing, the small country, and Nepal is actually a small country. It is trying to it is struggling with many factors. Political factors are different. But what I am saying that my population, Bihar has been developed as a jungle of concrete. We have no spare land. I assure you, just pay a visit to Patna, you cannot find this soil, pure soil, because you will find the charcoals, charcoals and concrete is mixed, because all the roads has been missed there. There are, I think, Nitish Kumar, who is our chief minister, he had made the global record, who has taken be elected as a CM. So our road layer is something, whenever Nitish Kumar is there, one layer road. Another time when he will come, another layer of road. Another layer of 8 feet road next to my home. There is 8 feet thick layer of charcoal and concrete everywhere. I'm not able to dig a cup of pure soil, which is made of dust, which is made of sand, which is the natural formation of sand. So it is the concretization. Concretization. If we are not going to do anything, the radiation of heat will kill Nepal. It is going to kill Nepal. It is going to dry the river Ganges. We are not going to do anything. We have already done. Our population has already done so many things where our policymakers are really failed. Did you remember that our prime minister, he is under pressure that he cannot go for the population policy, because Indira Gandhi she lost her seat for this population policy only. So what I'm not saying that India is a bad neighbor. Our population is a bad neighbor. We are creating bad effect. We are polluting the rivers. I'm not saying anything bad, sir. I'm not taking the initiative. Our initiative will be produce no fruits except dialogues and except convention and except soft law. No effective result unless our heart and mind, they are saying many things. Our hand are not working. So what we are saying, we need something where the rhythm should be soul, mind, and hand. So ethical talk is good. I'm also, like any other, I'm also reading that India is doing so many things. What my population is doing, my sir. So nowhere, no voice. I'm just waiting that some of the day, some activities, some hero will say that now we are we born not to destroy the earth. The mother earth is crying. The mother earth is really crying. There is no blue. There is no panoramic ocean blue. It is haze. We cannot see. I can remember my childhood when I saw Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. In Patna, I cannot see the Twinkle Twinkle Little Star because thick haze of dust and pollution, smoke. So what we are going to do with this until the policy will be start working, that this is too late. Our climate generation will be finished.
Yes,
Our
Dr.
dialogues.
Subrita, I agree with you. However, yes, we can take these policy matters pertaining to one particular country, at another platform. I would love to, collaborate with all here. And we can have a global discussion here right now. And Akriti, we can move ahead with the session
Thank you.
here. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you very much. We are very limited with the time as well. Thank you very much, Dr. Parth, Dr. Suprita Suman. It was pleasure having you. So with this, we move on to the next theme of our session, which is Ocean Decade Challenges. The UN Ocean Decade tackles 10 key challenges aiming to restore their health by 2030. Based on the 7 goals of the Ocean Decade, 10 challenges were identified as areas of work that needs to be addressed globally, and these challenges can only be successfully met if all parts of society work together on science-based solutions. I would like to request technical team to show the Ocean Decade Challenge number 1. Thank you.
Ocean Decade Challenge number 1. Understand and beat marine pollution. How do we move from the ocean we have to the ocean we want? Today, we see plastic waste everywhere, from the ocean depths to the remotest islands of the Pacific. Yet the ocean is also menaced by pollution we cannot see. Untreated sewage, pesticides and fertilizers, toxic chemicals, heavy metals, and other harmful substances. They're not just a threat to marine life, but also to human health and livelihoods. The Ocean Decade is an opportunity to identify, map, and reduce these sources of pollution. Working hand in hand, scientists, businesses, governments, and many other groups can create and roll out solutions that eliminate pollution at the source, reduce its impacts, and deliver a clean ocean for us all. And as consumers, we all have an important role to play over the next 10 years to beat marine pollution. In the ocean we want, we embrace habits of buying and consuming that help keep our ocean clean and healthy. Are you up to meeting this Ocean Decade Challenge? Join us today.
Well, moving to the next speakers, and we really hope that everyone's still as excited as at the beginning. So now we have Agnieszka Jędruch. Getting to know a little bit about, yeah, you there? Well, let me just have a little bit of introductions of you, and you will take over the floor. Well, with the title Munimap, we're in Baltic Sea Munitions Remediations Roadmap, which is our speaker, Agnieszka Jędruch, mainly addressed the Ocean Decade Challenge number 1, Understand and Beat Marine Pollutions. She is a researcher at the Institute of Oceanology, Polish Academy of Science, specializing in environmental geochemistry. Her focus is on studying bioaccumulations and trophic transfer of pollutants in aquatic ecosystems, particularly mercury and heavy metals, in regions like Baltic Sea and polar areas. Currently, Agnieszka Jędruch is actively involved in addressing the issues of underwater munitions dumped during and after World War II in the Baltic Sea. Her work aims to mitigate environmental and ecological threats posed by these remnants, contributing to sustainable conservation efforts in marine environments. With that, we would like to invite Agnieszka Jędruch. You may proceed.
Okay, so could you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. So yeah, welcome everyone. My name is Agnieszka Jędruch and I am a marine chemist at the Institute of Oceanology Polish Academy of Sciences located in Sopot, Poland. And today I am excited to discuss the issue of munitions dumped in marine environment, focusing on the Baltic Sea, as well as introduce our newest initiative to address this problem, the MUNIMAP project. So underwater munitions pose a significant global challenge affecting oceans worldwide. These weapons, which were originally used in military conflicts, have somehow ended up in the sea, largely through intentional disposal, especially during and after the Second World War. Consequently, millions of tons of munitions have been dumped in water bodies across the globe, including Europe, North America and Hawaii, Japan or Australia. And when it comes to the Baltic Sea, which is a semi-enclosed sea located in the northern part of Europe, it is estimated that hundreds of tons of both conventional and chemical munitions were disposed. Materials were dumped in designated areas such as Bornholm Deep or Gotland Deep, but also in other locations, including coastal areas, as you can see here in a map. And due to the relatively shallow depth of the Baltic Sea, averaging about 50 meters, underwater munition present a serious challenge to the fisheries sector, maritime transportation, and also rapidly developing offshore industry. What is also important, there is a risk of encountering munitions in our everyday lives, as they are often washed ashore by waves, particularly during storms. And incidents resulting from contact with munitions and their remnants found on beaches are quite common, actually, especially along the German part of the Baltic coast. So why they are so dangerous? They can, of course, explode, but it is mainly because underwater munitions contain poisonous, deadly chemical agents like mustard gas, as well as explosives and heavy metals. And as munitions corrode over time, these substances can leak into the surrounding water and seabed, posing serious threat to marine ecosystem, especially benthic organisms and fish. Also, some of these substances, such as mercury, for example, can also accumulate in the food chain, posing risk to humans who consume seafood. Given all the threats to public and environmental safety posed by underwater munitions, this topic receives a lot of attention and is included in action areas of major intergovernmental organizations such as NATO or HELCOM, which is Helsinki Commission, as well as other regional and national authorities, NGOs, and so on. And thanks to all these efforts, much have been achieved so far. However, in my view, there's still a lack of clear, unified guidance for all countries around the Baltic Sea on how to address the issue, including determining the appropriate action for identified objects. My institution, the Institute of Oceanology Polish Academy of Sciences, is also actively engaged in various initiatives related to munitions in the Baltic Sea. And we have either completed or are presently involved in several large-scale projects funded by programs such as Interreg Baltic Sea Region, NATO, or European Research Area Network Martira. And our first projects, ChemSea and MODUM, focused on locating munitions and assessing the scale of the problem. Subsequently, we shifted our focus to decision-making support in projects Diamond and Diamond 2. And further developing necessary IT solutions and technologies to handle munitions in project Proband, Amotrace, and Aerovmus. And findings of all these projects indicated areas that still require improvement and also highlighted the necessity for further actions. And this is how the MUNIMAP project was born. The MUNIMAP project is a part of the Interreg Baltic Sea Region program with a budget of nearly 4 million euros. The project brings together over 40 organizations from 9 countries around the Baltic Sea, representing a diverse range of international, national, and regional institutions, as well as public authorities, military, research and technology institutions, NGOs, and partners from private sector. Our main aim is development of a legal and administrative framework for public authorities to initiate joint remediation of dumped munitions from the Baltic Sea. And to achieve this, we plan to activate, speed up, and coordinate national efforts toward munition management at multiple stages. And by that, I mean setting up a comprehensive roadmap that provides guidelines for our activities related to underwater munitions. As such roadmap includes policy recommendations at both international and national levels, IT solutions for site prioritization, risk assessment of munitions, development of early warning and decision support systems, implementation of cost-effective and environmentally friendly methods for munition remediation, and lastly, monitoring strategies. So I think this concludes my presentation. However, if you would like to learn more, I highly encourage you to visit the Munimap project website. So you can scan the QR code provided on a slide. You can also contact me for further information. My email is also provided here. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Agnes Cayendro. So we do have one question from us. Speaking of as a woman, so the question is like, what is the major factor that has driven positively you into these actions in terms of now all of people are talking about women empowerment and touching on the Ocean Decade Challenge number 10, humanity's relationship with oceans. We would like to hear from you.
Actually, when it comes to Poland, I don't see that being a woman in science related to technology and other other things like that is much different from being a man right now. So I think I am lucky to live in a region like that. However, yeah, there's still some obstacles, especially when working with, I don't know, showing blame people, but when working, for example, with older generations, sometimes women are treating less than men. Like, yeah.
Thank you for sharing that. It's such
but in Poland and generally, I think in Europe, the situation is not that bad. It's getting better.
Right. We're really glad to hear that. So Agnieszka, we really appreciate the stories that you've been sharing until now. So thank you very much for the times for today's sessions. So thank you very much. So now
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. We'll probably proceed to the next speakers, and with that, Akri will take over.
Yes, thank you very much. So now our last contributor for the Asian region session is Trisha Gupta from UK. Her project is about saving threatened species with local communities. Her project covers Ocean Decade Challenge number 2, that is protect and restore ecosystems and biodiversity. Talking about her, she is a marine conservation scientist and she is currently a PhD student at the University of Oxford. She works on the conservation and sustainability of sharks and rays in India. So with this, let's welcome Trisha Gupta.
Hi, thank you so much, Akriti and Ashley. I'm very excited to be here. Should I start sharing my screen now?
Yes, please.
Great. So hi, everyone. I just have a short video to speak a bit about my work. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes, it's visible.
Great. Thank you. And yeah, thank you so much to V.ECOPs and especially Akriti and Alfie for having me here to give me a chance to speak about my work and for just running these sessions so amazingly. I'm Trisha. I'm currently a PhD student at the University of Oxford, where I study sharks, raise their conservation and sustainability. And my work is focused in India. And I'm going to be speaking about some of this work today. So just to give you a bit of context, as I'm sure most of you may know, marine species are currently facing the risk of extinction, very similar to terrestrial species. So to give you some examples, 37% of marine mammal species, about 1/3 of shark and ray species, 1/3 of corals, and 97% of migratory fish are currently at the risk of extinction, which is a very concerning fact. And this is just a snapshot of what marine biodiversity is currently facing at the moment. So this problem is, of course, captured by the Ocean Decade Challenge #2, which is to protect and restore ecosystems and biodiversity. But as we've been seeing from some of the talks earlier today, this is not an isolated challenge because it does link across to many other problems and challenges, such as the challenge to sustainably feed the global population and to have a sustainable and equitable ocean economy. Because in the end of the day, overfishing has been identified as the main threat to most marine biodiversity. And at the same time, as we know, fishing supports the livelihood of more than 30 million people across the globe. And it's also a major food source for a large number of people as well. So what we really need is to develop interdisciplinary solutions for that work for both people and biodiversity. And I hope to showcase some of this through our project on guitar fish in India. So I don't know if many of you all have seen or heard of a guitar fish, but it's the species that you see in this picture right here. They are closely related to sharks and are also known as shark-like rays. So I have a short clip here just to give you an idea of what they look like. I hope everyone can see it and it's playing smoothly. But yeah, this is a guitar fish. The one in this video is a young juvenile wide-nosed guitar fish. And in general, as a group, guitar fish or most guitar fish species are unfortunately critically endangered. So there is a very real concern that these species might completely disappear from our waters in the next few decades if nothing is done. The reason for this is because of their biological characteristics. For example, guitar fish tend to be very slow growing and they also produce very few number of young, very few babies. And because of this makes them very vulnerable to various kinds of human pressures and they're very slow to recover from them. Guitar fish are also tend to be found and inhabit near shore coastal areas. They're found in that coastal zone where there's also a lot of human activity, such as overfishing, which is the biggest threat to these species. They are caught in fishing nets in sometimes large numbers, and this is what has really caused a severe decline of their populations. And one of the broader challenges that's adding to all of these pressures is the fact that they're very poorly studied. So we know very little about most guitar fish species from most of the countries that they're found in. And this lack of knowledge is really not helping when it comes to try and develop any kind of conservation plans for them. So our case study tried to address some of these challenges. We worked in Goa on the west coast of India. In Goa, you have a wide range of fishing activity that you can see along the coastline, from really small scale fishing vessels that you see on the left to large scale mechanized vessels that you see on the right. And guitar fish can be caught in sometimes large numbers across all of these different types of fishing gear. So because of the severe data limitation and lack of knowledge that we have about these species, the first step of our project was to just better understand these species and how they're found in this local area through local knowledge. More specifically, we documented the local ecological knowledge for these species through interviews with fishing community members. So not only is this a really great way to provide valuable information in this data limited context, but it's also a very important step in trying to make conservation and fisheries management. Sorry. I think there's a bit of background noise. It would be great if everyone can mute themselves. Thank you. Yeah, as I was saying, local knowledge and using local knowledge in conservation is a really important way of making our process of conserving species a lot more inclusive and equitable. So through local ecological knowledge, we were able to broadly identify the kind of habitats that these threatened guitarfish are found in along Goa's coastline, and also the seasons that they're found in most frequently. And our interviews also reveal that even in Goa, populations of guitarfish have been declining quite severely. And fishers also pointed out that particular species of guitarfish might have completely disappeared from the region as they haven't been seen in more than 20 years. On the more positive side, we found that guitarfish were entirely low value bycatch, which means that they were not targeted by local communities in any way, but were just caught accidentally in fishing nets. And even when they're caught, they had a very low economic value. And more positively, when we spoke to fishers about their conservation, most fishers exhibited positive attitudes towards conservation, indicating that they would be willing to engage with conservation measures and help conserve these species. So these are quite positive findings because they indicate that there is scope to work with the local community to try and develop some sort of a conservation plan for these species. So following up on this local ecological knowledge study, we then conducted ecological surveys of our own for the next part of the project. So this involved conducting various surveys along the coastline of Goa, in particular hotspots, to measure the abundance of these threatened species and to also identify critical habitats, such as what we call nursery grounds. Nursery grounds are regions where young guitarfish spend their lives, maybe about 1 year of their lives before they move offshore. So we try to identify some of these critical habitats and nursery grounds on Goa's coastline. And again, this was done with participation of some local community members. For example, the person you see here who's measuring a guitarfish is a local fisher and is also part of our project team. So this really helped us collect very good, robust scientific data about these species that can then work towards creating a conservation plan. And then the last step of our project, which was just ongoing very recently, is to actually take all of our findings and information about these species that we gain both from local knowledge as well as our own ecological surveys and bring it back to the community and conduct various outreach programs to share this knowledge back to the community and encourage their conservation. So we created a short little outreach video, which is just a short film in the local language. If you scan the QR code, you can watch it there. It's on YouTube. And I can also share the link with everyone after my talk. But this video was really well shared across the fishing community, and people seem to respond quite positively to it. The video spoke about why these guitarfish are important, both ecologically as well as in the culture of the local area. And we strongly encourage fishers to release any guitarfish that they accidentally catch back into the sea. We also appointed a few local fishers as guitarfish champions who helped us spread this message of guitarfish conservation and again encourage live release. So it's been nice to see that over the last few months, a few local fishers have been sending us pictures and videos of them releasing this guitarfish back into the water when they accidentally catch them. And there's no monetary compensation, excuse me, or any payment been given for this because they're a very low value species. So fishers, at least some of them, seem to be happy to release them back voluntarily. So this is very positive to see, and it's just the first step of engagement. We do hope to continue working in this area over the long term and really build a network of guitarfish champions and encourage a lot more live releases. But this is a good start, is what I'd like to think. So why is this work important? Just to touch a bit on the sustainable development goals, as again some of the amazing talks before me spoke about. Of course, this work is very well connected with the goal of protecting and conserving life below water. But there is an increasing push to not just look at the SDGs in isolation, but really try to find synergies between different SDGs and connect across them so that we work towards a common goal. So through projects like this, we not only focus on one SDG, but it also looks at across several different sustainable development goals, such as no poverty, zero hunger, and responsible consumption. to try and make progress across all of these different goals. So some of the lessons that I hope our project can share with the world is that projects like this can show some possible models about how different SDG goals can be aligned. And yeah, our work is one possible model for species conservation that can be done involving and including the local community and through more bottom-up approaches rather than villainizing or alienating the local communities. Yeah, so that's my final point, working with local communities. And we are hoping to continue this work over the long term in Goa and possibly other places in India. So that's it from me, a quick acknowledgement of our funders and our research team, because this was not a solo effort. And also acknowledging the fishing communities of Goa for helping us with our work and participating in this project. Some of this work has been published if anybody would like to read more about it. And please feel free to contact me. I've provided my contact details there, and I'm happy to speak about it anytime. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Trisha Gupta, for the great stories. So we would like to proceed for the next sessions. For any participants who would like to have questions, feel free to reach out in the chat box or just reach out Trisha Gupta right after these sessions. So we're gonna proceed to the next sessions. Well, thank you. To wrap up the sessions from the beginning until now, it's such an impressive sessions from the beginning until the end of sessions before we're handing over to our African host. As we all know, from the beginning of the sessions, we had Aprilian Sena from Indonesia, and then we have Charu Gupta, Suprita Suman, Paz Aurora, Agnes Kayandro, and our last but not least speaker, we have Trisha Gupta sharing her stories and successful initiatives in saving the threatened species. And finally, we would like to welcome the hosts. We have Abi Alela and Blessing Charuka representing the African region. The sessions
group picture here, if that would be really kind, before we hand over the floor.
Yes,
sure.
definitely.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So we'd like everyone to open the camera.
Hi, everyone. You all have been a lovely audience. It is our humble request for all of you to turn on your cameras. This is the moment where we capture. We want to see your beautiful smiles. We are waiting for all the cameras to be turned on. We had a wonderful time yesterday and today. Thank you for all the amazing contributions, your projects. Alfie, you can take the picture on the count of 3. Everyone, please turn on your cameras. Thank you.
3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. All right. Thank you, Charu Gupta, for reminding that. Otherwise, we would miss.
Thank
you
so
very much, Charu.
So for the next sessions, we have Abby, right, and Blessings. So we'd love to welcome you.
Thank you so much, Akriti and Alfie, for taking us to the first session of the second day of the V.ECOP Days, the Asia session. It was quite an intriguing session, and I'd like to introduce myself and my colleague Blessing, who's a host from Zimbabwe for the V.ECOP Days from Africa. So I'm Abi Alela, and I'm a marine scientist, currently a PhD student. I'm interested in ecosystem ecology and marine spatial planning. And my testimony of change is enhanced capacity development towards ocean literacy. At this moment, before I move on to the next session, let me introduce my colleague Blessing to introduce himself.
Coastal researcher. I'm affiliated with the University of Cape Coast in Ghana. I am a fellow with the Future Earth course and also a member of the Ocean Decade Strategic Communications Group. It is my pleasure to be co-hosting the Africa sessions of the V.ECOP Days 2024 alongside my colleague, Abi Akin Alela. Thank you, Abi, to you.
Okay, so thank you all so much. Good morning, good afternoon. I don't know where you're all joining us from, but in Swahili we say karibu from wherever you're joining us from. So I want to welcome you to the Africa session of the virtual Early Careers Ocean Professional Days 2024, or as we call it, the V.ECOP Days. The Ocean Decade Conference in Barcelona has begun today officially, and it's a decade full of new innovations, opportunities, and partnerships. And we here are excited to share our program with you and look forward to an engaging session. The UN Decade is a once-in-a-lifetime generation opportunity and the first global campaign to catalyze ocean science solutions for sustainable development. We have over the next 3 days, that was since yesterday, we have a number of ECOPs presenting, showcasing their work, their activities that are related to ocean science and their contributions to the UN Decade. It's a truly brilliant program and we are glad you're all participating in it. The Africa session begins now, and our main themes, before I just take you through the Africa session now, I just want to bring a wrap up for yesterday. Yesterday, we had the first session of the ECOPs program, the V.ECOPs program, and we have contributors during the Africa session. We had perspective on gender in marine science. We have perspective on ocean art and contributing to research in marine science. And we also had synergies on how the 17 SDGs needs to be interrelated besides other specific regions. So Blessing, at this moment, I want to hand over to you to introduce the first speaker for this event. Thank you.
Co-hosting the Africa sessions alongside you, Abi. And I want to thank the participants, the global participants, for joining. And especially I want to thank our colleagues, the hosts for other regions, and also the technical team behind the success of the V.ECOP Days 2024, who are not visible, of course, on the screens. So today, before I begin, as usual, I encourage you to follow us and post on social media using the social media handles posted in the chat, and use the hashtags V.ECOP Days 2024 or ECOPs or Generation Blue, Science to Action, as well as Ocean Decade. Please don't forget to take Mission Ocean. Now, today's first session theme for the Africa sessions is ocean literacy. With this in mind, I call the first speaker, and allow me to share my screen to introduce the first speaker. Okay, I hope you see my screen now.
All right. Hello, everybody. I'm still here at the World Trade Center, and I'm joined by Mr. David Akana, and he's the Director of Program Monga Bay Africa.
Absolutely.
So, David, please tell us what you have been engaged in so far at the UN Ocean Decade.
Well, communication, basically, right? So communication in the sense that, yes, the challenge is oceans, and how do you create a new kind of relationship between human beings and oceans, right? But also is the fact that you need to communicate better, meaning that you need to find newer ways of engaging audiences to the messaging around oceans. And so that's what we've been doing in the last 2 days. So basically trying to map out and understanding what the audience is. Are they young people, women, indigenous communities, local communities, politicians, scientists? Who are they? You need to know the audience, right? And the next thing is, what is the message that you need to take to them? And who are the messengers, right? So do you use social media, Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, X or whatever, TikTok or whatever? Do you use, official media, which is newspapers, TV or whatever? Do you use online or digital media? And also, how do you train more people, next generation of, ocean communicators to be able to do the work better? Because this is science as well, and that's not easy to communicate. So how do you train them? How do you upskill them to be able to do the work better? But also, most importantly, how do you scale up? Because the problem is huge, so it needs more communication. So that's what we've been doing in the last 2 days. But for me as Mongo Bay, remember, it's a media organization, so we come to this with a very neutral perspective, with a removed perspective, meaning that we are not advocating for anything. We are rather saying a lot more ocean reporting would help raise more awareness and help make better decisions, because once the decision makers are aware of what is happening in the ocean space, that allows them to be able to make better decisions. And so what I've been trying to share here as well is a lot of the work that we do in Mongo Bay, whether it's in Africa or globally, that is a global platform. So we have an ocean desk, which is basically focuses on ocean stories, but we also have a desk that focuses on indigenous people and local communities, because these people are so important for, or as far as oceans are concerned, around the coastal communities, these people are so critical. So what we've been saying here is that we need to use that local knowledge more in terms of, bringing in new voices in our reporting. So that's a lot of what we've been doing in the last 48 hours.
Wow, wonderful. That sounds like a really impactful 48 hours.
Right.
So also as a snapshot, what would be your take-home message for early career ocean professionals, and maybe an insight into what are some of the skills that they could develop and make sure that they grow into to be able to contribute to forums and discussions that help affect decision making and also policy making?
Yeah, no, I absolutely think that the early career professionals are the future. They are the ones who have, and the good thing, of course, is that most of them are progressive. So they believe a lot in, sustainability causes. It's not the oceans, it's climate, it's biodiversity, it's pollution. They want a better planet for themselves. So that's already a good thing. The good thing, of course, is that for media, it's to continue to make sure that we are targeting these individuals with the right information so that they get equipped with the right information to be able to, if they want to get into advocacy or lobbying, they can get there with the right information and the right evidence. So I think it's important to prioritize the early career professionals, because down the road, they're even going to be shaping how businesses conduct themselves, because some early career professionals and young people, when they're making their buying decisions, they care about what company they're buying from, because they know that this company is involved in anything illegal, they don't buy from them. I know those who have told us that when they go out to buy, they worry whether the company has been involved in any illegal, for those who use companies like IKEA, for instance, that use, logs or logging or timber to be able to do their business. If we write about a company like that and say they were involved in that kind of thing, young people don't buy from them. So I think it's important to really target the young people, because a better future is absolutely your future or the future of the younger people. And so you have more stake than we have. Well, maybe not me, of course, but I'm saying older people, right? Because as a matter of fact, the future, whether it's as we have it now, or if it changes, that's also how it's going to disrupt your lives moving forward, right? So you have more stakes, or younger people have more stakes, and I think it's important to empower them. From a journalistic perspective, what we've been doing as an organization is also teaching young people to prepare the next generation of media practitioners who can come in and continue to write about these issues for future generations as well.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you, too.
Yeah, wonderful. And over to you guys back at the live stream.
Thank you, Blessing. You can continue.
Thank you, Abby. I think we had slightly overlooked the need for the interaction with the modules on site in Barcelona. Now, allow me to share our first speaker for today, who is none other than Kemin Williamson. I think I'm having some challenge with the sharing. Let me start again.
Perhaps allow him to
Blessing,
share
if you're
his
having
own
a
screen.
challenge, I can just start up from here.
Allow him to share his own screen.
Yes, can you please share your screen? It's a little bit protected somehow.
Yes, I'm sharing my screen right now. Can you see it?
Yes. Please proceed.
Hello, Blessing?
Yes, please proceed. You have the
Oh, okay,
floor.
proceed. All right. Thank you very much. Good day, everyone. Good day, Blessing and Alela, for the privilege, and to all the early career ocean professionals for this opportunity to be sharing what we do. It's a brief introduction. I'm Lieutenant Ekemini Williamson. For my educational background, I hold a BSc in Applied Geophysics and a Master's in Petroleum Engineering, but I'm currently a geographic surveyor with a Cat B hydrographic surveying certification from the Korea Hydrographic and Oceanographic Agency in Busan. Presently, I work with the Nigerian Navy and I've been with them since 2018. As a geographic surveyor, I'm also the staff officer 3 in charge of survey and tides. So my work involved the initiation, planning, conduct, assessment of hydrographic and oceanographic surveys at the Nigerian Navy Hydrographic Office. I also double as a desk officer for the Nippon Foundation GEPCO Seabed 2030 project, where I'm responsible for communication, coordination, data gathering, assessment, and submission to support the Seabed 2030 project. So being an instructor, and outside work, I volunteer my free time with different organizations. Today I'm talking about my volunteer activity with Keep the Ocean Clean initiative, which works in the field of ocean literacy. That Keep the Ocean Initiative is a non-governmental organization established by a group of ocean professionals and ocean enthusiasts to promote ocean literacy, ocean cleanup, and conservation in Nigeria. It was established out of the need to address the huge gap in ocean literacy in Nigeria, because through interactions, we found out that communities, especially coastal communities, riverine communities, even maritime stakeholders, and even policymakers have little knowledge about the oceans. And that affects how they are able to plan and how they're able to protect ocean. We currently operate in 2 cities in Nigeria, in Lagos and Port Harcourt, but we plan to expand to all the 8 coastal states in Nigeria. Our work involves outreaches to schools, coastal communities, and to educate them on ocean literacy, on their roles to protect the ocean, to avoid marine pollution. We also engage companies so they can adopt methods that reduce or eliminate pollutants in the operations. And then also we engage policymakers, especially those in governments, with the right data from ocean science, so they can introduce, enact programs and laws to protect our ocean. And also we support capacity building and research in ocean sciences, and we try as much as possible to connect ocean science with the society. Yes, the aim of the Ocean Decade is the science we need for the ocean we want, but the science cannot work if it's not connected to the society who can actually bring that change, who can actually work towards protecting and conserving our oceans. Our work centers around the first challenge, one of the UN Ocean Decade, which is to understand and beat marine pollution. According to the Second World Ocean Assessment, which was released last year, our ocean is in a very debilitated and critical state, and time is running out for us to actually reverse the trend to save the ocean. There are millions of tons of plastic in the ocean, and there's a chilling statistic that by, I think, 2050, there's going to be more plastic in the ocean than actually fish in the ocean. This is a very damning statistic that should jolt us up and motivate us, spur us into action. Marine pollution threatens the safety and health of our oceans, and this affects both marine life and also humans who depend on our oceans. In Nigeria, our main source of pollution, plastic, obviously, and also being an oil producing country, we have issues with crude oil spillage, which happens regularly from operations, and then untreated sewage and pollutants from industries. There's did continue because of the low level of literacy, of ocean literacy, and not much can be done if people don't know about the ocean, the challenges it faces, the dangers, and also the need to change our behavior in order to clean and protect the ocean. From interactions, it shows that poor basic knowledge, and that is why we have come in to address that gap, to let people know, to increase awareness about the oceans, on the need to conserve and protect our oceans, and also ocean species. So ocean literacy is a necessary step towards understanding and beating marine pollution. Yes, cleanup and conservation, but if people don't know, if there's no ocean literacy, it will be difficult to achieve the other areas. And say a known ocean can be cleaned, protected, sustainably exploited, and conserved. Our activities right now in ocean literacy centered about holding outreaches to schools. For now, we've engaged with 2 schools to hold outreaches: Sacred Heart College in Apapa and also Apapa High School. These are schools close to us, and they've given us a positive response. And on the 29th of April, we'll be holding outreach in Sacred Heart College. And our aim of what we to do in these schools is to introduce like an ocean science club, so that after the outreach, the students can continue to interact with themselves, hold discussions, do their maybe like basic research, and also come up with innovative young solutions to ocean marine pollution crisis, and also grow up to become ocean scientists themselves and ocean advocates. And then we also outreaches to coastal and riverine communities, one of which is Liverpool Waterside. It's a riverine community on the bank of the Badagry Creek. And at the waterside, we have fishing boats, transport boats that use engines. And apart from plastic, one unsafe practice that is common is that the oil and fuel from their engines, they usually dump it straight into the water. The waste fuel, they just pour it into the water, which flows all the way to the ocean, causing more pollution. So we've been able to interact with them and then get them to understand the danger of what they're doing, to sit and look for better and safer practices to protect the ocean, which involve giving like better waste disposal management facilities, which we'll talk on that later. And then that step of our outreaches is reaching out to policy makers. We've sent out letters to in Lagos State, the Lagos State Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Environment, and the Ministry of Waterfronts and Infrastructural Development, because there's a lot of oceanfront infrastructure going on, roads, some tourist areas, and also some industries on the waterfront. And if not, these industries generate lots of waste. So we have to let them know if they can enact some certain codes to prevent pollution. And also the Ministry of Information, so they can give greater outreach, greater awareness to the populace, educating the people, give more orientation to the citizens of Lagos for ocean literacy. We intend to replicate the same with the river states. We are trying to engage the Ministry of Education and other ministries as well. And after this, we intend to reach out to the 6 other coastal states in Nigeria. For companies, yes, we intend to reach out to companies, but that's our plan for the 3rd quarter of 2024. We intend to focus more on the schools and coastal communities and policymakers for now, before moving on to the companies. So, because there are a lot of the oil companies, factories, industries, and whatever waste they produce, many of them, you just dump them to the ocean. So we can engage them to adopt better practices that can reduce the waste that they discharge into the oceans. I think it will be better to enable us curb marine pollution in Nigeria. Part of our future plans will enable us make a difference and actually change Nigerians' behavior. to stop marine pollution. We plan to expand the outreaches to more schools and communities. Yes, focusing more on students, encouraging them to become ocean scientists, ocean advocates themselves in their own little way. Also establishment of ocean literacy clubs. And then part of our work, we identify and map areas of marine pollution, trace their sources, and engage the source. If it's a company, if it's a community, or wherever the source is, engage them to reduce and eliminate the pollutants. And then one thing from our discovered that some of these communities lack modern waste disposal facilities, especially those at the riverine and coastal communities. So through support, we intend to provide safe modern waste disposal facilities to enable them prevent dumping their waste in the sea. And then while doing that, we also intend to partner with people to conduct cleanup exercise from the beach and other places, and also leverage on media, both traditional radio, TV, print media, as well as social media to increase awareness. And then collaboration is key. We can't do it all alone. We need everyone to be involved. So we intend to collaborate with other organizations to promote ocean literacy. And then we support research and capacity building in ocean science. Right now, we are in talks with Professor Kana Rajan, and who is going to organize a research and capacity building training with the University of Lagos sometime in August. So we're trying to see how we can get more people involved in that so that we can build capacity in ocean science in Nigeria. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ikemini, for the amazing work you're doing on enhancing ocean literacy, the outreach programs you're doing, and also we wish you the best in your future plans. Kindly stay on in case we have any questions from our audience. Even our host can also have questions, so please stay on, do not leave. So I allow Blessing to introduce the next speaker. Blessing, over to you.
Thank you, Abby. Without wasting time, our next speaker is none other than Kevin Oyugi. He's located in Mombasa, Kenya. Kevin is an advocate of ocean literacy and a field educator. I will allow Kevin Oyugi to share his screen and present and give his presentation. Kelvin, the floor is yours.
That's Blessing and Abi Alela for this opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm so honored to be in this space full of amazing people. Thank you for having me. So let me share my screen. Is it visible?
Not yet.
I believe you can see it now.
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
thank
please
you
proceed.
So I come before you today with great pride and sense of accomplishment as I report on the outcome of our UN Ocean Decade endorsed action called Trash Talk in Action. So Trash Talk in Action is an initiative which is a joint effort born from a transboundary collaboration between I, Kelvin Oyugi from Kenya, and Dr. Martina from Italy. Being an IT expert, musician, and ocean enthusiast, and Martina having expertise in scuba diving, marine biology, and marine education, it's evident that our initiative was conceived from a completely different cultural and educational background. So the ocean in this case was not an obstacle, but a linking tool to us. As we all know, to Kenya, the ocean is very important. The 100-kilometer coastline means everything to our climate, economy, and livelihood. I hope I'm clear.
Yes, you are.
Thank you. So over the past 11 months, we embarked on a journey to empower a local community from Mombasa County to address challenges around UN Ocean Decade Challenges 1, 2, 9, and 10. All the activities we did were conceived respecting the cultural needs and expectation of the engaged people. So today I'm honored to share with you the progress that we have made so far and the impact that we have achieved in our community. So first and foremost, we initiated a Young Ocean Club in a local community-based organization called Ngarisha Youth Center, which is in Maweni slums of Mombasa County. So basically what happens at Ngarisha Youth Center, it's a reach out center whereby the community from the slums come and they get equipped with youth skills, etiquette, and just some basic life skills which they can use to earn a living. So I'm a regular volunteer at Ngarisha Youth Center, having volunteered there for about 9 years. So when I met Martina and we discussed about my enthusiasm for the ocean, we decided to introduce an ocean literacy club in the center so that just apart from teaching the kids normal school etiquette and prayers and the Bible, we can also teach them something about the ocean because these kids are really neighboring the ocean. The slum is actually neighboring the ocean. They go there every day, play there. Their parents are fishermen. And we thought that apart from the cultural knowledge they have about the ocean, we can introduce some scientific knowledge, which I disseminate using music and games to help them understand better. So the Ocean Club comprises of kids aged 19 to 15 years, and up to 100 kids were engaged in our 11 weekly ocean-related educational and playing session. The main aim of making the ocean literate, the main aim of making them ocean literate so that they can become future ocean warriors who can make informed decisions concerning the ocean. Apart from the Ocean Literacy Club, we have also undertaken ambition actions to clean up polluted coastlines in Kenya, of course, with the kids. And we have also involved ourselves in restoring of marine habitat, such as mangroves, and support of the growth of marine biodiversity. We managed to do this by engaging local communities, local primary schools, and other stakeholders, including ocean-related nonprofits. Through our actions, we have been able to restore the health and vitality of mangroves at Dogokundu area, which was earlier affected by infrastructure development. For those who are aware of the new road which is being constructed from Mombasa to Diani instead of passing through Likoni. So there were some mangroves which were hugely affected by the development. And throughout our 11 months of endorsements, we really focused on restoring the mangroves there. And as per now, up to now, we can see it's getting good, and we are also having other organizations coming to join us. So it was a good spotlight we did, and other community members and other organizations are focusing on the same area to restore the mangroves. So we also, being a musician, I did a musical playlist which is focused on conveying ocean science artistically in a way which is better understandable by my community. I want to show you, maybe I can share my screen. So this is the artwork. This is the artwork of the compilation. It is called Trash Talk, and it's a 5-song compilation. The first song is called Plastic Litter Picket. The other one is called Kobekasa Lidedi, Nanyana Pollute, Habari ya Bahari, and Liwe Freshi. All this compilation we did with the main aim of just conveying ocean science in a way which the community can understand. We partnered with ECOP Kenya. We have partnered with Dr. Martina, Jukwa Arts, and Kemfree, and also Conservation Education Society of Kenya. They are the scientists involved in giving me this information, which I artistically conveyed in this album. So the album will be live online on 21st this month, and we'll be having an interactive listening session on 20th in Mombasa. So ECOPs in Kenya will be invited, and hopefully you'll get to learn more about the album. With your permission, I can share with you one song we did on YouTube. Maybe I can play the song.
Kelvin, I'm sorry, with the interest of time, we can't have the video played, but kindly share it in the link so that we can follow it. Is that okay?
That is very much
the chat box. You just share the link with us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So to take you quickly through our other achievements that we managed to do. So apart from making music from waste plastic, we also got invited at the European Parliament. Yeah. We reached the high levels of the EU institution, entering the EU Parliament amongst the main signatory of the EU Mission Restore Charter. This was able to be done by Martina. We also joined the European Ocean Days 2024 in Brussels, and we managed to speak at the EMODNET conference in 2023, also in Brussels. We have also reached to hundreds of Italian students within some EU Blue School project led by Martina in Italy. That is the Green Blue Literacy School and the Le Lezioni del Maredi. So all these things you have been learning and sharing with kids in Kenya, we have also been able to share with the kids in Italy. So in conclusion, we still have a lot of work to do in terms of ocean literacy in Kenya, and it is very hard to bring it in public schools. As we know, there's a lot of constraints with the government and stuff. But I think if we focus on the informal way, we introduce ocean literacy in informal gatherings, like I've managed to do with Ngari Shahid Center, I think that will take us some step ahead while we wait for the government and maybe the rest of the stakeholders to join us in the movement. So being part of the ocean literacy lead team in Africa, and I'm also involved in the development of the curriculum. I have this opportunity to really contribute and say what I have encountered in ground and really express what is important in the curriculum. So thank you for having me. And before I leave, I'll just share quickly.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll share quickly in the chat.
Thank you very much, Kelvin, for your very, very insightful presentation on trash. Remember, it's not just trash talk, but then it's trash talk in action, which is very inspiring. In the interest of time, I'll proceed to introduce the next speaker, who is Augustine Brown from Nigeria. He is currently Assistant Director at the Nigerian Institute of Transport Technology in Kaduna State in Nigeria. He is a Master's of Science in Maritime Affairs from the World Maritime University, and he is a visiting lecturer at the Federal University of Transportation in Katsina State in Nigeria. Also in his office, he is the coordinator of the Ocean Literacy Program. Augustine, I'm going to stop sharing my slide and allow you to share your presentation. In the interest of time, we have under 10 minutes to do your presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Good day, everyone. And I think you can as well see my slide.
Perfectly. Please proceed.
All right, all right. The title of, I want to thank everyone here. And I want to thank the organizers of this program for inviting me to make my presentation. And as you can see, the title is on ocean conservation and stewardship in Nigeria. So I go straight. In Nigeria, where the growing productivity of plastic debris is uncontrolled, and especially in the northern part of Nigeria. You know, when we talk about plastic pollution in our riverine areas, we think that most of the activities are from the coastal states or from the coastal communities. But most times, the land-based activities that happen up there is even more than what happens within the coastal states. So I think what we should do is to see how we can, have to educate the people in the northern region here, because they generate a lot of plastics and a lot of sachets. So our program is really focused here to see how we can, tackle this problem. So as you can see, you see a lot of, garbages and the plastics in our waters. And this is as a result of the high volume of plastic waste that are generated here. So our efforts focuses on reducing pollution from land-based sources, and see how we can improve management systems, implementing effective mechanism, and raising awareness of the impact of marine litter. Like I said, most people here they've not even seen a river, or they have not even seen the Atlantic oceans of Lagos, or talk less of River Niger. But here they are really generating a lot of waste that passes through the channels and they have a river, Kaduna here, that links Lokoja, and from there it gets to our waters down there in the south. So our ocean conservation and stewardship in Nigeria is crucial for the sustainable management of our country's marine resources and preservation of the biodiversity and for overall coastal communities. So this project is to reduce marine litters in the coastal communities of Nigeria, and it's designed to implement a sustained public awareness and outreach campaign that will introduce behavioral change attitude towards management of land-based waste that ends up in our seas around these communities as marine waste, and which has been devastating effects on our marine life and the coastal resources. So this project aims to promote environmental stewardship and good practices through widespread sensitization and education and on-the-ground action. So this campaign is carried out within the coastal communities. Several cleanup activities have been taken to restore the ocean bed and remove trashes, waste from habitats where there are injured young and juvenile fishes and birds and other aquatic life. And this is some of the projects. We've been able to go to Lokoja to, do some work there to tell the people there the effect of marine litters to our waters. So these coastal communities, and that is a major challenge, they rarely participate in cleanup activities and other projects that attempt to, curtail marine litters, addressing waste management and other problems and source. So the key to sustaining any forward progress made in marine litters management is the development and sustained public education and awareness campaigns, which aim to change the mindset and behaviors of the people. So this project is an action plan to tackle the challenge of marine litters and plastics to ensure cleaner seas, oceans for healthy living, conservation, and marine ecosystem. So these are some of the, because we went from schools to schools in this northern region here to give them ocean literacy, tell them how the activities here affects what happens there in the south, because they don't have, the waters here, but the channels here and the drainage all goes down to the river. So we believe that raising awareness about the environmental consequences of plastic waste is vital in fostering behavioral change among the populace. We believe in public education campaign, targeting schools, communities, businesses that can promote reasonable, responsible waste disposal practices, encourage recycling, and advocate the use of eco-friendly alternatives to plastics, engaging youths and grassroots organizations in environmental conservation initiatives. and can mobilize communities to take collective actions against plastic pollution. We're also advocating for effective legislation banning single plastic use and promoting sustainable alternatives as a crucial way of curbing plastic pollution. So plastic pollution, like I said, poses a grave threat to Nigerian marine environment, economy, and public health. However, concerted efforts at the governmental, societal, and individual level can mitigate the dangers of plastic pollution and pave the way for a cleaner and healthier ocean. So by implementing legislative measures, raising public awarenesses, investing in waste management infrastructure, fostering innovation, Nigeria can overcome the challenges posed by plastic pollution in its marine ecosystem and emerge as a beacon of environmental stewardship in the global fight against pollution. So thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Augustine, so much for your amazing work you're doing on ocean literacy. And I'd like to thank our first three speakers for the work you're on doing on enhancing ocean literacy. So at this moment, just a minute. Okay, at this moment, I want you all, the presenters, to stay on. We have a couple of questions for you. So let me check if there are questions in the chat box. There are none, but we have a number of prepared questions for you. So allow me to just ask the first speaker his first question. So Ekemini, I hope you're still with us. So my question to you is, how can citizen science initiatives play a role in both ocean observation and cleanup efforts? And what are some successful examples that you know? Ekemini, over to you. Okay, let me ask the question again. How can citizen science initiatives play a role in both ocean observation and cleanup efforts? And what are some successful examples that you know?
Oh, yes, citizen science has a very important role to play. If the citizens are very knowledgeable about the ocean, ocean literate, it is easy for them to, one, act as ocean protectors, and also act as ocean educators, also passing on the knowledge. So it's sometimes even better when you have a person-to-person conversation than when you're having like more coming from an organization or for a group. So citizen science has that kind of both informal and like interpersonal link and communication that's a more formal process lacks. So yes, citizen science is very, very important. It's part of what we're able to do that. Yes, apart from giving out these outreaches, it's also to empower them. By the time they become literate, they go on and become change agents themselves, practicing this citizen science. Also they also have that, build that capacity to conduct like some basic experiments, some basic research on their own, basic ocean monitoring. It could be just monitoring plastic deposition, it could be monitoring the water flow, it could be monitoring pollution, it could be monitoring just tides. But in whatever way that they are empowered, being ocean literate will enable citizens to actually do more and also accelerate the progress we'll have in actually cleaning up our oceans.
Okay, thank you so much. So I move on to the next presenter, that is Kelvin. You have some amazing work you're doing, and I just want to know, how did the merger of the different fields? You're an IT expert and a musician, and here comes a merger with you as an IT expert and a musician into the field of ocean science. So how can you advise somebody who also wants to get into the same field of ocean science? What advice would you have for them? And also there's something you mentioned, and I'd like to congratulate you on this. You say the trash stock in action is an endorsed decade action. So I'd like to congratulate you on that. And also, would you also walk us through for just a few seconds on how you'd also encourage the ECOPs to also get their activities, their projects also to be endorsed decade programs? Thank you. So those are my two questions for you.
Okay, thank you, Alela. So first of all, I think to answer your first question, I managed to balance the different fields because I did IT in school. I'm a Bachelor of Science in IT, and on the side, I'm an ocean enthusiast. I just love the ocean. I just being around the ocean, yeah. So even before starting this work, I've been doing cleanups and stuff. So I think it's all come back to really what you love doing. So initially I was doing music on other topics, just the way you could expect used to do. You are a Kenyan, you know the type of music we make. And now when my parents were not really comfortable hearing the content, and I was like, why can't I just merge my love for ocean with music? So instead of the lyrics I used to sing about normal things I see on TV, I say, okay, let me now make music regarding the ocean so that I can speak about something I really care about and something which is true to me. So I think it's all, everything just comes to marry each other depending on the love you have for them. Then
Okay.
yeah, about ECOPs, I'd like to encourage ECOPs to do partnerships, because my partnership with Martina, sincerely speaking, did contribute a lot to my initiative being endorsed, because we explained the transboundary effect of it. Like we're trying to bring the similarities and differences between Med Sea and Indian Ocean. And I think the Decade people like the idea. So yeah, the transboundary perspective of it and the bottom-up approach, I think is what really made my initiative to be endorsed. And of course, the art in it and all these other things you're trying to do. So let us try to be as
Thank you very much, Kelvin. In the interest of time,
There's
Abby, can
one
you move
question
to the
for
next speaker?
Augustine, sorry. There's one question for Augustine. It
Yes, please
comes to,
proceed.
so what are the marine environmental protection laws in Nigeria? So Augustine, can you take us through just some brief laws that you're familiar with?
Yeah, like I said, we have with the Ministry of Environment, and as well we have with the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency. You know, all these all these ministries, they all have to do with the environment. But the biggest problem we have in Nigeria is weak regulatory framework. We have the laws, but no one to effect them. Like I told you now, here in the north, it is in fact discouraging. The life they live here, you'll be wondering if they live in a different world apart from Nigeria, but they are in Nigeria, you understand? So they don't even comply to any of these cleanup activities. They don't do that. So these are the challenges we have here. We have those laws there, but nobody is, doing anything to enforce them. So that is what we're trying to do here, so that their behaviors here can change towards, the way they dispose all these plastics and all these sachet water, all these water sachets, so that, the thing doesn't end up in our coastal communities, So there are a lot of,
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Augustine.
Right.
Please, we encourage Kelvin and Augustine to post your links to your information in the chat, that people could utilize that. Our next session is on ecosystem restoration, focusing on mangroves. We all know that mangroves are so important in terms of climate change adaptation and also livelihoods. So without wasting time, allow me to share with you my introduction of Pauline Mangi Nyambura, who is an early career ocean professional or also Kenyan Node coordinator. She is an intern with the Kenyan Marine Fisheries and Research Institute, Kemfrey. And Pauline will speak on fuel efficient cookstoves for carbon offset. Pauline, please, it's your time to share your slides, and you have under 10 minutes to present. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I hope you can see my screen.
Perfectly. Please put it in presentation mode.
Sorry about that.
Thank you. Yeah, you're good to go.
Okay, I'm Pauline Nyambura Mwangi. An intern at Kenya Marine and Fisheries Research Institute, and also the Early Career Ocean Professionals Kenya Node Coordinator. I'm presenting from Barcelona, and I'm presenting on fuel-efficient cocoa store for carbon offset. This is a project in Gazbe. We are trying to conserve mangroves in Gazbe, and this is whereby we are introducing the stoves. And the reason we have this project is that the Earth surface is now about 1.1 degrees warmer than it was in the late 18th century. And during the last decade, 2011 to 2020, it was the warmest in the record. And according to the Paris Agreement, limiting global temperature rise to normal. That was the agreement. And it is also projected that by the end of 21st century, the temperatures might rise to 3 degrees. And Paris Agreement emissions need to be reduced by 45% by 2030 and reach net zero by 2050 to keep warming below the agreement of 1.5 degrees Celsius. And we find that the climate action requires significant financial support from the industrialized countries to the developing countries. And this will support cutting emissions and also adapting to climate impact, and financing requires adjustment and to achieve the nationally determined contributions. And we nearly 25% of the world's population rely on forests, and 2.6 billion tons of carbon dioxide, that is a third, is absorbed by forests. And climate change estimates that 15% of energy used by humanity every year comes from the burning of firewood. So what should we do? Unlocking forest benefits, reducing emission from deforestation and forest degradation. And that's why now we have this project of, I'm trying to move to the next slide. Is the slide moving on your side, please?
Not
Yes,
yet.
Pauline, please proceed.
I'm trying to move to the next slide and it is not moving. Yeah, there. And why do we have the fuel efficient cook stoves? In Kenya, we found that according to the 2019 census, 55.2% of the population rely on firewood as the main source of energy. And to conserve our forests, we are now introducing the fuel-efficient cook stoves, which uses 50% less firewood as compared to the traditional 3 stones jikos. And the other benefits of this fuel-efficient cook stove is that there is fuel saving and more comfort when cooking, and there is less burns, less eye diseases, less respiratory diseases, and a very clean cooking area. It also saves money, whereby those people who buy firewood, when we have these jikos, they'll be able now to save some amount of money. Also, these jikos have reduced smoke as compared to the traditional 3 stones jikos. And also, we found that these jikos, they cook very fast, and the quality of the food cooked through these stoves it's really nice. And this project is also contributing to other SDGs, which includes the SDG 1, whereby 3.2 million, there is 3.2 premature death annually from exposure to indoor smoke pollution. And now with this energy efficient cook stoves, we are able now to reduce the number of deaths annually. And also it's contributing to climate action, that is whereby 25% of the global black carbon emissions. Now with these cook stoves, there is less emissions. and also contribute to life on land, whereby the forest is being conserved. And we found that women and children spend 1.3 hours gathering firewood. So when we have these fuel efficient cook stoves, we are able to conserve some of their time, as they require less food for their cooking activities. And this is SDG 3. And also the children will get more time to go to school. And also it is contribute to gender equality. And these projects also have other benefits to the community. I'm also having a challenge to move to the other slide. Okay. Yeah, there are other benefits, which includes the climate awareness. As we are establishing these efficient cook stoves, we're also creating awareness on climate change, how to adapt, and how to use our available resources sustainably, specifically the mangroves. And we have other empowerment activities to the women and also the youth, whereby we are involving the local youths to construct the efficient the cook stoves. And we have one challenge, because this was just like a pilot study. The demand is very high along the coastline where the people need these energy efficient cook stoves, but currently we are introducing or installing only 60 energy efficient cook stoves to 60 homes. And this is a challenge to us, because the demand is very high, but we can't be able to afford. And this project is being run by Kenya Marine and Fisheries Research Institute in collaboration with V.ECOP Pamoja, and it was funded by SOA. Yeah, so it's refused to go to the next slide, and that's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
So much, Pauline. That's amazing work you're doing to conserve our mangrove ecosystem using the fuel-efficient cook stoves. Please stay on. We might have a couple of questions for you, so do not leave. Blessing, please introduce the next speaker.
Thank you, Abby. Our next speaker is Mary Kisulu. She is also a research intern with the Kenyan Marine and Fisheries Research Institute, KEMFRI. Mary will speak on evaluating mangroves ecosystems and their core benefits. Mary, can you please share your screen from your end and give your talk?
I don't think this is Mary. Yes.
Thank you, Mary.
Thank you so much.
Put your presentation.
Sorry, the person presenting, please let Mary present first.
This is Kisilo Mary, that's my name.
Are you Mary?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, this is my part of my work being essential on the protection of mangrove core benefits. This is part of my research under my master's program. Yeah, and I'm doing the research on Lamutana seascape in Kenya. Yeah, basically, mangroves have the various benefits that provide from nature. One of the benefits is that mangroves, for example, if you go from global upwards, mangroves cover almost 147 kilometers squared, which is almost 14% of the coastline, and this almost equals to 0.4% of the total forest cover. However, in Kenya, we have approximately 61 acres of mangroves, and these ecosystems are vital since they contribute to sequestration of about 13.5 gigatons per year. Yes, they are most degraded ecosystems. As coastal ecosystems, these mangrove ecosystems sequestrate 14% of the carbon in the global oceans. when I go to my next slide now, when I talk of the mangrove core benefits, they are related to the mangrove services, whereby the various services that we get from the mangroves are the core benefits that us as humans, both social and economic, we get from the mangroves. From the slide, you can see that we have the provision services, and the provision services, you can see some guys getting some wood. You can still get fish from the mangroves. You can get other food, firewood and timber from the mangroves. Still, mangroves give us some supporting services such as ambient support, nutrient cycling, and biodiversity support. On the other side, we have the regulatory services such as carbon sequestration, which is the key to global climate mitigation. Then we have flood control and among other services. And the other one is on cultural services, where we have the various education support. We still have the various cultural services that are supported by the mangrove services, mangrove ecosystems. Then now, the key issue now is integrating the various mangrove benefits into the policy and how the various people consider mangroves as key. Now, mangrove ecosystems they have the social, economic, and ecological importance, whereby they are key in meeting the various sustainable development goals, as well as the national endowment contributions. For instance, around approximately over 120 million people globally are supported by mangroves to obtain their daily livelihoods. And the carbon sequestration mangroves are so good carbon sequesters in that they sequestrate about 3 to 4 times higher carbon compared to their terrestrial counterparts. And the combination between the various services, from provision services, cultural services, regulation services to the other services now, contribute to the various ecosystem services that bring in the social, economic, and ecological importance to the ecosystems. Now, the other slide brings about the evaluation aspects. Globally, mangroves are estimated to be around $100,000 per acre, that is per year. This is according to the ROT 2018. But in Kenya, an acre of mangrove ecosystem is estimated to be valued at approximately 9,000 acres. And these other services, for example, in education, which has approximately 20% of the global mangrove cover, contributes around $1.12 billion per year to the GDP of that country. Yet, this diagram brings the importance of how much the mangrove ecosystems are so important today to our daily lives. If you see the fisheries support, for example, mangroves bring about $23,613 per year. Under forest, you can get $30,000 per year. Under tourism and education, you can get about $7,000 per year. Carbon sequestration, you can get 967, and among other services. So every service that we get from the mangroves as a value that is attained with. So the various services, not only carbon sequestration as a value, but all the other services that we get from mangroves have economic value. And it's by getting this value correctly that we are able to know how important are these mangroves and how we can conserve these mangroves beyond carbon sequestration, which is in every man's language. Then what are the challenges? The challenges now that we have is that we have inadequate evaluation studies, which now brings about the undervaluation of the mangrove resources of the ecosystems. And these ones, it gives birth to less incorporation of the mangroves into the green GDP. Thus, we have the poor policy management and enforcement by the countries and various governments. And this now results to enforcement of threats and therefore ecosystem degradation of mangroves in our coastal areas. And that's my final slide. My contribution to scam-free, V.ECOP, and the TMC. Thank you so much for this opportunity to present today. Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you so much, Mr. Kisilu, for that amazing presentation. Please stay on. We might have a couple of questions for you that might need to be answered, so please stay on. I now allow Blessing to introduce the next speaker.
Thank you, Abby. The next speaker is Bosco
Blessing, you're muted. Blessing? Okay. So can you hear me? Can somebody just respond if you can hear me?
I can hear you. Maybe you can hear me.
Okay, let me continue. So Bosco is located in Mombasa County, Kenya. He is a conservationist and social entrepreneur. He's also the co-founder and executive director at V.ECOP Organization. Bosco will give his talk on volunteership, internship, and mentorship. That's a BEAM program. So Bosco, welcome. Please share your screen with us.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I'm happy to be here today. And as I'm trying to share my screen, I hope I'll be getting it right and very fast. I have a question to all of our audience. As we sit here right now, we're in the middle of our career journey. In terms of career development, that is where we are. So if you reflect back how you started the journey, you had your setbacks because it's always a step-by-step activity. But you have a story to say. If you are given an opportunity to talk about the journey, what will be the lessons learned? And that's a bit of what I'll be sharing or I'll be discussing. Let me just share my screen and we take it up from there. You can tell me if in case you see my screen.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm happy to be here and discuss about more of the mangrove have been mentioned, but most importantly, on we as a people and how we are working our career journey. Basically, we are in the middle of our career development in whichever level we are. Maybe you are an undergrad, you're an early career. Some of us are in a second PhD or probably just in a certain institution. It's all part of career development. But the decisions you make or you made in every step of that is what we call career management. And it's a very important service that most of our early career ocean professions need. I'll introduce to you V.ECOP Organization, as you have just heard. It's a conservation organization at the Kenyan coast, mostly working with local communities, the indigenous adjacent forest communities, who mostly are the custodians of the forest for generation, and see how they can be integrated with the changing dynamics through the environmental ecosystem, in this case, mangrove conservation. So as an organization, we have been working in three main pillars. Basically, conserving of marine, especially mangrove forest, working in waste management, and also working in empowering communities. In the photo that you see just before you, one has a picture of a lady holding a banner known as a doctor site. So that is an initiative that we use and we integrate technology to do restoration and monitoring of mangrove ecosystem. And also we have done 104 hectares of mangrove, which we are restoring or have been restored, but we are managing 400 hectares of Chula Creek. For those who don't know what Chula Creek is, it's a peri-urban mangrove forest at the Kenyan coast. And there is much of drivers of degradation that do happen. The second poster, the second lady having a yogurt forest, is a cleanup exercise that we conduct in the marine ecosystem, whereby we have been able to collect over 50 tons of plastic per year for the last 5 years. And yogurt forest is how we are integrating plastic into restoration work. I want to bring to you to volunteership and internship mentorship program. How have you been able to achieve the little that we have? It's through a moment of looking at yourself as you are starting your career journey as an early career professional. And being at that moment, you have just finished your high school or you're just making a decision on what masters to take. And you need someone to work with you and help you walk that journey. And volunteership and internship mentorship program has been able to support most of the organizations, including ours, by enhancing the young people to be problem solvers at that particular early age. It is three things. One, VIMP is a platform. So the platform is, as an organization, we have created mechanisms of young people in the learning institutions or in the communities to come and exercise the opportunities and discover what we call the job market and labor market skills. Two, It's an ecosystem. That meaning that as an organization, we have partnership with the learning institutions. We have a program with Kenyatta University and other learning institutions whereby we get interns to come into the institution. Another part is partnering with people from the industry, like you here, who are experts in the field, to interact with the young people at the platform, as mentioned. And the third is to include the community within that three ecosystems. So if we establish a young person within an ecosystem of academia, people from the industry, and the community, it is easy to discover job and labor market skills. And thirdly, it's a springboard, or we create linkages, and we have a much of the young people working in different institutions and creating change in our society. So what have we been doing, and how long did we start? It is 2015 when the initiative of looking at young person, especially the youth, and the skill gap and the skill set and lack of career guidance as an important part of our institutional development. And as of now, we have over 107 individuals, mostly in the marine science, oceanography, natural resource management, and any fields to be able to learn. Two, what we do basically is to help them to match between the employee characteristics and employee requirement. Basically, creating a match between the job, what you have as a personal skills and what the job or the employer wants, and trying to create the linkages in between. Two, it supports our institutions, even individuals, to increase their performance threshold. Because through the professionals that we do create in our programs, they are helping other institutions to get skilled young professionals in their work, and we have seen results in those institutions. I'll mention them ahead. Again, we are increasing the capacities on technology and methods application, because we are using a lot of remote sensing and even drones to try and see that we monitor our forest, apart from other monitoring mechanisms. Basically, I will want to talk about gender in this case, because in the aspect of the V.ECOP program, we are very keen on the gender issues and how gender plays itself in the scope. We have 55 female who have already participated and 49 male. And one interesting thing is where these people are at the moment. As an institution, we have been able to tap talents as much as we also create skill development within those programs. But we create 6 steps in terms of supporting young person to have more awareness of what they do. Basically, in the 6th step is life purpose, a young person to discover his purpose and be able to understand the career objective that he has, to see how to write a winning CV, how to prepare for job market, among other global skills that are very important for the early career professions. Again, we also do job coaching and mentorship through the ecosystem I mentioned, because the student will get to interact with players in the industry who we work with in different fields. And then also we give orientation and feedback. It's very important for an early career, because apart from the technical that we have had, there are some soft skills and soft transferable skills that is important to have to make you very effective in your job market. And then training in variety of areas that I've just mentioned. We create a multi-skilled person in communication, in terms of social skills, because the most important thing is how we integrate social science and marine science. So early career professional who understands how to do with social issues becomes more effective. So in the program, some of the items we have been able to get as an outcome, our Aga Khan Foundation, we have been able to train green champions, as we call them, and outsourced to them. They wanted to get their climate change programs, and they needed well-trained staff, and we helped source, train, and deliver. Again, we have been able to supply personnel to other institutions like Atlangs, which is a conservation organization here in Kenya, and of course, Aga Khan Foundation, as I just mentioned. Also, some of the participants, the alumni, have been able to start institutions, research institutions. Maybe I've heard of CERIOPS, research organization. They are proud alumni of our organization, 2 directors, and actually initiated within our hands. So we're very happy to see that some of the researchers we have been able to make such tremendous achievement. Others is integrating the different sectors into final results, marine science, social science, business administration, landscaping. So what we do is we are integrating all skills. It's not necessarily marine biologists and oceanographers that are going to be the frontline defenders in terms of climate change. You need also the accountant because of carbon accounting. You need the human resource because of what I'm talking about. So you realize all these other sectors are need to be integrated into the same, and that's one of the things we do in the ecosystem. Again, we help the young people to get knowledgeable skills, ability along the way, and make them very high quality participants in their job market. Also, we have to understand characters of young people and try to prepare them with the job market skills that are needed. And with that, I want to say thank you for listening, and you can get some of our contacts in the screen. Thank you.
Thank you, Bosco.
Thank you very much.
It's amazing.
Thank you very much.
Sorry.
Please proceed.
So it's good to hear about the work you're doing in the spirit of Ubuntu. Volunteerism is quite a good thing, and how you help the youth transition into the job market by training them. So I'd allow Blessing to introduce Chadwick Bironga, who's our next speaker, if he's with us.
Thank you very much, Abby. In the interest of time, I will allow Chadwick Bironga to proceed to share his screen. I also want to inform the other three presenters that we are going to have a single Q&A for all the 6 speakers, so stay with us. Thank you. Bosco, please, can you stop your presentation?
Hello?
Is that Chadwick?
Yes. Are you able to see my presentation?
No, we can hear you, but we can now we can. Please go ahead and present.
All right. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. My name is Bironga Chadwick. I am a research scientist at the Kenya Marine and Fisheries Research Institute, and I'll be presenting on a project that we undertook. Just a minute. Are you able to see my presentation?
Yes, please proceed to do your presentation. You have under 10 minutes.
All right, thank you. I'll be presenting on a project that is referred to as Project V.ECOP, in which we were doing an online platform for this Project V.ECOP. V.ECOP is a Swahili word for mangroves, and it's a restoration project that has been undergoing in Kenya for the last 10 years. The project was a collaboration between the French Agricultural Research Center for International Development, CIRAD, and the French National Research Institute for Sustainable Development, IRD. All right. What was the idea behind this project, which is an online platform? This innovative project aimed to utilize readily available technologies such as smartphones and apps such as Google Lens and Plant Lens to educate community members on how to identify specific mangrove tree species ideal for replanting in different areas. The project combines modern technology in terms of the smartphones and the applications with the wisdom of experienced community members. And such, we are able to create a powerful fusion of knowledge systems that is both ancestral and traditional knowledge systems and modern knowledge systems such as AI to ensure the select of the most appropriate mangrove tree species for replanting. But why did we come up with this project idea? If you look at this graph on our top right, we can see that in the last over 30 years, Kenya has been losing about 1% of its mangrove forest cover annually. And this is according to a study that was published last year by the Kenya Forestry Research Institute. The alarming decline is largely driven by anthropogenic activities, such as clearing of the mangroves for carpentry and use as firewood. But we realize that mangroves still play a crucial role in terms of ensuring that we have healthy oceans. They provide vital nursery grounds for fish and filtering of pollutants, and they act as natural barriers against rising sea levels. Consequently, the importance of mangroves cannot be understated, and thus we need to restore the ones that we are losing, as we've seen that we're losing about 1% annually. So the challenge stems from the fact that we need to identify the right species for replanting, since we've realized that if you plant the species that is not right for a given area, the rate of regeneration falls below the rate of destruction. And that is why consequently we have a decrease in the mangrove forest cover. In terms of contribution to the Ocean Decade Challenge, we are trying to address the first challenge, which is on a healthy and resilient ocean. The third challenge, which is on the use of innovation to create a sustainable ocean. And the sixth challenge, which is on using science and knowledge to equip communities with valuable knowledge to identify and manage their local ecosystems. Kenya's mangroves for a vital, healthy ocean ecosystem Kenya's mangroves play a vital role in a healthy ocean, despite them facing an alarming decline. So this project is seeking to tackle this challenge by going beyond just training the communities. We want the communities to actively participate in the restoration process. We want the community members to become stewards of this project. And we want to foster a sense of ownership where the community feels that, well, we have been trained on how to identify these trees, but these trees are trees that we've grown seeing from when we were young. These are trees whose knowledge has been passed to us from generation to generation, and thus they are part of our ecosystem, and we need to keep them so that we have a healthy ocean ecosystem. So this project, which is the online platform, I say that seeks to use available applications such as Google Lens, such as Plant Lens. And by doing that, we will address challenge number one by creating sustainable solutions for replacing the mangrove forest that we're losing. We address challenge number three. We also equip the communities with scientific knowledge to be fused with traditional knowledge, so that at the end of the day, the community does not feel that restoration is an activity that can only be undertaken by scientists, but that it is an effort that is to be done by everybody who is a beneficiary of the ocean. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We will move ahead and have our next speaker, who is Elias David from Tanzania. Elias is going to do his presentation on generation restoration in Tanzania. Elias, if you are with us, can you please share your screen and give your presentation in under 10 minutes?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you're audible enough.
Perfect. Thank you very much for the opportunity. So my name is Ilas David, and wait, I just want to make it a full screen. Okay. So my name is Ilas David, and I'm here to present the work of Tanzanian ECOPs, or early career scientists and ocean leaders in Tanzania, whom we generally call ourselves as Generation Restoration from Tanzania. So, hi, my name is Ilas David. I'm a marine scientist by profession and a certified scuba diver. I'm currently employed by the government as a marine conservation warden at Mafia Island MPA, which is under the Ministry of Fisheries and Livestock Keeping, and the Marine Parks and Reserve Unit, Tanzania. I'm also the ocean leader and hub leader and founder of a youth-led organization, which is Sustainable Ocean Alliance Tanzania, and it's also part of a global international NGO known as Sustainable Ocean Alliance. I'm also the current country coordinator of the Western Indian Ocean Early Career Scientist Network under WIOMSA, and my passion is to empower young people in low coastal communities in ocean conservation, creating generation restoration. So in Tanzania, more than 3 million people depends on the ocean for our livelihood and food. But the ocean has recently been seen to facing different challenges, including ocean acidification, pollutions, and distractions, which led to this deceleration of ocean yield. So the fishermen no longer get their desired yield when they are going for fishing. So the ocean ecosystem health is not in a good condition as we want it to be. So in Tanzania, through SOE Tanzania, what we normally do, we have several solutions. One is to educate capacity building among early career ocean profession, the young ocean leaders, the youth. We train them, giving them capacity building in several areas, how they can develop their projects, how they can implement their projects, and then we expose them to different expertise and mentorship that we have in our mentorship networks. And then we conduct several projects with them, including restoration. Most of them are restoration projects. We have seagrass restoration projects, which mainly targets to adapt seagrass meadows in Tanzania for monitoring and restoration, and also raising awareness about the importance of seagrass ecosystem, because this is one of the ecosystem which is not normally spoken about. And also we have mangrove ecosystem, mangrove restoration project, where young people and local coastal communities work together in restoring mangrove ecosystem, monitoring and conserving them. We also do ocean literacy and ocean cleanups to fight against plastic pollutions. So this is our impact since we started in the middle of 2020. Until today, we managed to mobilize over 246 young people who are currently part of the movement, and they are our young ocean leaders who are actively engaged in our projects and activities. We planted 18,500 mangrove trees. We have already adapted 100 square kilometers of seagrass meadow for restoration, monitoring, and conservation. We empower low coastal communities and young people in blue economic practices like seaweed farming. We have collected over 10,000 kilograms of wastes and reached 20 low coastal communities. By low coastal communities, we normally form like a community which we are working with them hand in hand. So our contribution to the UN Ocean Decade Challenges is on the UN Ocean Decade Challenge 2, which targets on ecosystem healthy restoration, because we adapt ocean ecosystems like mangrove, seagrass, and conserve them in our lifetime, monitoring and restoring them, and also empowering the local coastal communities in sustainable utilization of ocean natural resources. So I welcome you in joining the movement. In any part of the world that you are, you can join any ECOP movement around you, and you can also even join SOA, which is a global movement. It can also be in any part of the world, and you can just do any action, big or small. Every action matters. Anything that you're doing for our planet, for our ocean, everything counts, because every small action that we are taking counts to a bigger action. And remember that in any part of the world, if you are working, you are not alone. We are all together making difference in different parts of the world. So thank you very much. And here are our contacts you can reach out to. Thanks.
Thank you, Alias. So we're grateful for the work you're doing with the ECOPs Tanzania now. That's amazing work. So Blessing, please introduce the next speaker, Luca Vincent. He's here with us.
Thank you very much, Abby, and thanks to Elias for the wonderful presentation. Without wasting time, I'll ask Luca to give his presentation. We have slightly run out of time. We ask Luca to do his presentation on time. Luca, please share your screen and please give your talk. Thank you.
Hello. Okay, let me share my screen. I record. I'm sorry, do you mind helping me real quick? There's a lot of buttons on the bottom. Usually it's like 2 or 3.
Okay, let me
Oh,
try
I got it.
to.
I got it.
You got it?
Yeah.
Perfect.
All right. Well, hello, everybody. My name is Luca. I'm from Vienna, Austria, where I got my ecology undergrad. And since then, I've been trying out different ways to expand ocean conservation, one of them being the project which I'm about to tell you about today. So in collaboration with the Uruguayan NGOs Mar Azul, Urumepa, as well as Darn 200 and the tall ship Oosterschelde, we conducted an ROV mission off the coast of Uruguay, through which we were able to contribute towards the development of a marine protected area. So as you probably all
Luca,
know,
could you, sorry for interrupting, could you please, I don't think your slides are visible.
Oh, they are not?
They're
I'm so sorry. Okay.
They're visible. Sorry, they're visible.
They're visible. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. Everybody can see the slides. Good. Yeah, so as you probably all know, one of the targets of the Ocean Decade is the 30 by 30 target, which is to protect 30% of the oceans by 2030. And of course, a lot of this work depends on legislations and international agreements. But then there's another aspect, which is how do we even choose which areas to protect? You know, we can't just randomly select parts of the ocean we want to protect. It's got to make sense, right? So this is where this project comes into play. So this project was based in Uruguay. There we go. This project was based in Uruguay, and currently less than 1% of Uruguayan waters are protected, which if you compare that with the goal of 30% is not really much. But they have set the short-term goal of protecting 10% of the seas and the long-term goal of protecting 30% by 2030. And as I mentioned earlier, which areas do we protect? So Uruguay has selected a few potential marine protected areas, and one of them being Restinga del Pez Limon. So this area, also called Area of the Lemonfish in English, is an underwater sea ridge located 100 kilometers off the coast of Uruguay. And it's called Area of the Lemonfish because of the high amounts of lemonfish caught there. But that's pretty much all that anybody knows about this area up until this point, is that there's a lot of fish there right above the sea ridge and the water column. But no one had actually took the time or resources to look what's underneath the surface. Additionally, there's a lot of troll fishing being conducted in the area, which is a highly destructive fishing method where pretty much the entire benthic habitat gets bulldozed. And if you don't even know what's down there, it kind of raises some concerns, as you can imagine. And all the scientific effort is really needed for accumulating the evidence that will support this integration into the Uruguayan Marine Protected Area system. And another thing to add is that Uruguay currently doesn't have a fully functional marine research vessel themselves. So it's difficult for them to survey the Restinga del Pez Limon, which is located 100 kilometers off the coast in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. You can't just drive out there with your car. And this is where we come into play. So with the tall ship Oosterschelde, they were sailing from Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, down to Punta del Este, Uruguay, which created the opportunity to sail past this sea ridge to potentially survey it with an ROV. And that's what we were able to do. And this expedition was pretty unique since I'm not really aware of any ROV expeditions that have been conducted off a tall ship before. The same one that, or a similar one to what Charles Darwin or Shackleton sailed on. And we only had a 5-hour time window. and half of that time was spent locating the seamount. And we located the sea ridge using an echo sounder, which tells you the distance to the seafloor, as seen on the bottom right, where that's the graph. And that the picture on the bottom right shows the moment we passed over the sea ridge. So you can see it's that yellow line is quite flat the entire time, which is we were just sailing over the seafloor, and then suddenly it shoots up to about 25 meters depth. And that's that sea cliff. So it's really, at about 35 meters, and then suddenly it shoots up to 25. And the moment we saw that, we knew we were on top of the sea ridge. And we didn't waste any time at that point. We threw the RV into the water, and we did encounter quite a few hurdles. So one thing that made it hard to navigate the RV on a tall ship is that the compass couldn't be calibrated because of the steel hull, and steel affects the compass. So it was pretty much driving blind. And I also got stuck a few times, but luckily we were able to recover it. And also the RV we used definitely was not built for the conditions in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. And most of the time was spent fighting underwater currents and waves, which was probably the biggest challenge operating the RV. But despite all these hurdles, we were extremely lucky with the weather. The ocean was fairly calm, it was sunny, and yeah, we managed to get some pretty cool footage. So here are some of the highlights. One of the first moments is, I hope you can see the video, is the moment we put the RV into the water at about 5 to 10 meters depth. We were immediately swarmed by a school of lemonfish, and we were just blown away by how many lemonfish there actually were down there and just the biomass of all this. And as I mentioned, getting to the seafloor was definitely a challenge, but here's a clip of one of the few times we did make it. And the whole floor is covered by soft corals, many different species of fish, and also a couple of invertebrates. I think we saw one earlier. And actually showed this footage to an expert taxonomist at the Uruguayan National History Museum. And they actually said that they've not seen a coral garden to this extent before in Uruguay. So yeah, it really kind of shows you how biodiverse and unique this ecosystem really is. And we were the first ones to document it. You can also see the ROV fighting the currents at that time. Yeah, and I just want to thank Agustina Pablo from Marazul and Urumepa, to Uruguayan NGOs who are now working on the next legislative steps of implementing a marine protected area. So this footage can now be used to communicate the value of the sea ridge and ecosystem with government officials. So yeah, for me, the takeaway of this project really highlights the value of collaboration, and that even with limited resources, you're able to achieve results. Since we didn't have a high-tech research vessel or a super expensive ROV, we were very limited, but we still shot our shot and managed to gain some significant footage. And yeah, to hit the 30-30 mark, we, on the one hand, of course, as I mentioned, we need government initiative to create these MPAs, but we also need people assessing what areas would be most suitable as an MPA, maybe even discovering local biodiversity hotspots that we didn't even know existed, since it's hard to protect something when you don't even know what you're protecting. So yeah, thank you so much to V.ECOP for hosting me. And if you're interested in other stuff I do, be sure to follow along on my Instagram. I'm always open to collaborate on future projects. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Luca Vincent, for that amazing work and sharing with us the outcome of the expedition. It looks so interesting and amazing. So at this point, we want to come to the Q&A section of the Africa session. We have limited time, so I'll just go straight to the chat box and look if we have a number of questions. So our presenters, please stay in the meeting. We have, I think I saw a question that was addressed to Pauline, but she's on what are the major challenges faced with mangrove restoration initiatives in Kenya? Pauline has addressed the question, and I don't know if she wants to respond to it outward and just share with us her insights so that everybody can hear what she responded to Pauline.
So in Kemfree, we have been involved in mangrove restoration, and we have a challenge of one, inadequate funding, because it really needs a lot of capacity building, because it's not a matter of just planting mangroves, it's a matter of growing trees. So one of the challenges is finance, and We also have a challenge also of the where we are restoring the mangroves. Sometimes we find like we have the land-based activities. We find like when you have fishing activities, and so it's not a matter of just planting trees. You have also to work with the community so that when you plant the mangroves, you also have to empower the fishermen, like giving them options. Like you find like there are those who use the worms. They get the worms from the mangrove zones. So when you plant mangroves there, you have to like give them options, give them the other fishing methods, equipment, so that they can be able to accommodate to a project of mangrove restoration. And also we find like we also work with the indigenous people. We have to get the indigenous history of the place where we are restoring mangroves. We have to get like the science before we restore the mangroves. So those are some of the challenges that we face, and of course the natural processes, like now the flooding. Sometimes we find like when you have flooding, there is a lot of sedimentation process, and this is what we say, like even when you're planting the mangroves, you have to really understand the geography, the biology of the place, so that now you can do the restoration process activities. But you have successful restoration projects like V.ECOP Pamoja, and for this to be successful, we have really worked with the local communities for this project to be sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you, Pauline.
Another question, just a comment from Charu. He says, can we look at expanding its use to other global mangroves? I think he was talking about the platform Chadwick was talking about establishing the online platform for Project Mikoko. So there are no additional questions. I think the presenters can put their social handles in the chat box so that people can follow them and get to know more about their work. Since we are quite limited on time, I don't know, Blessing, if we can adjourn the session and move on to the next. So do you have anything for us?
Yes, I had a couple of questions, but I think I'll put them in the chat. What do you think?
Yes, I think that's okay because we are out of time. We are 10 minutes out of late, and we need to move on to the training section so that everybody can join in. So at this moment, I'd just like to thank all of you for joining us, all the presenters, all the viewers who attended, and also our amazing sponsors. So you are also amazing. I'm grateful to you all. And I'd just like to thank our sponsors, the German Marine Research Consortium, the KDM, in cooperation with the Global ECOP Programme, the Fisheries and Oceans Canada, IOC-UNESCO, the European Commission to the Prep for Blue, a Mission Ocean and Water CSA, the Universitat Politècnica de Catalunya, German Federal Ministry of Education and Research, and the Western Indian Ocean Marine Science Association. Thank you all, the three of you, so much, to the speakers, to the viewers, and to our sponsors. We are also grateful, and also to the hosts we've worked with. We are also grateful. So at this moment, I want to transition on to, and also my colleague Blessing, thank you. It was a pleasure hosting with you, the V.ECOP. Sorry, I forgot to
Before we go, Abby, just to inform our African participants and also those who are viewing from home, don't go. We do have an American session coming next, so stay with us for more insightful programs.
Yes,
thank you.
There's a lot coming on until later, so please stay on. Do not leave the meeting. Please stay on and attend the V.ECOPs until tomorrow. So we are transitioning on now to Joanne Sweeney for training. So over to you, I think, the technical team. Joanne, you're on.
Thank you very much, and for the introduction. So I'm here to share with you my insights and tips on how early career ocean professionals can build up your social media footprint to gain notoriety and to attract opportunity. I'd welcome any questions or feedback in the chat as we go throughout the session, and I will answer them as well. So with any project that you are working on, you always set goals, because when you have goals, you can create your vision for success. So when it comes to social media, here are some suggested goals that I believe you can achieve as an early career ocean professional. In the first instance, you want to be intentional and commit to building up what I call your personal professional profile. When we show up on social media as an early career ocean professional, then you are thinking about the work version of you, because it is your intention to create opportunity. So make sure that you always act professional. Make sure that you don't forget that anything that is shared online is visible online forever, even if you delete it, because people can screenshot it. You don't have to use a wholly professional tone. I would say be conversational. Just talk like yourself. Secondly, a goal is to develop and expand your network. Your network will help you in your career. I've been working with the ocean science community for about 5 or 6 years, and I can tell you they are really good at bringing new people into their network, mentoring them, giving them advice, and making introductions. So make sure you're intentional about your network. Thirdly, you must consider yourself now a content creator. Only about 9% of people who are using social media are actually regular content creators. And they're doing it obviously to achieve some personal or professional goal. So I want you to think about yourself in that vein now also. You want to grow your following. That will come with consistent posting and visibility and showing up. And then with that, you want to increase reach. So what does reach means? It means basically the number of people that potentially can see your social media content. And I'll go into social media metrics before I finish. Number 6, you want to deepen the engagement. So what that means is that people who are watching your content are stopping the scroll. They get to know you, they like your content, and they begin to trust you. And so getting that engagement, the like, the comments, the link click, the video view, these are all important metrics. And then finally, all of this should ultimately lead to you having opportunity knock on your door, on the door of your social media profiles, people wanting to connect, sliding into your DMs. Now, one thing I would say here is, while you are being intentional on social of trying to attract opportunity, don't be that person that is always like selling yourself. My mantra when it comes to me and my professional social media, my North Star is that I lead with value. What does that mean? It means that I share information and knowledge and education for free so that people can get to know, like, and trust me and really see me act out how I am as a professional. And what I have seen over, 20 years of taking that approach is that I've achieved all of those goals. And right now, as a business owner, I would say 90% of my business comes directly from social media, from people reaching out to me. So you do not need to make a hard sell. Just be authentic and show up as who you are as a professional. Some strategic social media moves that you'll want to make now that we know what the goals are and what success looks like. First of all, it's visibility. And in 2024, we're very much talking about mobile video and people seeing who you are and seeing your face. So showing up on social media regularly is really, really important. I'll talk about frequency a little bit later on. Relatability is also a sweet spot on social media. And what do I mean by that? It means that you are talking about topics that the target audiences that you are trying to reach, it resonates with them. Yeah, so they have an interest in it. There's a shared interest. So with that in mind, what I always say to professionals is stay in your own lane, guys. Talk about what you know. You don't need to feel under pressure to talk about a whole different area of ocean science that really you're not interested in, that's not your area of expertise, or that you've no experience in. Stay in your own lane. And by doing that consistently, you will build up an audience that feel that relatability factor to you. Consistency is important. So committing to regularly posting on social media, at least twice a week. And then timeliness, because when it comes to social media, I'm sure we all got up this morning, picked up our phone and found out what was trending in the world of news or entertainment or society at large. And that's called the now factor, the real-time factor. So what you want to do is, if and when ocean science, Mission Ocean, EU, or nation state topics are being talked about and are trending on social media, you need to be timely and you need to be able to step in and have something to say in that moment. The rule of thumb here, it's all about relevance. Do not hijack a trending story that you've no business of adding to it. For example, it's Ocean Decade Week. You've absolutely every right and to take the opportunity this week to talk about your career and what you are contributing. Okay, if I think about European Maritime Day in May, I think about World Oceans Day on the 8th of June. These are all signature and significant points in the calendar when these topics will be trending where you can add value. Also within your network, if you're following people in your network and they are talking about something of interest, again, and if you're on social media, you should be able to pick this up. In terms of tactics, I have a slide later on this. You cannot do everything on social media. You cannot be on all the time, be on all social networks. So I'm going to give you a little bit of advice of where I think you should prioritize your time for best return on that time investment. And then finally, when you intuitively, do this over a period of time, 60, 90 days, you will then find out what's working for you, what's not working for you, when people respond. And that's called test and learn. And by test and learning, you're then iterating and changing your strategy as you go. When we think about social media users, they very much want to be taken on a journey, right? Because we are suffering from content overwhelm. We get on average 1,500 social media posts into our newsfeed on every individual social network on a 24-hour basis. That's a lot of content. So what you've got to do is follow the strategy that I'm sharing, but also when you're sharing messages, think about taking your audience, your citizen, your customer on a journey. So I talk about the AIM method. It stands for awareness, interest, and motivation. And that's really what we're trying to do at any stage on social media. Build awareness of a campaign, a topic, or build awareness of your personal brand. Get people to have an interest. I call this stopping the scroll. So if somebody stops on newsfeed on your post, that is a signal of huge interest. And they're saying to themselves, this is relevant to me. And then finally, M stands for motivation. And that's motivating somebody to take an action. So with the new information that they've gleaned from you, what action might they take? Okay, their behavior might change. They might want to join a group, or their attitudes might change. And in actual fact, that can be as powerful as behaviors, because if you think about it, the big Mission Ocean vision is to restore our ocean and water and rivers health by 2030. That's an ambitious target. And then for us as citizens, I'm not an ocean scientist, right? I mean, I think that's a huge task. And I wonder, what can I do? Can I even make a difference? So changing that perception that I have so that I am intentional when I'm walking along my coastline. Maybe I can pick up some litter. Maybe I can better educate my children. That's where you have a really important role to play. Your knowledge, your insights, your expertise, your lived experience is all contributing to the changing behavior of individuals. So never forget about that. And if I'm thinking about all the people that are watching this live stream, cumulatively, all the content that you post, that does have an impact. So in terms of the format of social media content and how often you should be posting, let me take you through each social network individually. So short form and vertical video is hot right now, and we should be producing that type of content. On Instagram and Facebook, they're called Reels, and they are videos shot on mobile. I mean, you can be shooting content this way, or you can have the forward-facing camera on and you can be talking to the camera. So they last up to 90 seconds currently on Facebook and on Instagram. If we move over to Shorts on YouTube, they have a vertical news feed that supports video of 60 seconds or less, so under 1 minute. And then if we move over to TikTok, the social network that has been disrupting social media as we know it over the last couple of years, they support vertical video up to 10 minutes. And I was reading an article yesterday after I did the session here yesterday, and in fact, breaking news, LinkedIn are currently testing a new video feed that looks a lot like TikTok. So everybody wants to get into the video vertical game. The next type of content that is working really well and will get you great bang for your social media buck are carousels. So what is a carousel? Essentially, carousels are on Instagram, and they are a mix of images or short videos that you can post up to 10 of them. I believe Instagram is currently testing increasing that number from 10 to 15 in some markets. And why they are performing so well is, if you think about it, if you're on your phone and you're swiping on a carousel on Instagram, that's increasing what we call the dwell time, the amount of time that you're spending on that post. So if you make a video about ocean literacy, for example, targeting teachers and schools, you might then want to turn that into a carousel. So rather than people watching a video, they might read 7 ways to engage young people age 10 to 15 in ocean science. And then you might have like 7 tips that we can swipe through. So always think about repurposing your content for different formats, but the message will not change. And no, you are not creating content that's going to bore people, because the algorithm controls who sees what. So actually producing content in different formats with the same message is a good idea. Also, breaking news, during my lunch break before jumping on here, I saw that TikTok is now also testing introducing carousels, and they're reaching out to their creators in their creator program saying, hey guys, we just want to let you know that on TikTok right now, carousels are getting more reach and engagement than video. Like that's a mad thing for TikTok to say. But when you can see what's happening is that, you know, Instagram's competing with TikTok and TikTok's competing with Instagram. But we as creators just follow the trends in order to maximize our reach and our engagement. Moving then on to live streams and simulcasts, and we're live right here, beaming across the world at the moment. And I often say to people, what a remarkable time that we live in, that I am here in the west of Ireland along the Atlantic coast. Next stop, New York. We're on the western periphery of Europe, and I can speak to people from right across the world. There's people live on the call from Africa, from Asia, from the US, from Europe, and it's just wonderful. And we should never, ever take for granted that a Wi-Fi connection, a device, and social media has given us voice as citizens. And you guys as early career ocean professionals who are really, I guess, sharing the gospel of ocean science and educating all of that. So never take that for granted. But going live is really powerful because it opens up the algorithms. And when somebody sees somebody live, it kind of gives an extra edge of authority and urgency. Then the next word that I have on screen is called a simulcast. And a simulcast is really, really powerful. So it allows you to live stream from one device, so your desktop computer or your laptop, but on multiple social media channels. So I'm going to put the name of a tool that I use into chat. There's a free version that you can use right now. Set up an account with an email address and a password, and it's called StreamYard. So what you do is you connect your Facebook page, your YouTube channel, your X account, your LinkedIn account to it, and you can go live on all of those channels at the same time. Currently, the API on Instagram doesn't allow us to go live on Instagram from a third-party tool, but I believe that it's coming. So if you have an announcement, or if you want to do a webinar or a live stream, consider using StreamYard to go live on multiple channels, because remember, people have preference of where they are and you will reach different audiences. One caveat to going live, I always say, go live for a reason. You know, don't just go live with nothing to say, because that dilutes your credibility and your authority. Really think about why you want to go live. Another idea is to launch a series so that you can go live maybe on every Monday afternoon or the first Friday of the month, where you do a little bit of an education series, and that can really build up credibility. And another little insight that I want to give you is I actually use StreamYard for my podcast interviews. So I have a podcast and it's a video podcast, and I actually use StreamYard to do my interviews. So you could also use StreamYard in this way, interviewing other early career ocean professionals or other people in ocean science sector to kind of tease out ideas that you have. Next, we're moving on to text-based posts. Text is still valuable. On LinkedIn, text posts work very well. On Facebook, sometimes on Instagram with a single image and having a long text post can work well. People still like to read. Also, web link posts are still important. You can put a web link in stories on Instagram. You can put a web link on Facebook, LinkedIn, and X. And always be sure that you verify the veracity and the trustworthiness of any links that you are sharing, because we all have a responsibility to make sure that we're sharing the truth and not sharing misinformation. So you want to validate the source of that link and that content when you're sharing them. Photo posts work really well. You know, I say to people I'm working with, make sure that you're just using your phone as capturing inspirational photos on the way. Very often I'd jump into my phone and I'd say, listen, I feel inspired to post on social. Is there any photo that speaks to me? And so I'm kind of collecting content as photos as I go. And especially if you're living, you know, near a river basin, a coastline, or a lake, make sure that you're taking photos and short video clips that you can post into the future. Designing graphics also plays a good role on social as well. And two tools that I will recommend here also that you can use for free, Canva and Adobe Express. They're also adding in generative AI features into those tools. What does Gen AI mean? Gen AI means that you can actually write a prompt. So I can go into Adobe Express and I can say, please design an image of a coastline looking out onto the ocean. The sun is setting and you have a photographer standing on a cliff edge taking a photograph. By putting that text prompt in, you can now actually then receive an image right away that speaks to what you've said. That's generative AI. So we're kind of moving into amazing landscape and an amazing time again to be living where we have access to this technology. And again, a lot of the tools that I recommend do have a free version. On LinkedIn, and I'd really encourage you all to update your LinkedIn profile and have a really strong presence there. It's the biggest people database in the world. They say that we are only maybe 2 or 3 connections away from anyone that we want to meet in the world, because such is the power of LinkedIn. So make sure that your LinkedIn profile is up to date. Make sure you connect with me. I'll give you some feedback on it. And then LinkedIn offers us the opportunity to write articles. So even if you don't have a blog or a website, you can write long form text authority posts on LinkedIn and they will be indexed in Google. And that's a really good tip for early career ocean professionals, because what you want to do is you want to build a footprint of authority content. And while social media posts fly down the news feed, something like articles will remain constant and remain easily discoverable. When we are writing content for social, sometimes we can get like brain freeze or we don't know what to write about. So I can give you a little tip, okay? And I usually give this to people in my workshops. So I'm going to write it in chat and I'll say it at the same time. So the task is, don't do it now, but do it at some stage over the next 7 days. Write down 12 topics that you know really well. Okay, so that's part one of the task. Write down 12 topics that you know really well. If I was doing this task, I'd probably write Instagram, X, TikTok, Facebook, LinkedIn, social media optimization, analytics, you know, social media tools. So I can rhyme off 12 topics that I'm a subject matter expert in. Part two of that task is then write 3 subtopics for each pillar topic. What do I mean by that? Well, if I'm going to say that TikTok is one of my pillar topics, and then I'm going to have 3 subtopics within it, they might be 10 new TikTok trends that you need to take advantage of, new features that TikTok are testing to rival Instagram, and then number 3, how to review your data insights on TikTok. By doing that task, what I have done in literally 10 minutes is I have created 36 social media stories. So my advice to you is lean into your own zone of genius to create a social media content plan. It is so simple, but it is so effective. And I would get that on paper, and then I would start writing my ideas around my points and fleshing them out. But then we have content hooks, and content hooks are ways of presenting content to get people's attention. So, for example, you might paint a picture. So imagine a world where our ocean is completely restored to its full health. And that's a really strong intro hook. And again, people are waiting for the next part of that story. You could also have a look around the internet and see what questions people have around, I don't know, ocean literacy or plastics in the sea. And then you can start to curate and to collect those and then go on and say, hey, here's some of the most asked questions that we get around ocean literacy. I'm going to answer them in a 12-part series. And again, that could be video, that could be graphic, that could be text-based. And again, as I said previously, just mix it up. So yeah, there you go. There is the little task that I set out. And the example that I used here was citizen science, get to know your coast, why biodiversity matters, how you can get involved in your own community. So you don't need permission to write social media content. We're not waiting for somebody to say you're an expert. You have garnered enough experience, insight, and education right now to start developing content on social. And let me tell you, I work with senior leaders in the sector right across the world. And very often I see very poor and underperforming social media footprints. So to the ECOPs watching this, you have a real opportunity to shine online and to create that authority and that opportunity for you. So let me just talk about then which social networks you should focus on. And actually, just to the moderators on the session, I'm more than happy to email a copy of these slides if people who are registered want to receive them at the end. So send me an email afterwards and I can send these slides on and then you can forward them on. But if I was telling you where to prioritize your time, number one, get your LinkedIn profile set up or perfected and up to date and post at least once to twice a week there. then I'd really be pointing you to one of the visual storytelling apps, either Instagram or TikTok, because that is where the attention is going right now. And in actual fact, if you commit to creating vertical video, there's no reason why you can't have an Instagram and a TikTok account, because those videos can go on both. X is still really important for the marine science industry. They are there, engagement rates are good. But again, it can be quite negative at the moment. But if you're already there, you know, you can just hang around there. But certainly LinkedIn, one of the visual storytelling apps, is where I'd like to see you. Obviously, we have YouTube for longer form video. You can host it there. I mentioned shorts are there. And Facebook. I mean, Facebook is still one of the world's most used social networks. And probably what you want to do if you're doing citizen science projects, using Facebook can be useful. But if you want to find out how many people are using each of these social networks in your country, you can go to the website datareportal.com. They've just released the global stats, I believe for every country in the world, just about 6 or 7 weeks ago. So that's worth checking out. Then when it comes to individual tactics on the social network, sorry, I've got a really sensitive mouse. That's why it keeps jumping. When we're looking at the individual features on each of the social networks, you know, reels are working really well. Stories work really well on Instagram and on Facebook. On LinkedIn, we've got native articles. You can turn your article into a newsletter. And then when it comes to TikTok, we're really focusing on video. More than ever, we need to show up as our authentic self, but you don't always have to be the face and the voice on screen. There are other opportunities too. Why not interview other people in your ECOP ecosystem? Using StreamYard, you could have conversations there. Maybe you want to do an Instagram live where you come on together, or a TikTok live. Interview other experts in your sector. And this is a great way to expand your network. And it's a strategy that I use when I'm producing my podcast, The Public Sector Marketing Show. By interviewing people across the world, they then become into my network. Speak to citizens. Use your mobile phone and ask citizens what they think about. These can be really short clips. Make sure you buy yourself a smartphone microphone. I'm going to type that into chat. You can get them on any of the online websites. And then ask industry what's happening and where they see trends going. Ready to wrap up now, but on social media, we're taking people on a journey, but we should always give them a call to action. People want to know what they can do next. So some examples of calls to action are, you know, follow me for more insights on ocean literacy for schools. I'd like your opinion on plastics in the ocean. What do you think we should be doing as a society? Why not subscribe to my LinkedIn newsletter, register for my upcoming webinar, or join our Facebook group? So again, you want to move people to take an action. Finally, then we're talking about if we're successful on social. And to answer that question, we've got to look at our insights and our metrics. So some of the metrics you want to measure are impressions, which calculate how many people have potentially seen your content. Engagements relate to likes, comments, shares, web link clicks, video views. You want to look and see which platform is having the most impact. You want to look at the total number of posts that you've sent in a 30-day period. And then you want to look at video views and the top performing content. So I would at least once a month after a 30-day period actually look at your social metrics. If you're not already following Mission Ocean EU across every social network, make sure that you do. These are great accounts to inspire you of some of the content that you could be producing. But yeah, please have a look at those accounts and give them a follow. I think I've reached my time slot, but I just wanted to know if anyone had any questions, and to plug my podcast. the Public Sector Marketing Show on YouTube or any podcast platform. I can't see any questions in chat. Anyone got any final questions or comments? No? Okay. Okay, so I'll hand back to one of the moderators. Thank you for inviting me, and thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Joanne, for your presentation. So now I think we're going to take over as hosts of the European session of V.ECOP Days. So I'm Anne. I am a third-year natural sciences student, currently studying at the University of Exeter. So I am originally from the beautiful island of Bermuda. So being from an island, I've got a strong connection to the ocean, and I've done lots of work with the Bermuda Institute of Ocean Sciences, as well as currently studying some marine biology.
Yeah, hi everyone. I would like to welcome you as well to our session. My name is Tristan. I'm originally from Germany, but right now I'm doing my PhD in Portugal. I'm a PhD student in biodiversity, trophic ecology, and as well with a focus on conservation. And throughout my academic career, I've traveled to multiple tropical places, such as the Galapagos Islands, Mexico, and right now I'm working in Cape Verde. Furthermore, I'm part of the ECOP Germany coordination unit. So if there are any ECOPs here who would like to reach out, I'm happy to do that. And yeah, I would hand over back to Anne-May to continue with our introduction.
So yes, I'd just like to welcome us all to our European session. I think we're now about midway through the Ocean Decade Conference, or like our V.ECOP Days, and we've had a couple of days of the Ocean Decade Conference in Barcelona. And with V.ECOP Days, we've already had some amazing sessions yesterday and this morning from our other hosts. So we're really excited to share our program with you. So we have a series of contributions from ECOP showcasing their incredible work, as well as a couple Q&A sessions where we would really encourage you to interact and start connecting with some others.
Yeah, thank you. So I'll just be going roughly through the agenda due to time issues as well. So we will have a small research spotlight on cleaning the ocean, and then we have like our big topics, which the spotlight already refers to, tackling marine plastic pollution, and as well like youth initiatives. Both will be discussed in a panel. And yeah, most of our guests are from Europe, but we as well have guests from all over the world, and as well you guys as participants. So I've just encountered a meme this morning actually with a friend who was saying, okay, conference season has officially kicked off. So yeah, we're at a hybrid conference. So what we are doing, we are streaming live, but as well we are as well showing you guys our contributions towards our session. But as well, it's so important that you guys enjoy with us, engage with us. And therefore, I would like to ask if you can just put in the chat, where are you from? What do you do? We will as well share the social media accounts or the email addresses of our contributors. And yeah, I would say with this, we can just start. If you post anything on social media, make sure to use our hashtags and as well to tag Mission Ocean.
So yes, I think first of all, we are going to have some quick interviews from our mobile journalists before we begin with some of our contributors. But yes, if the technical team is ready, we'd like to hand over to them.
Hello, we are with Kotaro from ECOP Node in Japan. So thank you so much for this interview.
Oh, thank you very much for having me here. Oh. It's my pleasure.
No worries. Can you tell us more about the node, how it was created, when, what is your role in it?
Oh, thank you very much. ECOP Japan was created 3 or 4 years back. It was launched one part of ECOP Asia, but after 1 or 2 years, it was launched as ECOP, as a national node, ECOP Japan. So now we are, our activity includes several parts like collecting video letters, holding symposium, doing an online survey, and so on. So it is expanding more and more, and I'm really, really happy to see that.
And in which way or how do you visualize the ECOP node of Japan in 10 years? What would you like to achieve?
Oh, thank you. That's very interesting question. Now, what we are focusing on, what we are thinking is to bridge many fields as many as possible. Actually, not only the scientific, like academic sector, but also like fishers, marine constructors, of course, education in the sector of education, and so on. So many people are working in very, very diverse field in Japan. So I would love to see the many bridges between those and different fields. That is a vision of ECOP Japan that we are pursuing now.
And do you have any plan, any strategy about how this will actually become a reality? How will you contact or deal with different stakeholders to be part of your action?
Oh, thank you. It's little by little actually, poco a poco in Spanish. In that sense, the symposium that I mentioned, we just held that last month actually. So we invited 7 people from different background, from different field. So those small effort will be accumulated, and those bridges will be built one by one. So we need to contact like slowly, one by one, different fields through video letters, symposium. Those activities will be connected that the overall vision in future.
And just as a message, why someone, an early career ocean professional, should join the ECOP node of Japan? What brings to them? What skills? Why?
Thank you. From my experience, they are very much eager to connect a new field. I mean, a different field other than them. So, like fishers are happy to talk to like people who are working on, plastic pollution, for example. So those synergies are there definitely. So what we need to do is, I mean, as a ECOP Japan node, what we need to do is like promoting that potential synergy will be there. So please join us, and you might be able to find some synergy or something. So to create the field, to have the synergy, to create a field, to have the connection, that will be our role. That will be our mission as a national node in Japan.
And last question, just for those ECOPs that are not here with us in Barcelona, that they are virtually, is there any message that you want to send them to give them strength to continue sometimes in this struggle of looking for, a job or a career? Is there anything you want to tell them?
Yeah, thank you. Actually, one promotion is our ECOP Japan node is presenting our session in virtual ECOP node. So please check it out. We will be introducing our recent activities. One of my colleagues are introducing that. And as a message, Japan, for example, this time from Japan to here, it took 20 hours. So it is, for many of ECOPs in Japan, it would be challenging to come here directly. In that sense, I'm working in virtual ECOP, V.ECOP. It is a very interesting and important experience and opportunity for them. So please take a look at it. I guarantee it will be very inspiring for them.
Okay, so with this message of strength, of not giving up, we will close this beautiful interview. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Hello, this is me again. We are now with Yvonne, that she is the manager, coordinator, everything for the future potential ECOP node in Malaysia. So tell us about it, at what status you are in creating this ECOP node, and maybe someone else wants to create another node. So let us know what is going on.
Thank you so much for having me in this for this interview. So I'm from Malaysia. My name is Yvonne, and I'm currently co-leading the Malaysian ECOP node. And we are at the status currently of looking potential core advisors and also students representatives who are willingly to help us and actually connect to people. So one of the things, as now I've already found a couple of core coordinators, we actually realized in Malaysia we want to make it in the Malaysian style. We want to deviate it from the traditional dominance of academicians currently other chapters have. So we are looking forward to actually go towards more the stakeholders. We are looking towards diving masters. We are looking towards lab technicians. We are looking towards people who are working with the ocean, especially fishermen, which they are heavily dependent on the ocean, but they are such a huge part of the ocean, but they are just tend to be very neglected. They get neglected, and that's what we are trying to connect them. And for the core, for example, right now in Malaysia, what I'm trying to do is to actually have a combination of academicians and also non-academicians people. They can be from the engineering side as well, the policy makers who can actually advise, the coordinators and the upcoming coordinators who are also working in different fields of the marine and the marine sector. And right now I'm exceptionally excited for the collaboration between non-academicians, because in Malaysia, academicians has always been the priority, the first line who actually people approach, like, let's have a collaboration and stuff. But what I'm trying to do, for example, maybe having underwater photography competitions, we would encourage divers to actually do that, because they always do that when they go for casual divings or they teach classes underwater. So I think that's going to be a fantastic future for Malaysian node.
Yeah, I'm sure it's gonna be fantastic. And maybe you can share some hints about how do you actually reach or connect to also these stakeholders that are non-academic. Some people are a bit scared of doing that. So maybe you can tell us.
So in Malaysia, usually when as academicians, when we go out for field trip sampling, we actually rely a lot on those boatmen to actually bring us out to sea. We don't, research professionals, it's not common to actually carry boat driving license. We don't have them, so usually we rely on them. And one thing is, through a field trip that I went last year with a couple of researchers as well, we actually realized that these boatmen are actually the ones who are authentically very knowledgeable in terms of the ocean. When you talk about how's the sea condition today, what's the weather, and very simple things like, is the enforcement people going to come and just catch us because of what? Is the paperwork going to be okay? So these are the people who actually helped us, and they are very, very confident in their own, because they have their own usual route for samplings and trips. So they are the ones who actually know better, way better than us. Like for us scientists, we are just more on the papers. Theoretically, we learn satellite data, we extract, but they are the people who know the real life thing. So from them, we actually learn more than being in labs, going to conference. If we actually sit down and spend time with them, I think that would be a life-changing thing for every academicians throughout the world. So they are the people who actually is going to contribute, and that's how we reach out to them. So for example, divers, when we actually communicate with them, they know so much. So I think it's more of us from the academician side to learn from them rather than they coming to us. So I think it's more of us to be humble, approach them. They are more than happy to help. They are very friendly people.
Yeah. And what will be the skills for an early career ocean professional to start working on the field, or, thinking about, I'm going to create a node or I'm going to create an NGO? What do you think are the skills for us to have, the ideal ones?
Wow, this is such a tough question. But I think if you're really passionate about the ocean, you will see that this ECOP program, it's an opportunity to really get down, be vulnerable, go down to the society, go down to that level and approach them. Because it's not that they don't want to help us, it's more of just us thinking sometimes, highly of ourselves that, hey, we are academicians, we do in the lab, we sit in the lab, we don't go out, people come to us. But it's actually it's more of the other way around. We are actually supposed to go out to the field and learn from them. And I think being humble is very important. Being humble, and when you actually sit down and get to know them, be very open-minded, they are not there to criticize you, they are there to actually help you. So I think be humble, be passionate, and I think everything is going to be well.
So with these beautiful words, we are gonna close this interview, and I wish you the best for this new ECOP node. And thank you so much,
Thank you
Yvonne.
so much.
Thank you.
Have a nice day.
Okay, thank you very much for those interviews from our live mobile journalists in the field. So without further ado, we would now like to start to switch to our first contributor, Alexander Bursander, who's talking about a 5-minute research spotlight on cleaning the ocean for his contribution to natural seabed. Born in 1986 on a windswept island on Ivory, Norway, Alexander is an educated captain and has sailed as a ship officer on fisheries, merchant trade, and offshore fleet. In 2017, he started up with his own company with colleague Magnus Stranden and started the development of the harbor cleaning system, today known as natural seabed. The system is a safer, more efficient, and environmentally friendly method for cleaning up the seabed, and to date, they have collected more than 150 tons of various marine debris. So without further ado, I'd like to hand over to him.
I'm not sure if you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, shall I try then to share my screen?
Yes.
Do you see it now?
We can see it, and hopefully the technical team will cast it over to our YouTube stream as well.
Yeah.
Yes, it's cast.
Thank you so much. Okay, first of all, thank you so much for letting me say some words, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak on the virtual early career ocean professional. Since we only have 5 minutes, I will try to be quickly. We just jump to the second slide. Oceanfront is a company based in Norway, the Middle Coast. We are a dedicated and passionate team. You can see a picture of us on the left side here with our working rig. Maybe that doesn't look so impressive, but it's quite much fancy technology on board there. I will get back to that later on. We are now approximately 12 employees with a turnover of 20 million NOK. Maybe so not so important or interesting, but we will jump right into the thing we are doing. You can see some pictures here. We take them with our ROV equipment, and what we saw in the late 2016 and the beginning of 2017 was that it was a high focus on the cleaning in the sea, but most of the focus was on the sea surface and also the beaches. And then we started to think, what about the seabed? And we saw quite quickly that there were not many initiatives for that type of solutions. And then we started thinking of, okay, how can we develop a system making this seabed clean again? That brought us to our solution. We call it the solution, but of course that's our solution. Here you can see us working the last year in 2023 in the second largest town in Norway. What you can see there on the key side is some of the objects, debris we have cleaned up, and we cleaned up about 80 tons, 80,000 kilos of marine waste only in that lake you can see in the background. So it's quite many tons of debris laying around the world, sadly. We just also took a picture here showing our technology a little bit closer up. We are working solely from the sea surface. We never use divers in our operation. The natural seabed concept is built around the principle that we do everything in a safe and efficient and of course a friendly environmentally way. So that is the thoughts behind it. Today, we are working in Oslo, the main capital in Norway, and we have until now cleaned up more than 50 tons, and we are still working there. Yeah. Some other services that we do is underwater mapping services, engineering, seabed clearance, and system development. The last one I will go into a little bit more. What we were challenged by the customer was how can we record the findings and the objects we clean up, and that led us to develop our own system. So you can see the system here working as a logging of all the objects and debris we clean up, and this gives us quite a good what can I say, overview for the next projects coming up. So yeah, this is how we like to work. The time is running from me, so yes, it's of course this has we have narrowed down the amount there of information, but we just wanted to bring up the hopefully most exciting times or things. For the future, we of course see that we don't only want to do the actual cleanup. We also want to be particularly or involved in this installation of, for example, artificial reefs or seagrass, and of course environmental missions. We look at the global markets now, since we have already cleaned for the 2 biggest towns in Norway. We want to scale up and look at markets beyond Norway. And of course, we want to transfer our experience, since it's much technology involved there, and we want to get more partners to develop further on. So hopefully someone in this audience also is listening and thinking that maybe we can do something together. And since I only have, I think, 1 minute left, I just go to the last slide. Very interesting to listen to all the contributors here in this meeting. I hope that we, together with you, can make the sea beautiful and take back the wildlife in it. And of course, thank you for listening to me. Please feel free to contact me or follow us. We are in social medias, and also my email is down there if you want to take contact. The pictures in the background here is from the project we carried out last year, where we cleaned up more than 80 tons of marine debris. So this is how we want things to be looking at, both from the upper side, but also down on the seabed. Thank you so much. And I guess maybe some of you have some questions.
Yeah, thank you so much, Alexander. Really insightful talk and really good project that you have established. If you could just hang on a little longer, questions will be put in the chat, and as well, maybe there will be summarizing questions during the roundtable. So feel free to stay until the end of the roundtable and as well for the rest of the session. And if anybody has questions, please address them to Alex in the chat. And now next up is Matthias Sandra, who is an ecologist from the University of Leuven, but now he's working at Flanders Marine Institute as a senior officer, and he is working on a national and European research base, and his topic is the in situ monitoring of marine plastic pollution. Matthias, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much for the introduction. I think I'm sharing my screen now. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, so thank you for the introduction, and also for the opportunity to present my work and the work my colleagues have been doing on in situ monitoring of marine plastic pollution. This is actually a work that VLIS has been doing in cooperation with the ICES working group on marine litter, but also several other colleagues from Flemish universities and research institutes, so credits to them as well. So to set the scene, I think everyone knows that plastic litter is widely documented in our oceans and also at the bottom of our oceans. And seafloor litter is currently being monitored using benthic beam trawls. However, this monitoring is actually part of the fish stock assessments that are currently taking place. But with the upcoming EU restrictions in line with the biodiversity strategy of 2030, this fishing technique will be phased out eventually. So we are looking into new innovative ways to monitor plastic litter. Besides that, there are also drawbacks when using catch-based assessments that, given that it's fish stock assessments, you can only use the technique in shallow waters and soft bottoms. You don't have precise information on the location that the litter was collected. It's very hard to compare also different regions because there is different catchabilities when using different nets, etc., etc. So a lot of uncertainties. So there is a search now for new innovative ways to document plastic litter, but also address, of course.
Sorry for people joining the meeting now. Please make sure to mute yourself. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a search for new innovative ways to detect litter now. It's also requested by the UN SDG 14, for example, but also by OSPAR and ICES. But as I said, currently there is no off-the-shelf detection technique that can be used to systematically detect or monitor seafloor litter. So what have we been doing with the working group on marine litter from ICES as well is an evaluation of the existing technologies that are currently might have potential to be used in situ to detect plastic litter. So we focused on 14 technologies, which can actually be divided into two main groups, so acoustic systems and electromagnetic systems, like, for example, hyperspectral imaging. And we evaluated them on 4 objectives that we defined that we think are needed for future for this future monitoring technique to be successful, at least. So the objectives were the differentiation level. So to which level can the technology define the material type or the polymer type, for example, but I also looked at the capabilities in terms of detection sizes, which sizes can be detected, the spatial coverage of the technique, and also artificial intelligence. Is the technology, is it possible to optimize the technology in the future to make it less labor intensive, for example? So we combined all these things and evaluated then the different techniques, came up with this very, very colorful scheme where you can have a general idea of the different top technologies and compare them. We also made and we gave an idea of the technology readiness level that the technologies are at, and also looked at which platforms that are capable of using this technology. So the platforms being an ROV or an AUV, for example. The last thing that we did then is translate actually this scheme, which is very hard to understand if you only had a couple of seconds to look at it. But we also made a decision tool that for the reader, it's easier to have an idea which technologies might be useful in a certain area with a certain focus. And this is all put together then in a systematic review that we published. So the outlook this is what we have done. The outlook that we have now is at a Flemish level. We want to look at the capabilities that our research infrastructure has in Flanders to detect plastic litter. So we have infrastructure above and below the water surface that might be useful. And at the Flanders Marine Institute, we will mainly look at the capability of the sonar systems that we have. So in other disciplines, we already used these techniques, for example, to see the growth in mussel farms. And we now want to look how far we can jump with the plastic monitoring case. So lastly, we also want to, of course, then look at the sonar. If we have sonar images, how far can we go with this? Can we use AI and machine learning algorithms to also categorize the technique or the litter that has been detected, and so on. But also, besides macroplastics, we also want to look at microplastics and check if the turbidity that we can detect with sonar systems, for example, can this be a proxy for the microplastic concentrations that are present in the water column? And this can then again feed plastic dispersal models that are being developed at other universities, for example. So yeah, that's a bit the work that we've been doing, and yeah, we hope to set or to make the first step, let's say, towards a new way of monitoring seafloor litter. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And again, if anyone has any questions for him, you can put them in the chat so that he can address them. Or additionally, we will be having a plastic pollution panel in a bit that you'll also be contributing on so that you can direct questions there as well. We will now be moving on to our next contributor. And we're going a bit broader again, and we're going to discuss just generally threats to our ocean heritage from Charlotte Jarvis. Charlotte is a maritime archaeologist and historian. Her previous work has focused on marine climate change with an interest on how we can use history to inform environmental policies. She now works with the Ocean Foundation as an underwater culture heritage consultant and holds a research position at Het Scheepvaartmuseum, or the National Maritime Museum in Amsterdam, where she studied the reputational impact of Dutch sailors' alcohol consumption, and where she now researches Dutch wooden shipbuilding and underwater archaeology. I'd like to hand it over to you, Charlotte.
All right. Hi, everyone. I hope the audio is coming through here. I am in Barcelona, and it is hard to find a quiet place to present. So I will share this. Great. Should be the presentation now, hopefully. Alrighty. Perfect. And sorry, I'm just going to make anyway, hi everyone. As I said, my name is Charlotte Jarvis. I'm a maritime historian and archaeologist, and 10 minutes is quite a quick way to basically introduce an entire aspect of the UN decade, which is underwater cultural heritage, and how it is a threat to our ocean heritage and how it fits into sort of other aspects of the decade as well. So while the UN Decade for Ocean Science has hundreds of endorsed ocean science activities and projects and programs, a lot of these relate to natural heritage and ocean biosciences. And so there's very few things that focus on cultural heritage. We've got the Cultural Heritage Framework Program, which is part of the Ocean Decade Heritage Network. And then the project that I'm working on right now, which is threats to our ocean heritage. And that is work to help ensure that fishing, mining, and potentially polluting wreck sites are safer for individuals, businesses, and societies. And it helps advocate that these can be done in a more sustainable way for those dependent on the ocean for their health and for their livelihood. So a bit as well about the collaboration and what goes into a project like this. It's a collaboration between the Ocean Foundation, the Lloyd's Register Foundation Heritage and Education Center. It's part of the International Committee on Underwater Cultural Heritage, which is within the International Committee on Monuments and Sites. And it is organized by us at the Ocean Foundation, which is the only community foundation for the ocean dedicated to reversing the trend of destruction of ocean environments around the world. And it's one of the few NGOs that focuses on both natural and cultural heritage together. There's a lot of outputs from this project, including 3 books, one on each of those threats. 2 of them are being published by Springer. They'll be completely free open access out at the end of May or early June. And then we're doing a lot of workshops and being at conferences like this and just sort of generally raising awareness about these threats. So to also jump into a quick overview of these threats, one of the ones that we talk about is bottom trawling. And as a lot of us in the space know, every day thousands of kilometers of the seabed are plowed by trawlers, which destroy both the cultural and the natural heritage. And that's a really big thing to consider, that there's been a lot of great campaigning by marine biologists and sort of fishery scientists on the impacts of bottom trawling in that field, but actually has a big impact on maritime archaeology as well. And I think there's a lot of opportunity for archaeologists and ecologists to communicate and work together with fishers and policymakers to find a way to limit this harm. But I thought it was quite interesting ways in which that trawling and underwater archaeology can be related. That's because as a trawl goes across, it basically can cut through a shipwreck and remove artifacts. It changes the chemistry, which changes the degradation process of the shipwreck, and a lot of other different things. The context is basically entirely removed that the shipwreck is sitting in. And then you add that on top of all of the impacts that trawling does to fish populations as well. And one of the things that stands out, why is it important for these shipwrecks to stay whole and stay on the bottom of the ocean besides just the history side? And a lot of shipwrecks act as artificial reefs. And so especially in the North Sea, and areas that are quite sandy sediments, sometimes the shipwreck is the only hard substrate that is on the seafloor and is a really crucial sort of hotspot for biodiversity. And as the trawler comes through, it can just rip that apart. So when we look sort of at it in a broader picture in this bottom trawling book, it sort of gives an overview of all of the different impacts and all of the different ways forward. And with only 10 minutes, unfortunately, I don't have time to get into all of that. The second threat to ocean heritage that we look at is more of a future challenge, and that has to do with deep seabed mining operations. And this impacts both the tangible and the intangible cultural heritage. So for a quick overview of DSM, I definitely wasn't familiar with this before I started work on it. It's a potential commercial industry attempting to mine mineral deposits from the seafloor in the hopes of extracting commercially valuable minerals such as manganese, copper, cobalt, zinc, and to destroy a thriving and interconnected ecosystem with a huge amount of biodiversity, and that is the deep ocean. So while commercial seabed mining hasn't started, various companies are trying to make it a reality, and the regulations haven't been set yet. So it's a really, really interesting opportunity and an interesting space to get into, because it's one of the industries we have a chance to sort of police and have a bit of input in the regulations before they go forward. And so we know right now these regulations don't really make any reference to cultural heritage, and they barely make any reference to natural heritage as well. So again, a great opportunity for maybe some interdisciplinary joint work as well. And to kind of illustrate a bit of an example of that on this map, the lightly shaded areas are areas that have been sort of mining contracts have been issued. So we know that's where they want to mine. And for example, these green dots are wrecks from the First and Second World War. So you can see how many are in these zones. And those wrecks are important because a lot of them are war graves. And then quite a few of them are part of this third component that we work on, which is called potentially polluting wrecks. And I could sit and tell you about that, but we have a brand new video that just came out from one of our founders that I should be able to play and give you a better overview of it. Alrighty, so yeah, that's sort of the third component that we look at in threats to ocean heritage, and it's a great case study and sort of the interdisciplinary aspect of this work and some options that we have going forward for sort of coastal resiliency building, and a lot of capacity building is also a big part of the outreach and the work with the polluting wrecks. And to kind of bring this all together in a bigger picture as well and sort of show how it ties in to a lot of stuff with the ocean decade, the crucial thing is the link between natural and cultural heritage and how, especially in the ocean, these things are interconnected. As I said, you've got shipwrecks acting, as artificial reefs. You have a lot of cultural significance of things like coral and whales and other things in the deep sea to a lot of Pacific Island nations as well. And it's important just to bring awareness to policymakers, the publics, and also academics that are in other fields. And that's a lot of what we are trying to do here with the UN Ocean Decade. So the desired outcomes is a lot more partnership and a lot more research. We need more surveys in the ocean, and we need to be looking at more interdisciplinary ways we work together. So another thing with bottom trawling and a little bit of this plastics that we're going to be talking about next, fishing nets are one of the biggest, sources of plastics in the ocean right now. On that front, and same thing with the polluting wrecks, and just it's not just natural, it's not just cultural. Things have to be looked at a lot more together. And if you are interested in further resources on this, and if you are here in Barcelona, we do have a booth here about it. We are booth number 8, and we are up on the very top floor of the conference center, and we would love to be able to chat more about it. And I sort of rushed through this a bit in case there are any questions at the end. I know it's quite of a whirlwind, but I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you all about this. And I'm curious if there's any thoughts on this.
Yeah, Charlotte, thank you so much. Thank you as well so much for making the time since you're at the conference. I hope you're enjoying the event to the fullest. And as we said, please, guys, whoever is there at the conference who wants to network with Charlotte, please reach out to her either in person or as well through the social media or as well through the mail. And if you have any questions, please feel free to put them in the chat. If you could hang in a little bit longer, Charlotte, that would be awesome. And as well, thank you for kind of introducing what we're up to next, like our roundtable on marine plastic pollution. For this, we have prepared some people who actually wanted to contribute with a presentation, but now they are going for a roundtable where you as an audience, please feel free to engage. We will introduce our candidates real quick and put their questions in the chat, so we might ask them, and we as well have some questions probably for them. So with this being said, Matthias, he has already been introduced by us. So I'll go with our next contributor, who is Cheyenne Sampson. Cheyenne is from Suriname, and she has a Bachelor of Science degree in Environmental Science, plus a Master's degree in Biodiversity, which she generated at the University of the West Indies. And currently, she is working in a project called the Green Heritage Fund, where she functions as the coordinator in Suriname. And she mainly focuses on including the management of sea turtles, plastics, education and awareness, management of the organization's social media and its website. So this being said, Anne-May, could you please introduce our next two contributors? And as well afterwards, I would really appreciate if the contributors could just briefly sum up what they're doing real quick, so the audience is as well informed.
Yes, so our other two contributions are from the panel are Gary Kett and Philip Ackerman. So Philip is a political and sociological scientist and holds a master's degree in strategic studies from the University of Aberystwyth in the United Kingdom. As a scientific officer at DLR Project Management Agency in Bonn, Germany, he and his team members are managing the Europeanization of the citizen science initiative, Plastic Pirates Go Europe. The Plastic Pirates investigate plastic waste pollution in European rivers, oceans, and seas using a large-scale citizen science approach, and young people gather research data that is being analyzed by scientists and researchers. And then last but not least, we have Gary Kett. Gary is a multidisciplinary marine ecologist based in the Coastal Biodiversity Lab at Simar Institute, Portugal. He received his PhD from the University College Cork after studying the impacts of marine climate change on intertidal shellfish and aquaculture. He's also held the role of Ireland's Ocean Youth Ambassador to the All Atlantic Ocean Research and Innovation Alliance and Youth Ambassador to the Atlantic Arctic Lighthouse of the EU mission to restore ocean and waters by 2030. He now works on EU-funded projects to tackle marine litter, developing, implementing, and assessing societal and technological solutions to reduce plastic pollution and improve stakeholder engagement. So that is our panel. Did the panelists want to go ahead and introduce a little bit more about what they do? I guess starting with the order that we introduced them. So Matthias has already given his presentation. So did Fan want to talk a little bit about what she does?
Yes. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for this opportunity. So as was said in the introduction, I'm based in Suriname, and I work for a small NGO called Green Heritage Fund Suriname. We started in 2005, and one of our first core activities was dolphin monitoring in our rivers. And that kind of grew and expanded into focusing on our marine area, marine spatial planning, and of course also with the protection of our marine area comes looking at plastic pollution, which is a huge problem here in Suriname. It is estimated that every inhabitant of Suriname produces about 1 kilogram of waste per day, and 30,000 tons of municipal waste is generated every year. And actually, a report recently came out, and it's been all over the news, that we are in the top 3 countries that produces a marine pollution. So it's a big issue that we're only in the last few years have really been focusing on. And we've been trying to address that through a lot of awareness and education activities, such as cleanups and school visits. We've tried to get the community into recycling. So there are a lot of recycled drop-off containers around the city. We've successfully implemented a styrofoam ban for the food industry. And there's definitely been a huge push when it comes to using reusable bags and straws. I've also, for my master's, done a CAP study on marine pollution and plastic litter in Paramaribo, which is our capital, and which is also where most of the people in Suriname live. Like about 50% of our population is based in Paramaribo. And we found that people are aware of plastic pollution and marine pollution. They know what causes it, what the impact can be. And overall, we do have a strong anti-littering attitude. However, that's not being translated to behaviors. Some of the reasons for that in Suriname are because our waste management infrastructure just is not able to deal with all of the waste that is being generated. Back in the day, it was really normal for us to burn our waste, in our backyard. Everybody has a small backyard where they would burn their waste or bury it. But now with plastic, that's not something that we can do anymore, even though some people are still doing it. Another barriers are the costs of plastic alternatives is really high and just not doable for a lot of people. And the lack of alternatives also in Suriname, there just aren't a lot of alternatives here. And also the lack of knowledge and awareness about the alternatives that just isn't available here. So what we're doing now, we're trying to do to address this issue is obviously focus on education and awareness, because that's really a big deal for us, but we're also working on standard operating procedures to help improve the monitoring of waste that is being created, because right now we don't know the amount of plastic that's getting into the country, and unfortunately we also don't know the amount of waste that is being produced. We're also trying to identify possible options to prevent waste from actually being created and prevent it from getting into the environment, and especially the ocean. And we've been looking into using litter traps in our rivers, but there's another problem there, which is that our rivers are really huge. They're really wide, wider than a lot of other countries that are working on similar projects in the region. So we just don't have any litter traps right now that are big enough for those huge rivers of ours. Obviously, we're also advocating for legislation for the reduction of waste, and we're working on an extended producer responsibility scheme. We have gotten a lot of support from certain companies, but there are other companies who are like, well, as long as there's not any legislation, we're not going to work on this. So that's really important. And again, like I said, we're working on a lot of education and awareness. And one way that we're trying to educate people is by bringing them out to the sea. Suriname is a coastal country. We're located in the northern coast of South America, but we have over 93% of forests. We're part of the Amazon. So a lot of the focus is on the forest and not the marine area. Our waters are also brown. They're murky because of the water that is deposited into the ocean from the Amazon River. So people don't really have that connection with the ocean, because when they think of the ocean, they think of blue water, and our blue water is quite a bit from the coast. So that's not what they see. So they're not really invested in it. And honestly, it hasn't been until people started looking into oil at sea that we've actually seen people be more interested in our oceans. So yeah, good and bad. We are looking at oil at sea, and there are a lot of threats to our ocean that are paired with that, but it has brought a lot of more opportunities for us to do research at sea. So we've now had 2 ocean expeditions in our sea, which have been the 2 first ocean expeditions for Suriname, and we're now looking into doing more research into marine pollution in our seas. And this is unfortunately, fortunately, however you want to look at it, because of the interest in oil in our oceans. So that's a bit of our work in Suriname.
Thank you very much, Cheyenne, and hopefully we will find maybe some solutions to solve the problems you just mentioned in Suriname. Gary, maybe you can go next and tell us a bit about what you're doing.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. And thanks for organizing this event. It's really exciting. And thank you to all the audience who've taken the time out of their days to join in. And there's a lot of choice these few days with Barcelona, so it's great to be part of this panel. Yeah, so as you explained, I would consider myself quite a multidisciplinary marine ecologist. So having had a varied background, but now firmly rooted in the marine litter and pollution space. But I really do enjoy working in this interface of science and society and policy, and energizing communities and engaging with different stakeholders to kind of make these real world global challenges addressable on a local issue. So with that, I'd like to briefly talk about 2 of the main projects I'm working on at the moment here in CMAR. The first being a Maelstrom project, which is a Horizon 2020 funded project. And this is a large consortium of 14 partners across Europe, led by CNR ISMAR in Italy. And it's really working on the developing and designing technologies to identify hotspots of marine litter, to develop technologies that can remove them from the rivers or seabeds, and to elevate these through social engagement and policymaker engagement. So these kind of technologies, we've so far implemented 2 quite exciting technologies. The first has been successfully trialed in the Venice Lagoon, Italy, which is a robotic seabed cleaning platform, kind of like similar to what we've seen in Alexandria's the ocean floor. But this has worked to remove larger items that have been embedded in the sea bottom. And these have their challenges to them, but it's exciting to have new technologies that can at least provide some further clarification. I wouldn't say full-on solutions yet, because like Shannon's saying, each river is different and there's not going to be any one solution, but having different options is a really important aspect of it, and understanding the impacts of these different options. Recently as well, last year in northern Portugal here, we developed and implemented the bubble barrier Vildeconde along with our partners, the Great Bubble Barrier from Netherlands and University of Malta and some other partners. And this is a really innovative system that goes across a riverbed floor with a perforated tube that creates an air curtain with an upwelling effect. And along with the river's flow then, that traps any floating and subsurface plastics or litter items, carries them off to a catchment system where we're able to remove, sort, and send them to recycling. So our consortium has recycling partners and NGOs and robotics companies. So we've been able to build new composite materials for the value chain. So transforming old rubbish and plastics and litters into new construction panels, outdoor furniture, tables and chairs. And we're looking into new valorization techniques in that front as well. So it is quite exciting to see, to work all along the value chain and to really be able to take litters and see what can be made with them. So this has been really important to kind of try to implement some solutions, but I think where our main focus is, and I can see from a lot of the other panelists here, is really engaging with citizens and engaging with policymakers to understand maybe some of the drivers behind pollution and the barriers as well, and the main challenges we're facing on this front. In addition as well, of course, the other project I really want to mention is the Horizon Europe Inspire project, which I'm sure you're aware is being led by VLIS, the Marine Institute. So this is a very exciting project to detect, collect and prevent plastic pollution in European rivers. So it's only just started last year. So over the next couple of years, it's going to be implementing 20 different technologies and different solutions of different sorts to really reduce the plastic issue. There can be plastic removal technologies or more societal implementations as well. So alternative materials and food safe packaging, biodegradable packaging. So what's really exciting about this is we get to work with the local communities to implement these solutions. So whether that's your local administrations, European level governance technologies, or the citizens and communities themselves. So this is a really exciting part of our work, and we really get to understand kind of the community around it and how they feel about the state of their environment and the proposed solutions to them. So it's a really important place to be working in, and I think it's somewhere that all ECOPs can really engage in. I heard some great talk from Joanne earlier as well on the social media and how we really connect with our communities and how we share the information, because it's not all papers and scientific publications anymore. The science is changing, and I think ECOPs are pretty perfectly positioned to go along with that change and be some of the major change makers in science communication, science policy, and engagement. So I think that's a brief introduction to me, and I'm looking forward to the rest of the panel. Thanks.
Yes, thank you very much. It's really interesting to hear about some of the technologies you've been able to implement and how to engage with some citizens with that. And I think we're now going to go over to Philip to talk more about his initiative, which is very focused on some of that citizen science.
Thank you, and thank you for the introduction. Also, very glad to be amongst such inspiring people here and all of these very interesting projects. So I'm representing here the Plastic Pirate Citizen Science Initiative, and it has grown to one of the largest citizen science initiatives, I can say, in Europe. And it started relatively small in Germany with the idea basically that it was seen that there was a gap in plastic and microplastic, mesoplastic information in our rivers, floating down our rivers to the sea. So the idea was, okay, let's develop a large-scale citizen science initiative that involves school children from 10 to 16 years and engage and empower them to become scientists themselves so that they learn about the plastic problem, that they learn about their ecosystem, that they learn about the river and how the river transports huge amounts of plastic to the sea and the marine environment. And that way, at the same time, produce valuable scientific data that European researchers can use openly to make deductions from it and learn where are possible hotspots of plastic litter, where are the possible sources, how can we prevent it, and so on and so on. So that was the idea behind it, and it grew incredibly fast in Germany. It was a huge success, also with regards to the teachers coming back to us with positive feedback. The kids love it. They want to do it again. And that led to the European Commission and other European countries was raising interest in the initiative, and then it was rolled out to Portugal and Slovenia as the next two European countries. And from there, the European Commission got wind of it, and it became an even bigger success with the support of the European Commission in the Mission Ocean and via a Horizon Europe project. And that is basically now my job, to Europeanize the plastic pirates all over Europe. And fortunately, we were able to Europeanize it from 3 European countries to now to a total of 13 European countries, which is really, really great to see, because the interest is high, and the teachers, they always come back to us with very positive feedbacks also from the school children. And for us, it really shows how you can engage school children on that age and really empower them to become scientists themselves, learn how a scientific protocol works, learn how to formulate a scientific question, and then go to the field and do scientific work in the field that actually produces data that people can make use of. Very positive also about the initiative is that you see the results with a little dot on the map right after your sampling as soon as you upload your data. So you get instant feedback also that you are part of something bigger, that you that you have an impact on the research that we do, and you are a help for all of Europe basically and beyond to gather data about plastic and the microplastic problem. And from that, which is basically the next stage then, is to gather all of this data, to consolidate it and to analyze it, of course, and then inform policy with the data that we find. In terms of the Zero Pollution Action Plan or the Marine Water Framework Directive, so basically European policy that is really influential in all of Europe to tackle the microplastic and plastic problem. So yeah, in general, we really try to combine the 3 elements of education, of science, and citizen engagement in the Citizen Science Initiative. Also, we spend years actually on developing booklets for the schools and for the teachers to use for free. And they have now also been translated into 13 different languages, so European languages, for every teacher to use for free, just for download, and then prepare their school sessions from it, and then go out in the field and do the field samplings. And we will hopefully continue to do so for a few years more to really gather as much data as we can on plastic and the plastic pollution problem in rivers, maybe even in the near future also expanding to coastal areas, and then there make the perfect combination and connection between the rivers and the coastlines.
Wow, all right. Thank you so much for the great initiative. I just want to give this was something which is viable to show now.
I don't, maybe it was just me, Tristan, but I can hear you not that well. I don't know if it's your mic or the others have the same problem, but was a little bit difficult to understand you.
All right, is it better now?
Yeah, a little. Okay.
Working now?
Yeah, thank you.
I'd like to actually just say, thank you for the input there as well, recommending that it would be a big start for Cheyenne. And as well, what since I have another question. Okay, I'm gonna put on the headphones. And May, can you take over real quick?
Yeah. All right. Thank you all for your introductions. I guess while Tristan's sorting his audio, we'll get to his question in a bit. But I guess to kick things off, I guess one question I find interesting is maybe any particular technology or innovation you see as most promising for the monitoring of plastic pollution? Because I see that Philip was kind of crowdsourcing that of how we can monitor plastic pollution with getting citizens to do it. I know Shannon mentioned that it might be a bit of a problem in Suriname, just trying to figure out how much plastic is entering your ecosystem. So did anyone have any thoughts about like a technology that would be promising to help us monitor that?
I can go first if you want. to my opinion, it's very dependent on where and what you want to monitor or document or even address. With the beach litter, for example, the citizen engagement initiatives are really great. It's a positive thing for science. It's a positive thing for the community. It has so many benefits, and it really provides a lot of information. Because there are a lot of scientists, of course, but with citizens you can reach much more areas than with the couple of hundred local scientists, for example. So I think that's really great. If you can do it in a standardized way, like Plastic Pirates is doing, then it provides so many important input. But if you look at the other areas that plastic litter is present, then it's of course hard to involve citizens. For seafloor litter, for example, the techniques that might be most promising are also depending on the region. But in general, I would say that if you want to have an idea of a bigger area, it's always hard to use the very specific technologies like hyperspectral imaging, because you have to be very close to your target. So to my opinion, if you want to have like an almost exhaustive idea of how many items or litter or mass there is out there, I think you should go first with with acoustic systems to really see where are hotspots, where do we need to focus and put our efforts into which areas, and then go to those specific places and well, once it's out there and usable, use these hyperspectral imaging techniques to get a real idea of what is plastic, what is wood, what is metal, what is concrete, which polymers are these exactly, and then you can have a very nice case and extrapolate that into other regions as well. But to my opinion, this approach might be most promising, as it is also usable in different regions with different topography, soft bottoms, rocky bottoms, deep ocean, etc. So I guess that's a way forward, but I assume that the others might have another opinion on that. I'm not sure.
I'd like to come in there because I particularly agree with you. As I said, I would be slow to highlight any one particular technology, because really the rate of advancement in detection technologies over the last number of years have just been exponential, and something we should really encourage and can hopefully continue to see growing, because there really is no one answer. It's very context dependent, whether you're looking at microplastics, macroplastics. You can take the hyperspectral, as you said, or the acoustic imaging. There's a lot happening in robotics in terms of drones or underwater acoustics or underwater imaging even. Even then for space-based satellites, for looking at windrows more offshore to see the movement patterns and hydrodynamics of larger conglomerates of marine litter. So really there's so much happening, and I think it's important that we encourage not only like citizens to be involved in this, but inspire the curiosity when we're dealing with, say, students to go into this, to introduce our technologies and new technologies in general, with the aim of inspiring more creativity, more growth, so that the next couple of years can see that rate of advancement can continue. So the detection technologies, they can play into everything, but knowing what you're looking for or what questions you want to answer is really important, so that you can tailor your search and use things like the systematic reviews that are published in technologies, because you can't apply one thing for all, but knowing what you're looking for, where you're looking for, what questions your local stakeholders and policymakers need answered, and then you can really target your science to combat those answers and work together.
I also just want to say that the technologies are great, but if we're looking at a country like Suriname, which doesn't have the financial capacity, unfortunately, to invest in those types of technologies, we have to definitely take a different route. And right now, the aim from the government, especially, is to reduce the waste, not necessarily look into what kind of waste is there. And yes, we as an organization are trying to find out how we can do both. But for us, what we have thought of right now is, instead of focusing on these huge rivers of ours, maybe look at different canals that kind of flow into the river. These are smaller because we used to have a lot of plantations here. We have a lot of sluices that we can open and close. So we can close them and find out a way to trap the litter there. Find out if we can use that litter and then study that litter there and remove it. But again, it's still a work in progress. But I just feel like that's definitely something that we need to keep in mind, that a lot of countries don't have the financial capacity, or they just also don't have anyone here that can actually do, because it's one thing to collect all of the litter, but you need someone who's able to actually do the analysis and do the research, and we don't always have those people here.
Yeah, let me add just one more point, because I couldn't agree more with Cheyenne. We have the same thinking at the moment also with this citizen science initiative, because you have to have some kind of technology that is easy to use, that has kind of a low budget, that is ideally digitalized in a sense, and that at the same time has then a standardized operating procedure. And for that, I see huge potential still in apps, for example, or also in the use of artificial intelligence to basically pre-sort things. And then you have to always ask yourself, but this has also been said before, what is your goal? What do you like to monitor, and to what end? If you want to reduce waste in general, then I think identifying hotspots and the origins of the waste as quickly as possible with a low budget solution is the best you can do. And this is exactly also what the plastic pirates, for example, in a sense, have in mind in their objective, and one of the objectives. And there we see, in terms of coming back to technology, really apps that can be used on your phone in a very easy way, as have very big potential.
Yeah, thank you very much. I actually wanted to refer to that and have your expertise on that. Great job, Philip. We actually have one question for Nakriti in the chat, but I would like to give Alexander the stage first, because he lifted his hand when Cheyenne was talking. Maybe as well he has the possibility to expand what he's doing to Suriname. I don't know.
Yeah, thank you so much, Tristan. And yeah, to just follow up Cheyenne and Philip, I couldn't be more more agree with you. That what was our what can I say, approach to this. How can we actually start cleaning up the seabed without making it a quite costful approach, because it is so different from each different regions. It can be far away from cities. It can be really hard to get there, and that has been our main focus while developing a natural seabed concept, because you will meet different, what can I say, troubles when dealing with marine litter all the way through the global scale. So yeah, and I just to follow up all of you, I have to say I'm greatly honored to be speaking with you, and it's been really interesting to listen to you. I hear now that there are much, yeah, hopefully we can collaborate on, and for sure, it's more than enough marine litter out there that more than only 1 or 2 or 3 concepts can be developed. We need to be much bigger than that. We need to collaborate to actually make a change. That's our opinion. I'm not sure if there are any questions about what we are doing or so, but we are working now these days in the Oslo Fjord. That is a very troubled area in Norway. the fjord has gone from much rich life to not so good condition, and we have been working close by the key sites in the inner fjord, but hopefully we'll be working more on the deeper areas and cleaning up these areas as well. So that is quite quickly about where we are standing today.
Yeah, thank you very much, Alexander. I think you guys all showcased that there are so many questions, so many things to answer, so many different problems for different approaches as well. However, I would like to refer to the question of Akriti, which is a bit specific for Philip. So he was asking, how is accuracy of the data sampling and data uploaded monitored?
Yeah, that's a very good question, and we took quite lengths to think about this. The way we do it is a very particular group of the students that go in the field have the task to document everything that they find during the field sampling, including taking photos of the field sites and also of what is found in terms of plastic, which is categorized at the field sampling right away. So they are instructed to take very particular photos of what they find during the field sampling and upload them afterwards to our database so that we can double check if the numbers that they have put into the form match generally with the picture that we can find that is attached to this field sampling data set. But in general, okay, we cannot give 100% accuracy. I'm very transparent here because this is simply impossible with students or with a non like 100% trained researchers. However, the thinking behind this was the more samplings you have, the smaller the margin of error will get. And you can at some point say, if you have a critical number of samplings in total, that the data that we find has value in it and has a meaning on a larger scale. So this is basically how we do it, and especially also looking at numbers that are particularly puzzling. For example, suddenly they found 300 kilograms of plastic, and we're like, whoa, in one field sampling that we should double check, and this is obviously done as well.
Thank you very much for that response. I think we're getting towards the end of our panel. So does anyone have any last comments from any of our panelists before we wrap it up? Does anyone have any last things they want to say?
Yeah, Stuart. Thank you so much for hosting us. It's been really exciting to hear from all of you. I would just like to say one of the aspects that we're focusing on in the marine litter issue is really the technologies are very important to implement and understand the impacts of, but reaching society at all levels is, I would argue, even more important. So one of the ways of doing that as well is with science projects and multidisciplinary cleanups, but also through science policy and science communication in general. So we're hosting a series of webinars on marine litter. So far we've conducted 4 on science and society, on capacity building, on ecosystem health impacts and human health impacts of marine litter. But the next webinar that we're organizing for the late summer, early autumn will be a feature piece on ECOPs in marine litter. So I'd just like to use this opportunity, if I may, to invite anybody who'd be interested in having their project highlighted or to work together and build a collaboration with the Maelstrom project so that we can highlight the wonderful work that ECOPs are doing. I'm really honored to be part of this team, the ECOPs team in general. I feel for plastic pollution and especially, it's a really transformative group and there's a lot happening, and it's great to see all this excitement and encouragement. So I would just like to offer that invite to continue collaborations and build and strengthen this network. So, thank you.
All right, well then, thank you all for participating in this panel. I saw somebody raise their hand, but I'm afraid we're going to move on from this session. If you had a question to them, I'd ask you to put it in the chat, And maybe all of our panelists could answer it there in the chat for you there. If they could all stick around if any other questions do pop up. And then you can stay, maybe interact with people in the Zoom chat. But in the meantime, I think we are going to move on to our next session.
Yeah, thank you guys as well. Thank you again to the panelists. Really great job, really interesting topic. Next up, we have an interesting contribution from Georgia. Actually, our contributor's name is Mariam Abakova. She holds a bachelor degree at the University of Georgia and as well a master degree. And she is an inquisitive person who works as an ocean mission mobile journalist and as well engages in a lot of international projects. And today she will give us insights into her work, which she does independently, respective to youth initiatives, which is called Every Voice, Every Initiative Matters. Mariam, are you there? Then the stage is yours. I think you are still on mute, Mariam.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I was really scared not to get the technical problem actually, and I was listening to what you're saying. Thank you for the brief introduction. Please first confirm if my presentation is available and you can see it.
Yes, it is in PDF format. So maybe if you can put it on the big screen, that would be nice.
On the big screen. Okay, 1 minute, I will try it. I think I wouldn't like to waste the time, but
okay, if you're encountering technical issues, no worries. Just go ahead, please, to the limit.
I will try to make it on a big screen, but oh my god. I can't, I think, put it on a big screen. I don't know why.
Don't worry, all good. Just go ahead with your presentation and we will follow you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I will not introduce myself as it was brief, good introduction done by Tristan. Thank you very much. And here is my contact. And actually, I would like to say that based all insights which I am presenting here is based on my module mission, mobile journalism experience as European Maritime Day organizer and being used for ocean advocate. Actually, I'm from Black Sea country, which is not the ocean country, and sometimes it's concept question how I contribute from the Black Sea country. This is how I dived in that. This is a small, tiny experience. Briefly, my first connection with the ocean became from the Malta International Governance Project and diving first to the use for ocean advocates through online during pandemic, and this because I find myself passionate about the topic, and this is how it have been developed. And you can say that during it was two years ago, I pledged that I would like to do mostly proud and provide awareness building and showcase some activities which can be done with small activities, which is I believe matter. And I thought that let's be like a drop of change, action, and inspiration in this big tiny world from small country like Georgia. And here I will briefly introduce you the some insights from the citizens, entrepreneurs, and lighter kids. This is my main motivation why I have joined here. And here you can see this is the voices from entrepreneurs and citizens, from plastic prevention to embrace to the new plastic economy, also safeguard our ocean, preventing overfishing, and even through the overcoming the fashion challenge, and of course citizen concern and message advocating for environmental action. I am not gonna to dive most, but we know that plastic pollution is the big challenge, and everyone like encouraged to recycle, but only recycling is not a cool effect, and I prefer that and believe that it's better to turn plastic into a new economy approach. And why I decided to showcase in Georgia, because in Europe and in United States you can see more ideas doing something, but in small country where not much opportunity arise, and here is also a bright-minded young people who not only patient but doing some supportive action to protect our planet. And this is also one of my favorite company called Tene, which produce melted from melted bottle caps the USB cables, and you can even print what you want, and actually you can see there on the it's my USB cable, and there is the European Union logo like flag. And this is what inspiring me, because you feel that you are part of something, you are donated to product which you know that it's not gonna to our marine and even to land. And actually here is a quote from the interviews, which honestly I'm not dive in reading this. Later I encourage to come to back to this recording session, listen again and look what is there. And actually I would like to say that only embracing the responsible usage and honoring the earth, our earth, we can prevent everything which is on our hand. And here is the solution of the preventing the overfishing from the Black Sea. It's Barbatusi, and this new cafe which provided fresh fish from sea to the table. And as Levan Akhladiani said in his interview, he always says that it's better also to think about new generation, because we are like millennials, and new generation have a lot of power to speak out now and a lot of support. And he believes that preserving our water for our not only ourselves but for the other generation, it's a cool motivation, and it is also collective action to protect our vital ecosystem. And it is not the end of that, but actually we all know that fashion also is the big challenge in today's world. And this is also another inspiring moment from the Georgian product Faber, which it's an application, and they went beyond the Georgia. And what they are trying to transform, they are trying to like support and encourage people to reuse the clothes, not to like only throw them, but if they don't need, they can sell it. And this is how water Faber application doing, just preventing the going our closest to the land, which can be valuable for other people. And some people have even brand clothes which is very expensive and not available for most Georgian citizens. And this is the Faber is offering, that if you don't need clothes, just sell it on Faber, and they are doing everything just from the packaging to the delivery service, and the owner no worry about how it will be. Actually it's very inspiring to talk with him, and he said that the future like
Mariam,
of the
just to
planet.
inform you, you have 2 minutes left, okay?
It's 2 minutes.
Yes.
Okay, sorry. So I will dive into the main my speech and the video of kids. I have been inspired by the also find the Nina Rose sister, who said that school activities is very matter, and like today during previous panel have been said about citizen engagement, youth empowerment. And please, I would like to say that if you will have time, sorry I didn't manage it, go through this so this presentation, read through it. And actually this is the kids which I wanted you to hear them, and if there is a time I would be happy just to show this video with them.
Yes, due to being a bit short on time, I would suggest that we just put the link from your YouTube video on the chat so people can have a look at it separately.
Yeah, so I think, yeah, and I will say that at the end, just let's each be a drop of change, action, inspiration. Sorry, I did not was on time. I can't read it.
All good. Thank you very much, Mariam. I think you just have a lot of things to say and you interviewed a lot of people. So very nice work. Are there any questions? I can't see any in the chat for Mariam. If some questions might arise a bit later, just reach out to her. We put her social media accounts and as well her email in the chat. But now I would like to hand over to Anne-May. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mariam, for your presentation. We're looking forward to maybe seeing the video in our own time, and I'm sure everyone would be interested in looking at it. We shared the link to the YouTube video in the chat, so you can have a look at it. I think just before we start our next contribution, we have something live from the conference in Barcelona from one of our mobile journalists, who is currently there now. So if we could switch over to them to see what's going on there. Oh, I think they're just quickly setting up. So in the meantime, should we maybe do a brief introduction to what our next panel is going to be, and then we can switch over to our mobile journalist before we get started on the panel. Let me share. Our next panel is going to be on our youth initiatives. So kind of what Mariam was talking about, we're now going to have a Q&A discussion with some others. And so if there are also any questions for Mariam, maybe if you could chip in there as well. For youth initiatives, we have 3 different speakers. We have as part of our panel. Tristan, do you want to introduce our first speaker?
Yes, sure. I would love to. So the first person we have with us is Dr. Kulisa Yola-Sinyana, who is a PhD, like she has graduated from her PhD at the University of South Africa. I think it's from Cape Town. And yeah, she is a really inspiring person. I follow her already for a while on social media, and she is as well somebody who drives forward Black people in marine science. I just saw your post yesterday with Dawn Wright, really nice. And well, what she does, she's like the founder and the director of Ulvasi Scientific Communications and STEM Research, and as well she has, as a fun fact, a clothing brand which she promotes as well. So I'm really looking forward to her contribution. Let's see if we get the interview of our Mojo Fiona first before we start the panel. But until then, I will just continue to as well introduce our next panel speaker, who hopefully is there by now. Her name is Oksana Gudinai, and she's originally from Moldova, but currently, or for the last 14 years, she said, she's been living in Turkey, where she works on a large identified gap, which refers to study and protect the ocean, which seems to be very underrepresented in Turkey. So I hope that she's here with us. If not, we will be as well introducing our next panelist, which is Gemma. And May, could you do that, please?
Yes, our last panelist is Gemma Sargent, who is the Marine Science Officer at Ocean Generation. Her role involves using Ocean Generation's UNESCO-endorsed ocean intelligence approach to translate complex ocean science into engaging and practical content. Previously, Gemma channeled her commitment to environmental advocacy into her role as a youth ambassador for the United Nations Association Climates and Ocean, or UNAC&O, and gained valuable field experience working as a marine research assistant and PADI PADI dive master in the Philippines. Gemma is passionate about helping people to feel more connected to the ocean, striving to make the world more accessible and relatable to all. So those are all of our panelists. I think maybe one panelist might be having connection issues, but we'll hopefully see that she'll join in shortly. I would maybe suggest, if we're still waiting on, oh, somebody said volume declined. Hopefully you can all still hear me. I would say that if we're still waiting on our Mojo's currently in Barcelona, I would suggest maybe our panelists could then introduce themselves and talk a little bit about what they do. Then hopefully we'll be able to go to our mojo in Barcelona, and then we'll switch over to Q&As. So do we want to start with Kalisa? Do you want to talk about what you do? Oh, wait. Oops, sorry. Somebody just said that they were ready. I'm so sorry about that. I think we'll maybe then go to our mojos, and then we'll let you introduce yourself and do the Q&A, and that way everything also stays all together. All right. So if the technical team wants to switch over to Fiona in Barcelona. Oh, we're saying we have no signal from Fiona. Oh, sorry about that. I guess then, Kalisa, did you want to introduce what you do?
All right, thank you. Thanks, panel. Hi, my name is Kolisa Nyanya, and I am an oceanographer. I specialize in ocean biogeochemistry. I also call myself a science communicator because that is something that is very dear to me. In fact, Ocean Explorers, which will be what I'll be contributing today, is part of that work that I do as a science communicator. I decided to start my STEM research company and have this side of it, which deals largely with the youth. So Ocean Explorers is an initiative that offers career guidance. We identified gaps in international ocean-related career interests, which require guidance. Additionally, we saw that diverse learners and students who come from backgrounds that are not usually associated with the ocean sciences fields and want to become marine scientists don't have the motivation because they don't know what to do or how to do it. And also we saw that there's a need for communicating both qualitative and quantitative aspects. And so at Ocean Explorers, which is the full name, Ulwazi, Ocean Explorers, Ulwazi meaning knowledge or information in Xhosa, which is my home language. What we do at Ulwazi is we nurture these youth, not just youth actually, but any and everyone who needs to be educated around this. And I know a lot of colleagues who have PhDs who do need some growth in this field because we do our science and we don't know how to communicate it. So that's what I do. Thank you very much.
Yeah, since we still don't have a signal, Gemma, if you could go next, that would be great.
Of course. Thank you so much for having me. It's great to be here and speaking on this panel today. So my name is Gemma and I am the marine scientist for Ocean Generation. And we're an ocean charity full of storytellers. We are communicators and ocean educators. And so as we've kind of discussed along the whole day, really, the biggest issue we all face in our efforts to protect the ocean is that most people don't grow up understanding its importance. So few people understand that the ocean is really our life support system, and that's why the ocean continues to be under so much pressure today. And so that's why at Ocean Generation, we set out to bring the ocean to everybody, everywhere. And we are endorsed by UNESCO for the way that we turn complex marine science into engaging ocean content, which is accessible to everybody. We use popular culture to make ocean science feel relevant and relatable to a whole new generation of not just young people, but just everybody to take an interest in ocean science. We make scroll-stopping ocean education content, and we also run a suite of youth engagement programs for 3 to 25-year-olds that empower ocean action as well. In 2023, we reached over 6 million people, and that's hopefully just the beginning. So yeah, thank you very much. Looking forward to this conversation.
Thank you very much. I think we're still waiting for a final panel member, and I think hopefully Fiona has signal. So we're going to have a brief interlude from our mobile journalists at the conference, and then we will let our final panelists introduce themselves, hopefully, and we'll get right into questions.
Oh, hello everybody. I'm Fiona again. I'm here at the venue in Barcelona where the UN Ocean Decade Conference is happening right now. And we are in a exhibition hall right here. You can see some booths set up. We're going to try and show you a little bit around to give you live impressions of this venue here. So yeah, we are in fact live right now. It's actually a beautiful setup up here. Let's come with me a little bit, because we have a great ocean view here on the left, and we have multiple different booths set up here, as for example there's a stand for NOAA, and then we have another Barcelona Supercomputing Center here on the side, and we're actually going to approach one of those booths and see if they talk to us. So yeah, you can see there's a lot of people out here right now. It seems to be people are mixing around because there's also a plenary session happening right now in the big room over there. So obviously we cannot go live in there because that would be too loud. But we're going to try and talk to Mercator Ocean, if I find it. Is it? Oh, here. Exactly, and here we are, and they already know that we're coming, so they're prepared a little bit. Hello, everybody. I'm Fiona. Nice to meet you. So let me just ask you, what are you doing? What is Mercator Ocean, and what are you doing here on the conference? Where should I? Who wants to talk?
Well, I can start with a brief introduction, and then I'll move to my colleague Lillian here, who can tell you more about early career professionals. So we're here representing the Mercator Ocean booth today. Mercator Ocean is a nonprofit organization currently becoming a intergovernmental organization, which will be launched which should be launched at the UNOC UN Ocean Conference in Nice in 2025, and is dedicated to ocean prediction. So that covers the value chain from data. For example, we implement the Copernicus Marine Service. Providing data covering the blue, which is physical, green, which is biogeochemical, and white, which is sea ice, ocean in the past, near real time, and also forecasts in the future. Part of the value chain that we cover is also to decision makers and supporting ocean diplomacy. And one way we do that is providing tools. And one of the tools that you probably heard floating around, especially this conference, is the digital twin of the ocean, which we participate with with a consortium of European stakeholders to work on the development of the European digital twin of the ocean.
Maybe you can explain what it is, because there might be someone not knowing what the digital twin is.
It's a digital replica of the ocean, just as it would sound, where one could run what-if scenarios on sea level, on acidity, on marine heat waves, for example, to better make data-driven decisions, for example. And we also implement the Ocean Prediction Decade Collaborative Center, which is a center, and we are entrusted by the IOC or UNESCO to do this. And it has two main pillars. One is collaboration, so that is bringing together ocean professionals across the world to look at standards, interoperability of data, with the goal of delivering as one, for example, a digital twin of the ocean. So if we have a digital twin of the ocean with data from all over the world, it should be interoperable, there should be standards, it should be integrated. And so that's what that is. I think I've gone over my 2 minutes. I'd like to pass off to Lillian Diarra, who leads our communications across several projects.
Okay, so I'll speak about the ECOPs maybe. So yesterday we had an event, a satellite event on DTOs for ECOPs. So we were trying to get the ECOPs perspectives on this, digital twinning talk, which is like the next big thing. You know, we have all this data. How can we make it more meaningful, impactful, understandable to different audiences? And obviously, who's going to be using this new tool? It's the next generation. So how do we attract them into this field? How do we involve them in the co-design process? So it was really interesting. We had some really great ECOPs, and we tried to understand, what areas would be most important, where could digital twin applications be most impactful. So there'll be a report coming out from that event, which would be really, really nice. And one of our programs that we manage at Mercator Ocean is GeoBlue Planet, that one. Yeah, so Geo is the group on Earth observations. And it's a partnership of about 120 countries and institutes. And so the ocean and coastal arm is GeoBlue Planet. So they're really trying to bridge the gap between ocean observation and information needed by different stakeholders. And so part of GeoBlue Planet is this ECOP task force, which is called Ocean Bridges. I'm not sure if you're familiar with it, but yeah, GeoBlue Planet is one of the task force leaders. Yeah. So this is how we're really trying to bring ECOPs in all our activities, and being inclusive as possible and diverse as possible to make it most impactful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have some more questions for you, because it's very interesting, because you've been dropping a lot of really keywords for our audience here as well. So if we have anybody in the audience that is super interested in the digital twin of the ocean, how could they get involved? Because you're saying you're trying to involve the next generation and ECOPs and so on. Is it over Ocean Bridges? If you go online and Google Ocean Bridges, or is it over the ECOP program specifically? Where would you advise them to go first?
So we're going to have a big event in June, 13th of June, called the Digital Ocean Forum, which is going to be online and also in person. And this is going to be where the first demonstration of the DTO, the European Digital Twin Ocean, will be held. So I invite all ECOPs to be there and find out as a starting point. But of course, if you go to the websites, unfortunately, that is a really good point. We should bring, I think this conversation will be again shared through the ECOP network, like as I said, the report from yesterday's event. So that will be like the beginning of this, dialogue. And obviously, if people are interested, they can contact GeoBlue Planet, they can contact the Ocean Bridges Task Force, and we'll hope to work with the ECOP Decade program to get this information out there, because this is really the next frontier of ocean science. Yeah.
Amazing. Thank you so much for these really good insights and nice information about the digital twin of our ocean. And I think that's from us. That's all from us from here, from the convention center in Barcelona. So thank you very much, and I'm going to send it back to our hosts.
Great transition for us now, since we have an oceanographer here who has done her PhD in oceanography, and they as well referred on how they can involve ECOPs. But since you're working more with the kids, like how do you get kids excited about the ocean? How do you get to involve the kids in your endeavors?
All right, so to get the youth, because kids is, the youth is not just kids, it's kids, and it includes maybe older, like teenagers and students or learners. In South Africa, we'll call them learners, who are in high school. So those are the people that we work with. Maybe those are kids to us, yes. But to engage those types of people, we need to the work that we're doing, understand ourselves, right? However, when we communicate it to these youth, we package it in a way for them to be enticed by it, to find it attractive, to find it fun, to find it inspiring, because the whole point is to educate. And while educating, you're trying to get these youth to want to be part of what we are currently doing as scientists, and maybe see some gaps that we probably have not been able to see in the past. go into the science, do the science, have this this want to become what we are today. So when we talk about how do we entice them, we have to make them understand how it works, how it affects their lives, and how they can contribute to the whole thing. Because when it doesn't affect them, they feel like, why should we take part in it? So those are the aspects that you really need to look at. And don't forget to not lose the science in everything that you do while you're trying to educate and inspire these youth.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think these are very valuable insights. And as well, I have already talked to Anne before as well, since she's engaging with students as well. But yeah, what I would like to know from you, Gemma, now is like, how do you try to engage the youth?
Thank you. Yeah, that's so. Youth engagement is one thing that we are really, really sort of trying to push forward at Ocean Generation. The main way that we try to do this is through our youth engagement program. So we have like a suite of specific programs, and in a similar to how Kalisa just described it, we have sort of an introduction for ages sort of 3 to about 10, where we kind of introduce younger children to like the magic of the ocean, inspire them into just like wanting to know more about this world. We then kind of further that on to our like educational programs, which we try and sort of integrate into school curricula. And so that's just like developing this knowledge one step further, and just kind of fostering this kind of deep connection, especially with children who don't grow up anywhere near the sea, or maybe don't feel like it's in any way relevant to their lives. And then the final kind of step on our youth engagement journey is our we call it our Wave Maker workshop. So this is for ages 16 to 25, but we're actually currently developing a 25 plus for everybody else as well, because it's not just about engaging youth, it's about engaging everybody. So that's another sort of thing to consider. But these Wave Maker workshops really focus on empowering young people to take this knowledge and take this all this education that they've got, and kind of push it one step further into kind of how are we then going to kind of act on this knowledge to make a positive difference. And it's about empowering our young people to feel like they have the skills and also the knowledge to kind of put to good use and make some positive change.
Yes, thank you. Both those answers are really interesting. I want to add that I'm maybe one of the youngest hosts here, and I guess I want to say like some of the youth initiatives that are happening in Bermuda, and I guess what you're doing is like, as I guess maybe a youth myself, it's just really impactful and starting to drive my desire to have a career in the sciences and being really passionate about the ocean sciences. But as somebody in maybe one of the younger age groups, and something that I've been seeing a lot from a lot of my peers is a lot of anxiety towards what's going on. I just guess in the general climate of just like we're learning about how incredible our ocean is, but also we're hearing about all these negative things that are impacting them. So I wanted to ask, and I think this is very related to what Gemma is doing, but also I think Lucy might have some interesting insights, is just how are you tackling this eco-anxiety of like, how do we not fall to like the dread of what's going on?
Yeah, sorry, you go first.
All right, thank you. So that's a very good question, actually, because firstly, you have to look at the background of these youth. That is something that is very important, not just in academia, but also just in general. You need to look at how they grew up. Do they have a background around the ocean? Do they know anything about the ocean? Because that will it will have a mold in how they learn and what they want to learn. Because some of these youth know very much about what is currently happening, climate change, global warming, but they probably will be paired, for example, in the mentorship programs, will be paired with students or youth that have no clue what that is. They come from backgrounds that lack technology. And largely, these are Black and POC students, as Tristan has identified earlier, that I largely work with those disadvantaged background youth. So when we create these programs, we have them in mind, especially. And it's very lovely to pair the ones that do know with the ones that do not know, because they get to learn from each other. You would think you wouldn't learn much from someone who doesn't know about this work. However, you would be so interested in how little they know and what you can learn from that. So those are the programs, the types of programs that we have put in place. And in terms of anxiety, we are very gentle. We very, very, very gentle in how we teach, in how we try to portray the messages to our youth, and how, because we give them tasks to perform. They don't just listen to us. We have to listen to them in turn, what they have learned and what they would do to apply these things. Some of these youth come from backgrounds where they live around the ocean, they live along the coast, and so they have knowledge, indigenous knowledge, sometimes knowledge that we as scientists don't even understand, but they grew up in those environments, and so we learn things like that from them.
Amazing. Yeah, honestly, couldn't agree more with all of that as well. And I think another kind of point and how we, as an organisation at Ocean Generation, try and tackle this eco-anxiety, because it is a huge thing. I mean, there was a study in 2021, an international study by the Lancet Planetary Health, who basically concluded that 75% of young adults were frightened by climate change. And it's this fear that leads to further anxiety and ultimately inaction, because positive change doesn't come out of fear, it comes out of hope. And so that's basically what we try and do, is foster this sense of hope and positivity through our work, and engage young people kind of engage our people within that realm. We're not expecting to create ocean experts overnight, but what we do try and do is give people a sense of hope and so they can forge their own path towards that positive action. We call this imperfect environmentalism. So basically it's creating thousands of imperfect environmentalists who are ordinary people, but who can now understand something about the ocean, who, because they understand, they now care about what's happening to it, and then who feel ultimately prepared and empowered to kind of take this action and protect it. And so that's really this kind of ethos and messaging that we try and portray to our community, because we believe that that's truly how we can make the best impact.
Yeah, thank you so much, Gemma. Thank you as well so much, Kulisa. I can heavily relate as well. I mean, of course, I'm from Europe, so I think we are not the ones who are going to get hit first by climate change, although it's really appearing here. But still, I admit it, I am as well quite anxious about what's going to happen in the future with our planet, and how we can kind of make the best out of it and try to save what gives us a space for living. So I really love this term of impact environmentalism. I think it's a great thing, and I think as well everybody here in this audience, rather they'll be a bit younger, like maybe Enmei and as well Gemma, or a bit older, but still an ECOP like Kulisa and me. But I think we're all in this together, and you guys are doing a really great job on tackling this, because it's really underrepresented. It is evolving, I think, and as well you shed the spotlight on that. But still, there is so much to do. So yeah, I really want to thank you for your insights. We still have some more time, and I just saw that we have like a little question. How has the feedback interest from the youth been? Has it been hard to bring them on board? maybe this is something, maybe just one quick answer from both of you guys, and then we'll wrap it up.
All right, for me, the reason why I started Ocean Explorers is because there was a demand for guidance and mentorship. So during my PhD, I would always get messages from the youth from all over the world, especially in the United States of America. I don't know how they know about me, but hey, they always email. So I saw that, okay, there's a demand, and the youth really need these techniques. They need the techniques. They need to know how did you get there, Kolisa? How can I get there? Why did you go into ocean science? You're a Black person. What? It's a white people field. How did you get in it? So things like that are things that we need to address. And largely in the past, things of that nature have been neglected. We just focus on the science and publications. But now we need to engage the community, engage the youth, because it fosters a culture of getting into the research that we're doing. And that's what we want to do.
Absolutely. And if I could just add my response to that question as well. So we work with a lot of young people, and I have some like stats that I just found in terms of our feedback from last year of our youth engagement sessions. So 81% of the primary school children that we reached felt more inspired to protect our ocean. 67% felt happier about the climate after our sessions. And 45% of the older children in our Wavemaker sessions felt that they had the confidence now to talk to audience about the health of the ocean. And so we've like tracking these impacts and kind of this feedback gives us this really kind of tangible outputs and areas to work on, but also it really shows that young people are really engaging with the work that we do, and there is this kind of there's this need, there's this requirement, but also this thirst for knowledge and for community and action on this field. So yeah, it's a really exciting place to be at the moment.
Okay, I see we've got 2 more questions in the chat. And we're getting to the end of the session. So I think we'd ask one quick point from each of you on how we can encourage more youth to join. And then I'd maybe ask you to, if you can, answer the other question in chat so that we can wrap up on time to head to our next session.
So one of the things that I do, or let me just generalize it and not talk about Ocean Explorers, but to join initiatives like this, to promote youth wanting to be part of these initiatives, is to make it look interesting, make it fun, make videos for TikTok, do all these things that the youth are currently doing, have challenges on ocean-related matters, do quizzes, Q&As. Those really engage. They really love those. So those are the things that we have seen are very engaging for our youth. So I'll just put in the chat box our link to our website, and you can get all the information you need from there.
Yeah, and I'll just echo that as well. I think that's pretty much what I was we do at Ocean Generation as well. Our comms team work really, really hard to kind of integrate popular culture and just like things that the young people are talking about now into ocean science, so that it feels relevant and to just kind of get a foot in the door of the ocean kind of community. And then it's such like an accepting space. So and we're always hoping to kind of grow that and collaborate. And we have like if anyone kind of in the session now wants to come along to one of our webinars, we have like 3 coming up. I'll just put them in the chat to save time, but I'll put a link in with how you can kind of sign up for those and get involved if it's something that you're interested in.
Yeah, thank you both so much. Really, really, really as well some big positivity here towards the end of our session. And yeah, I think just to wrap everything up, first of all, I would like, if the audience, feel free to give a round of applause to all of our contributors today. I think they all did an amazing job, whether it will be in the panel or just presenting. And Mariam, don't worry that you were short on time, all good. I think you have the most understandable community right here, so all good. Yeah, and just to wrap everything up, I think we had some really nice insights today in our session. Some really diverse topics. Well, the problems were mentioned, but as well the solutions were kind of mentioned as well. And I think the biggest takeaway is to keep it up, stay positive. We are here together as ECOPs. All of us, every single voice matters, as Mariam has said before, and multiple others as well. And yeah, great work by all of you. Really appreciate your contributions, and just a really big thank you to all of you. And I think before we just switch into our studio real quick, because we want to show like a little behind the scenes, how it looks in our technical support team's room. And as well, before Denzel and Elizabeth start their session for the Pacific region, maybe Anne-May, you would like to have as well some closing words towards the end?
Yes, just to say again, a big thank you to all of our contributors who've done such an incredible job. We also have to thank all of our sponsors who are making this all possible, and we can name them all after this, because we also have to thank, of course, our technical team who, in addition to our sponsors, it wouldn't be possible without them, because they're doing all the behind the scenes work to kind of switch things over and make sure everything is showing properly on our screen and on our YouTube channel. So we really wanted to show the behind the scenes just to see like the amount of work they're doing and take a sneak peek about what's going on. So yeah, if we could hand over to them.
So hi everyone, I hope you can hear us. I'm Jonathan.
And my name is Max.
We are from the German Marine Research Consortium and part of the organizing team of V.ECOP Days, and we just briefly wanted to show you how it looks here behind the scenes. So all the technical stuff we have set up. Yeah, you can see the different windows, the different videos. We connect the mojos here with the host, so just so you get a glimpse of what is going on behind all the Zoom stuff. And yeah, I think that's it from our side. So back to you, Tristan and Anne-May, so you can hand over to the Pacific Coast.
Yeah, thank you so much, Jonathan and Max, for the insights and as well for showing our crowd what is going on behind the scenes. Yeah, I think that is it from us. We would just like to advertise that tomorrow we'll be having the second part of our session, which will start at 11:30 local time in Barcelona. Yeah, thank all of the contributors again. It's been a pleasure to have you guys here, and hopefully you guys get out there to network and maybe find some kind of people who think the same way as you do and are as inspired as you are. And yeah, I would just like to say thank you.
Yeah, so without further ado, I guess we have to hand over to our next session host. So if you're still watching, stick around because the day isn't over, just our session is, and there's still some incredible contributions coming up. So yeah, I'd like to hand over to Denzel and Elizabeth.
Tristan and Anne-May for such a wonderful session. I learned a lot from all those contributors and it was really well set up. So thank you a lot. For those of you who are already on the call, thank you so much for staying on. And for those of you who are just joining us, welcome. My name is Elizabeth Kroger. I'm one of your co-hosts for the Pacific region. I'm joined here by Denzel, my other co-host, who will introduce himself briefly. I'm an interdisciplinary conservation biologist, educator, and scientific diver based in Monterey, California. I currently work in marine education as a bilingual naturalist at the Monterey Bay Aquarium and as a dive master. And I've experienced designing and conducting socioecological research, which informs environmental management decisions and conservation project development. My research projects have focused on everything from sustainable fisheries to coral reef restoration to even avian biodiversity. But my work always centers around increasing stakeholder participation in conservation decisions. And as I mentioned, I'm joined by my amazing co-host, Denzel, who will introduce himself. Oh, Denzel, I think you might be muted. I think we can hear you now. Oh, I think you might still be muted. Still can't hear you, Denzel. Perhaps while we are waiting for Denzel to be back, I will introduce Denzel. He is absolutely incredible. He is a marine biologist and early career ocean professional based in Suva in the Fiji Islands. He is super passionate about marine conservation, and he currently serves as an intern with the Worldwide Fund for Nature, also known as the WWF, which is embedded within the Climate Change Division of the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change of the Fiji government. He has a strong science background, and with this background, he aims to broaden his scope by delving into marine policy. So his work involves stakeholder engagement on national, regional, and international levels, and he focuses on Fiji's national oceans policy governance. Denzel, are you back yet? Still can't quite hear you. While we're waiting for Denzel to continue with the technology, we just want to lay out a few housekeeping rules. If you're asking any questions, for those of you that are participant, please use the Q&A function rather than the chat box, although if you send questions in the chat box, that is totally fine as well. And now I'll just tell you a little bit about the Pacific region. During this session, we're going to have contributors from all over the Pacific, from the coast of California to Japan and some island countries in between, like Malaysia and Fiji. We've also incorporated contributors from around the world, mainly from Europe. This allows us to have a global perspective during this session. So the Pacific is an absolutely huge region. The Pacific Ocean is the largest and deepest of the world's 6 oceans and covers 50% of the world's ocean water and 30% of the Earth's surface. So it extends from the Americas to Asia, to Australia, and even Antarctica. Our session is going to be divided into 3 themes: the interconnection between animals, humans, and the ocean, algae, our future, and ocean governance. But before we get started on the themes, we first have a presentation from Yushi Morioka. Before I introduce Yushi, I'm going to check in one more time with Denzel. Denzel, can you hear?
Hey there, Elizabeth. Can you hear me now? Apologize. Apologies to everyone. So sorry for that. My tech's working now. Proceed, Elizabeth.
No worries. Hopefully you're able to hear everything we went through. I introduced you briefly. So we'll continue on with Yushi now. So Yushi Mariaka is an ECOP Japan coordinator and physical oceanographer at the Japan Agency for Marine Earth Science and Technology, studying the ocean's role in climate. He is now a senior scientist and actively involved in developing the ECOP network in Asia and Japan through organizing symposiums, workshops, and other media. He's going to be updating us on some ECOP Japan activities. So Yushi, I believe you're already here, and you can now feel free to take the floor. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hi everyone, I'm Fiona again here in Barcelona at the UN Ocean Decade Conference, and I have Rosaline Kuiper with me here. She traveled all around the ocean yesterday, all around the world, not yesterday, last year, but I'm going to hand over to her and she's going to tell you a little bit about herself.
Yes, so thank you. We're here in Barcelona for the UN Ocean Decade Conference. My name is Rosaline Kuiper and I'm a skipper of Team Holcim PRB. I sailed around the world last year in the ocean race. And I'm a passionate sailor. I spent over 150 days at our ocean, and I'm addicted. I've seen the beauty of our ocean, how massive she is and how powerful, but as well how vulnerable she is. And for me it's so important to do our job. So I'm sailing around the world, and in the same time we're collecting ocean data to enrich scientists and therefore to add to add to the ocean science and to help understanding our oceans better and to find solutions. I'm speaking to all passionate ocean lovers. So what I would like to say to you today is look at our ocean and get inspired and try to make a difference in the field that you can. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. That's it.
Hi, Yushi. Apologies for that. Our tech team was having some difficulties, thus the video. Apologies for that once again. You may proceed with your presentation.
Okay, good. I'm so relieved. Okay. So can I share my screen first? Okay, good. So can you see my presentations?
Yes, we can.
Oh, excellent. Okay. So hello everyone. So my name is Yushi Morioka. I'm an ECOP Japan coordinators and a physical oceanographers at JAMSTEC Application Laboratories. So today I'm going to talk about recent advances in the ECOP Japan activities. So first of all, I'd like to acknowledge my collaborators, Dr. Kotaro Tanaka from OPRI. Okay, next slide. Okay, good. So as you may know, there are so many challenges remaining in the oceans SDG goals 14s. Here we shows like the current status of the achievement for the ocean goals, particularly for the SDG 14s, which clearly shows a very low scores for across the different regions. And Japan also has a relatively low, scores for the SDG 14s. For example, Ocean Health Index still remains a very low scores, although it shows a slight improvement, and also fish caught from overexploited stocks also shows very low scores. That is another issue. So we have to overcome these remaining issues in the next 5 years to achieve the ocean goals under the sustainable development. So given these situations, we have developed the domestic network of ECOPs, which can help to further addressing the remaining challenges in the oceans. So ECOP Japan is led by the Dr. Kotaro Tanaka, who is now visiting Barcelona, and also myself. And we conducted the national surveys of the ECOPs in Japan in 2022 and published our report in 2023, which just became available on the ECOP Japan website. And also, we made the video letters from the ECOPs in Japan to exchange their activities and also promote the UN Ocean Decade among the ECOPs in Japan. Furthermore, we organized 2 symposiums to get more ECOPs involved in the ECOP events and also made posters which will be explained later. So here is some example of our recent results based on, from our national surveys. So we received 55 responses from the ECOPs in Japan, and most of them are widely distributed in Japan, but concentrated on the major cities like Tokyo's. And awareness of UN Ocean Decade is on the rise, and around 80% of the ECOPs in Japan know the Ocean Decade, but they never participated in the, most of them never participated in the ECOP events. That is now a current issues. So we are now trying to encourage more ECOPs to participate in the ECOP related events. For these purposes, we organized 2 domestic events, symposiums. The first one was held in 2022 during the COVID pandemic on online, and recently organized a second symposium in the hybrid mode last March. So we invited several ECOPs from the different sectors, from academias, industries, fisheries, for example, the aquariums, and also NPO groups. Then we introduced each other activities and exchange views on the UN Ocean Decade and also challenges and also opportunities we like to expect. And after the symposium, we published one very beautiful ECOP Japan posters, which is displayed here in these panels. Actually, this poster is written in Japanese, and the title says connecting the ECOPs with the ocean we want, which is shown described by the 1 circle, which includes the 7 ocean goals, and also we provided specific action plans which we can take for achieving the 7 ocean goals. So here are the future action plans in Japan. So we plan to enhance the ocean literacy for the youth to nurture the next generation ECOPs to sustain our activities. And the second, we try to enhance the links with the socio-economic activities for example, for the assessment of the ocean values, particularly for the marine ecosystems, such as the blue carbons. And for these activities, we are trying to, organize some ECOP Japan webinars and also utilize the social network services to share the information among ECOPs in Japan. And also, we are now enhancing the interaction with Asia Pacific ECOPs, such as like a UN-Decade Ocean Conference and also WestPac Conference, which is going to be held in Thailand late this April. So hope you can stay tuned on the ECOP Japan, and if you're interested in, please visit our website. Thank you so much for the kind attention.
Thank you, Yushi, for your insight and your presentation. If anyone has any questions for Yushi, feel free to send them in the chat, and we'll be answering them later on at the end of our first theme section that I mentioned. So with that, we're going to get started on our first theme, which is the interconnection between humans, animals, and the ocean. And this connects a lot to the Ocean Decade Challenge number 10, which is changing humanity's relationship with the ocean. So to give you a bit of background on this challenge, we're first going to play a video. So we're now going to request from our tech team that they play the challenge number 10 video.
Ocean Decade Challenge number 10. Change humanity's relationship with the ocean. How do we go from the ocean we have to the ocean we want? Let's start with a bit of imagination. Imagine an ocean that we no longer take for granted. An ocean that we respect for regulating our climate and inspiring hundreds of cultures around the world. Imagine the power of a whole generation of all ages and walks of life, committed to saving our planet's largest ecosystem. Ocean knowledge gives us a clear picture of the worsening human impacts on the ocean. Education and ocean literacy give us the keys to changing our behavior so that we can protect the ocean. Time for change is running out, but the next 10 years of ocean action will be critical for a step change in our relation with the ocean. The Ocean Decade is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for humanity to reconnect with the ocean, understand its importance to our survival, and use that knowledge to transform our relationship. In the ocean we want, we live respectfully with our shared ocean, carefully and sustainably managing its precious resources. Are you up to meeting this Ocean Decade Challenge? Join us today.
So now that we've given a bit of background on that challenge, there's 10 of them if you want to go check out the other videos. They're very fun to watch. Our first presenter is going to be Megan Twinerman. Megan got her start in ocean conservation while living in landlocked Pennsylvania as the assistant launch director for One Blue Ocean, inspiring change through positive visual images. Her educational background is in sociology and environmental studies, focusing on community-based conservation research. Megan's current job as an aviculturist at the Monterey Bay Aquarium allows her to share what she has learned and highlight the ways people interact with the ocean daily. Megan, thank you so much for joining us. You can now take the floor.
Great. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. I will go ahead and share my screen. Hopefully. All right.
Looks good.
Looks good. What if I do this? Does that still look good?
Looks the same.
Amazing. Perfect. You don't need to know that anything changed. Awesome. All right. Well, without further ado, I see the things at the top, but that's okay. Thank you so much, everyone. As Elizabeth said, my name is Megan Twinerman. This is my research that I completed a few years ago called Puffins, the Charismatic Clowns of the Sea, examining the relationships between community identity and the social construction of animals. Across the globe, we see tons of different relationships with nature. Some relationships are ones of mutual aid, while others are not. Nearly every human society is impacted by and has direct impact on a species of animal, and yet the impacts of those different relationships between these groups of humans and animals is rarely researched. What can we learn from an analysis of the different interactions that cultures across the globe have with animals? In this work, I expand upon these ideas and analyze the factors, both internal and external, that affect the relationship between community identity and the social construction of animals and the ways in which that social construction impacts the environment. So how did I get into this? Why this topic? So I was lucky I was in Iceland, and early on in my time, I learned about the puffling patrol. And I was very intrigued by this. The patrol was described to me as a yearly season where individuals in the community help baby puffins, called pufflings, successfully make it out to sea. Fast forward, I learned about Tolti, the puffin on the screen here, who could be considered a cultural icon. Tolti lived in Saihammer Aquarium on Heime Island, the same island where the patrol takes place, and was a fan favorite. He was even given his own soccer jersey, and now that I work with puffins, tufted puffins daily, I am even more impressed that they got that on him. He was just a very well-known puffin. And ultimately, this experience prompted me to question the ways that human societies are impacted by their relationships with animals and vice versa. What are the implications of a puffin serving as a natural cultural icon across a nation, and what can we learn from studying that relationship? I had experienced firsthand the impact that a single wild puffin can have on a person, and so it was a logical extension for me to investigate that impact that puffins had on a society as a whole, in Heime in this case. So this study was done using ethnographic methods. While I was in Iceland, I spent a month on the island of Heime off the southern coast of Iceland. It's the largest island in the Vestmannaeyjar archipelago. I spent my time volunteering at the Puffin Sanctuary and getting to know the island and its human and non-human residents alike. And then I also conducted interviews with community members. So these interviews were largely about the participants' relationships with puffins and nature on the island. But through them, I also gained a deeper understanding of the island's complex history, including the environmental impact of the 1973 volcanic eruption on the island. Once I was back in the United States, I was sorting through my data I had collected, and I realized that there was only one other place that had a puffling patrol. Witless Bay in Canada. So I traveled to the St. John's Witless Bay area and collected data on this local community's relationships with puffins with the goal of informally comparing and contrasting the findings from the two areas. So what happened? The communities of Heime and St. John's both have undergone significant changes over time due to external factors. Both of them had economic shifts from a dependence on fishing to a dependence on tourism and more. Also, industrialization played a really big part in their changing over time, leading to an increased reliability on transportation to get from bay to bay or from island to island. That, boat improvements really made a life-changing difference for them. And the relationship between the communities and the puffins changed alongside these economic and industrialization changes. So this relationship didn't disappear. It didn't go anywhere. Why? Focusing on Heime, the fact that the relationship changed rather than disappeared can be largely attributed to the internal factors that impacted that relationship, namely the joy and emotional connection that the people held with the puffins, as well as the deeply rooted traditions. I got stories of 60-year-old grandparents climbing fences to collect puffins in need. These are the kind of emotional connections that we're talking about. While the social construction of the puffin, the way that the society understands puffins, changed over time from primarily a food source, and that was the reason that it was being protected and preserved, to becoming mainly a cultural symbol, the community identity that the relationship with the puffins created solidified their general importance throughout history. The impact of this established importance is that conservation of the birds is not done simply out of duty, but out of love. The people of Heime enacted conservation methods without consciously doing so. Conserving the puffins is not a duty, but an integral part of maintaining their cultural identity. Without the puffins, the community lacks that unifying factor. Focusing on St. John's in the Witless Bay area, an area that's physically closer to the United States and to the ideas of fortress conservation that the United States largely holds, the patrol was also discussed with joy, and tradition was involved and discussed to a lesser extent, with the general traditions of fishing and a murre hunt being a bit more prevalent than the patrol itself. One of the most significant differences is that the practice of birdwatching and the birdwatching industry and the patrol were started with and are more closely and directly tied to tourism. in Witless Bay, the patrol was discussed with joy, but it was joy with a tinge of surprise about how the patrol was a really pleasant surprise of how great it really was. And it was very enlightening, and the joy just had surprise to it. The other difference was that the patrol was really more for tourism. The birdwatching industry was created with tourism education in mind, as well as the patrol. It was a lot more formalized. You didn't have to pay, but you did have to reserve a spot. And it was really asking tourists to come and take a part of this, where in Heime, tourists were happy to help, but it was really the local community that was leading this and had been doing this for generations, even before these shifts. Ultimately, in Iceland, the patrol is intrinsically important and a keystone of the community. In Canada, it's developed to be a tourist draw and a fun activity, still important to the community, just for different reasons. But what are the long-term implications of that? Canada is fighting with a developer to not build a hotel on the beach facing the Puffin Island. Heime, on the other hand, is a small island, and the puffins nest on approximately a fifth of that land. And while I was there, I heard absolutely no discussion of encroaching on that land. It was not a discussion point. It was not in anyone's brains to think about that. But at base, in both cases, the puffins are cared for. They are conserved. They are protected. And both communities engage in conservation. And both conservation methods are effective. So through case studies such as this one on community relationships with animals outside of the United States, options for environmental awareness and conservation within the United States increase exponentially. For years, fortress conservation has been taught as the primary method of conservation in many Western and Eurocentric schools. The mutually beneficial relationships held between the people of Heime and the puffin shows that there are other methods of conservation that are just as, if not more, successful than fortress conservation. The relationship between the people of Newfoundland and puffins highlights that even areas that do utilize these methods of fortress conservation and that have been taught to idealize fortress conservation succeed in human and animal relationships that are mutually beneficial. It's not new for humans to help young animals in need. The puffin patrol is not a new idea or practice. Instead, it's a method of conservation that has been proven to be effective at both aiding the Atlantic puffin population and providing the community of Heime with unity and joy. I just want to thank everyone that helped me, succeed in this research program. I really enjoyed that, and I want to thank all of you for listening and for giving me a place to share about my wonderful time in Iceland and my research.
Thank you so much, Megan. We really enjoyed learning about your research. Puffins are absolutely adorable. And we look forward to learning a little bit more from you later on during our panel discussion and Q&A at the end. So our next presenter will be Giulio Panettiere, hailing from the island of Sicily, Italy, in the Mediterranean Sea. Giulio is a master's student in social anthropology at the University of Oslo in Norway, and concurrently pursuing a postgraduate diploma in climate change at the Pacific Center for Environment and Sustainable Development at the University of the South Pacific. Currently immersed in a research project in Fiji, Giulio explores how Indigenous communities are navigating climate-induced relocations. His focus involves collaborating with the village of Vuunisavisavi on Vanuatu Island, assessing the social impacts of the community and examining various grassroots initiatives to develop and implement adaptation measures. Giulio, you can now take the floor. Thank you for joining us. I think you might still be muted, Giulio. Still unable to hear you.
What about now? What about now?
Yes, now we can. Perfect.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
It's always very heartbreaking. Okay, set. Perfect. Okay, thank you very much for the introduction. Can I share my screen?
Yes, please.
Okay. This one. Okay. Second. Okay, perfect. Did you see the presentation?
Yes, we can see it. It is not fully in full screen.
Oh yeah. I don't know how to fix this, guys. Okay, got it. Perfect.
That's fine. You're good.
Thank you very much, guys. Okay, first of all, hello everybody. And you will apologize me, guys. It's deep night here in Fiji. Me and Denzel know something about it. And so yes, thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity of learning from each other, hearing wonderful stories, hearing wonderful researchers. And yes, the presentation, the small presentation I'm gonna share with you today, it's about a research that it's currently ongoing. Like I'm still in Fiji, and my fieldwork will still last another 3 months from now. And yeah, it's going to be about a fieldwork of 4 months that I spent in these almost 4 months that I spent in this village in the community of Vanua Levu. I've been in Fiji since July last year, and I moved to this village before, yes, at the end of November. And so yeah, and I apologize for because my PowerPoint will not be as good looking as the previous ones, guys. I'm sorry. I've been trying to make a puzzle out of this PowerPoint when I was traveling between one village in the highlands to the other one in the past week. So anyway, thank you very much. So this is the beginning. It's going to be a visual narration in a way, so I hope it's going to be enjoyable, and there is not going to be a lot of text. So anyway, let's start. So Vuonisavisavi, and we are in the context of this is a coastal village that is located in the northern island of Fiji, the second biggest island of Fiji, called indeed Vanua Levu. And yeah, you can see a map of Fiji here, and where the village is located. It is a coastal village that has been experiencing some issues, but before I get into the details, let me introduce to you maybe the concept of Vanua, which when for us in the Pacific here, like it's pretty common at this point. Everybody in the Pacific know because it's a pan-Oceanian term in many ways, but maybe maybe it's not as granted for many people. Vanua, it's a relational word. It speaks about the connection. It could be translated as land. It could be translated as people. It indeed speaks about the connections between land and the people. And it's not an easy term to indeed translate, but it is very important to understand when people speak about the Vanua, and they speak indeed about the socio-ecological relations of the people with the communities and the land, about this interconnectedness that we're going to explore in the next slides. So the village, it's located in a very wonderful position in front of a fairly known coral reef, which is called the Rainbow Reef. And it is quite a famous village because it is the chiefly village of the province of Dakandrove. Now, it's going to be impossible for me to explain quickly what is the social structure of Italkei Fijian, indigenous Fijian traditional society, but long story short, every province in Fiji has a chief. And the first chief of this province in the 19th century was indeed born in this small village, installed in this village, and died in this village, where indeed at the present day it is still possible to see the grave of this chief, which is a sacred site. It's impossible to take pictures of, so you will just imagine it as a hill in the middle of the forest. But there are many other sacred sites that you will see some pictures of. For example, the small island, which is called Dakandrove Y, so like the small province of Dakandrove in the water, which is another sacred place for the story of the province. And this one, which is the Lalangavesi. The Lalangavesi are a group of monoliths. It's a group of rocks, sacred rocks, which is basically the foundations of the first chiefly Mure, the chiefly house of the first chief of the province, of the Tuidakau. And this is just to mention that this village has a particular story, but which makes it well known in Fiji. And even if it's not well known, it's not that well known when it comes to the issues that the village has been facing in the past 10 years. Because indeed this village, it was 2010 circa when people in the villagers started experiencing and noticing that something was changing, that this village was being inundated and flooded way more often than before, and it's very low lying. We're talking about a community that it lives in a flat area, very in front of the sea, basically at the same level of the sea. And they started noticing how much the grass was receding, how fast some plants were dying. They started noticing a lot of ecological changes. And in 2015, the local institutions, together with a foreigner institution, tried to well, contributed to a partial relocation of the village. Now, relocation, which is the topic of my research, it's a big word in Fiji, it's a big word in the Pacific, and it's going to be huge in the coming years. It's already huge in many parts of the world, and it talks about climate-induced migration, and it's particularly relevant when it comes to small island context. And so, yeah, but this village has not been fully relocated because of the traditional obligations, whether they liked it or not, whether they wanted to relocate or not. The community couldn't relocate completely. And so the community has been just partially relocated on the side of the hill, which is still within the village, but at the same time, it's sort of a liminal position, outside, inside. You will see in some of the next pictures. This is a picture that shows the effect of the floods. Basically, it's impossible to dig a hole in the village. 20 centimeters, you would already find salt water. So the salt water intrusion, together with the coastal erosion, has created a desert in the village. This is the Rara, which in Fijian is the playground of the children. Today is inexistent, basically. So these are some pictures about the drain that the community tried to build, tried to dig, to let the water circulate, then flow away, but it was not really a successful project. And these are other pictures I took during my stay in the village, where I'm going to be back in 2 weeks. About what happens when it floods and when it rains, because unfortunately, like, we are still in the rainy season in Fiji, and it basically rains every day. And since the underground, it's already full of salt water, and we couldn't basically when it rains, the water doesn't go through the ground. It accumulates and creates this sort of, as I call them, swimming pools. Basically, walking in a village is like walking in a swamp, which of course creates a lot of issues when it comes to health, because of course, mosquitoes, the water is very dirty, it's very murky, it doesn't go away. Hopefully it will go away with the dry season, which is about to begin. And so all children in the village experience scabies. Many people, me included, experience the dengue fever in the village. It's not an easy context in many different regards. These are the pictures of this house so close to the seashore. And you see from the picture on the right, you can really see how it feels like to walk in the village. Oh, maybe I should have mentioned that, of course, this is a social science research. I've conducted an ethnography. I'm conducting an ethnography right now in the village. So basically, it entailed me living in the village, participant observation. Sorry, I didn't have a proper methodological part, but I mean, it's going to be, the pictures with that, I hope. Okay, this is a view from the bus stop of the village. The village is located 3 hours away from a major town, and here on the corner you can see some of the relocated houses that have been relocated indeed on the side of the mountain. This is a picture of when the sea was indeed getting inside the village. This happens on a monthly basis, and it has been happening like this in the past 10-15 years. These trees, these coconut trees that you can see here, have been planted by the villagers to replenish the coconut trees that had died because of previous inundations, and unfortunately they died the day I left the village. They died. These trees don't exist anymore, so unfortunately the struggle is ongoing. Now we have to delve into this. This is a very important part of what the people in the village experience and what I've been experiencing with them. It has to do with the food systems, because many communities in Fiji and in the Pacific in general are subsistent communities that basically are partially or semi-subsistent. They are not really connected to the market economy, and they consume what they produce. They consume what they cultivate. And this is true in many communities in Fiji. I visited multiple villages, and this is often true, but it is not true when it comes to Vulisavisavi, because the land they used to cultivate before, it's now impossible to cultivate. Nothing will grow. There is just too much salt in the ground, and they don't have other land that they can cultivate, exception made for a very, very far land that they're leasing, which is 2 hours of oars afar, that they just used for the production of kava. I don't know if you heard about kava. Kava, it's a root which is very common in the Pacific, from which people derive a drink, a very popular drink, pan-Oceanian, which is actually getting famous in other parts of the world as well. And that's the only thing that they can, that's the picture on the bottom right that you see. This is the kava root draining at the sun. And the one that the picture that you can see in the middle, it's the dalo, the taro, like, the root crops in Fiji are the daily food. We're talking about taro, we're talking about tapioca. And this is the first time I saw people in Fiji actually purchasing taro, the root crops, from the market, which clearly, instead of using their horns, which clearly speaks about something something, how climate change makes people dependent on cash or market economy, something that people were not used to before, because, they don't have new ways to get new source of incomes, so they need new cash, but often people don't know how to make cash, but they are more dependent and also dependent on food of many sorts. Sorry, Elizabeth?
Yes, just want to let you know that your time slot is coming to a close. So if you could just try to tie things up. Okay. So much.
Okay, yes, I will be very fast. I will show, sorry, oh my God. I will show you some pictures, it's clear how, the people that live, the indigenous people that live in coastal areas are, of course, very much interconnected with the sea. There is a very deep connection with the ocean seascape. And as you can see in these pictures that I'm showing here, people are indeed taking much of their livelihoods from the sea, which indeed is very much stressed. So, this shows also the fragility of the ecosystems, people that really know how different ecosystems are intertwined, and they know how to use it. These are mangroves that you can see. Okay, let me go fast to, I would like to mention another component of the research, yes, which is a place of hope. And something interesting that has been happening in the village, and which has been divided by this wall of earth relocation. So how climate change can indirectly, mess up with the people and mess up with the unity of the village, which is also, messing up with the traditional world values and value systems of the indigenous people. For example, the famous word in the Fijian context is sole solevaki, which means unity, communal work. This has been very much impacted, but there is a place of hope when it comes to, for example, the mangrove replantation. The village is trying to create from scratch a knowledge about the mangroves that are, well known to be an incredible plant that can build soil, that can indeed create sort of, nesting spaces for fishes and protect the village in the future, because now other help is coming to the village in many ways. And, so the mangroves now are really taking the place as it's about perceptions of future and, the way the village is trying to build a knowledge about how to cultivate this incredible plant. And something else has to do with Nalengi. Nalengi is a small village which is just 5 minutes of boat, accessible only by sea on the same coast, which was very impacted by Tropical Cyclone Winston, the strongest tropical cyclone that hit the Southern Hemisphere. These people are building from scratch using local materials like bamboo and indeed the same sort of communal work typical in indigenous communities to rebuild the village. You see, they don't even have access to water. This is the bottles that we bring from Vuni Savisavi, the people bring to the village. And even if they are facing the same issues with the sea coming inside, land erosion, etc., they are very much impacted, but they are a great example of resilience and traditional knowledge, which shows how, I think that narrative of aid should really change. And it somehow introduce elements of co-design especially when it comes to indigenous communities, and provide equal platforms that, equal platforms of partnerships according to which indigenous communities would indeed work well with. And this is a more workshop I did, but I don't have time to elaborate on these, taking into consideration children perspectives on climate change. This is a picture. Okay, well, this is the end. I had to cut a lot of it, but I hope it was good. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Julio. That was an incredible amount of information. We really, really appreciate it. We will now be moving on to our next speaker, Jennifer Deanto Kemerly, who is an established professional in this field, and we are very lucky to have her on this call with us today. As Vice President of Global Ocean Conservation, Jennifer directs the Monterey Bay Aquarium's global activities to address the most pressing ocean health challenges that threaten people, wildlife, and ecosystems. This includes a focus on the sustainability of fisheries and aquaculture, working with a range of stakeholders to drive improvements in environmental performance, social responsibility, and governance. And the well-known Seafood Watch program, which has engaged millions of North American consumers and thousands of businesses to support ocean-friendly fisheries and aquaculture through their purchasing decisions. Jennifer is also working to advance the aquarium's conservation goals to restore and protect ocean ecosystems, reduce plastic pollution, and mobilize action to combat climate change. Thank you so much for joining us today, Jennifer, and sharing your perspective. Julia, I'm going to ask that you stop sharing your screen so that Jennifer can share hers.
Hey, Ellie, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you okay. It looks like Julia's screen is still shared. I'm not sure if that shows up on other people's ends. There you go. Yes. Thank you so much, Jennifer. Go ahead and take the floor.
No worries. Ali, can you see my screen fully?
Yes, looks great.
All right. Well, thank you all for having me today. It really is a pleasure. And I just want to kick it off by saying your work is the work that we use and will continue to rely on as more seasoned folks in this field of marine and ocean conservation. I've been doing this for about 30 years now. And I really just have to give a shout out to this program and how much we will rely on you as our information sources to come, but also to really carry the work forward. So I will be leaving in chat my contact information. I really do encourage any of you to reach out for follow-on questions and whatnot. But Ellie asked me to talk a little bit about the work that I do at Monterey Bay Aquarium, which is about 2 hours south of San Francisco in California in the US. And I really wanted to focus on the change that we've experienced over the past, I'd say 5 to 7 years, of how we've gone from looking solely at environmental issues to a lot of the topics I'm hearing in the previous conversations and presentations today, which is you have to work with the communities to get the job done, and you have to look at more than just your initial area of focus. So with that, I want to talk a little bit about the Seafood Watch program that we have, how it started, and then really how it's changed and evolved. So in the United States, we are an aquarium. We do like to raise awareness about the top threats to ocean health. We know fishing and fish farming, aka aquaculture, does have some significant impact on ocean and coastal health. So we were trying to tell this story through exhibits at the aquarium, but we also like to give people things to do about it. So our exhibit that we had in the late 90s was called Fishing for Solutions, and we started to raise awareness about how much seafood we import from all over the world, and it's about 80%. And we thought if people were starting to buy seafood from more environmentally responsible sources, maybe our appetite for seafood wouldn't have so much environmental impact. So that was the premise behind the Seafood Watch program. It was very US-centric. It was, how can the consumer be responsible? How can businesses be responsible? We were doing desktop assessments on stock status of fisheries and aquaculture, desktop assessments on impacts on other species. It was very far removed from what was actually happening on the ground, or on the sea, I should say. And then as we started doing these assessments of environmental performance, we started doing more and more outreach to get more and more data, and something hit us right in the face. It was the fact that, yeah, a lot of the seafood that we know and love in the United States is coming from big industrial fisheries, which have plenty of data and they're well regulated. But a lot of the seafood that we eat in the United States, like farm shrimp, blue swimming crab, a lot of farm salmon, is not coming from these huge industrial resources. And in fact, a lot of the farm shrimp, which is a top seafood item in the US, is coming from hundreds of thousands of small-scale community-based shrimp farms in the developing world, like Vietnam, India, throughout South and Southeast Asia. So this desktop assessment was biased from the outset. Right? If the data is not there, and the capacity and the government information and support's not there to get the information into the public domain, we are immediately biasing the work that we were doing. So we knew that we had to change how we did the work. So this is where your work really comes in. We started looking at what does it mean to be sustainable. Yes, that the fishing practices and fish farming practices would be environmentally responsible, but does the government support the management of those resources? Is academia involved? Are the supply chains equitable? Are the working conditions fair? So we really, as a community of NGOs doing this work, started to look more broadly beyond environmental impact. That included the impact of fishing and fish farming even on other species like marine mammals, on ecosystems, and on livelihoods. So you can see a program that initially started doing desktop assessments on the status of a stock or a fishery population quickly started to evolve, and we needed to change our approach. So we've been doing this for 25 years, and this is where we've landed now, but I guarantee it will continue to evolve. We still do desktop assessments on all the different seafood items that are coming into the US, looking at the basic academic literature, looking at the government information that's available, how healthy are the fish stocks, what does the literature say on impacts on the environment and other species. We still put it in these handy little guides that we give out to consumers so they can make best choices. And our theory of change is still that if consumers make enough noise and ask enough questions at point of sale, that businesses like grocery stores and food service chains, they will make commitments to sustainable sourcing, and they will reach to their suppliers and ask them to improve their operations, and ultimately governments will support the work. But that's a theory. To actually make it happen all the way, we have to get in the region. And Monterey Bay Aquarium cannot do this alone. And this is why when Ellie reached out to me to do this presentation, I saw it as a huge and perfect opportunity to start connecting the network. We have seafood items, be it farm-raised salmon, farm shrimp, that are being produced across the world that really need field-level engagement to co-design improvements. And I heard a lot of these terms in the presentations today. I heard from Megan's presentation that you have to really get in there and create benefits, not just for the environment, but for the people who are impacted or living in these areas. I heard from Julio's, right, that you have to do a lot of co-design. And that's the premise behind the work that we see needs to happen. So farm salmon in Chile, for example, and I'll be quick, I have 2 examples. Farm salmon has been red rated by Seafood Watch for environmental impacts for over a decade. Chile is supplying most of the farm salmon into the US. We have about 85% of grocers in the US that want to buy more environmentally responsible farm salmon. They cannot get it anywhere. So why is this red rated? It's red rated because in Chile, they use a ton more antibiotics in rearing their farm salmon than other countries like Norway. Why? Because they have this endemic bacterial disease that keeps impacting the salmon. It's very, very specific to Chile. Can't they develop vaccines? Well, they've tried, not a lot of success. What about climate change? That's exacerbating the problem too. So very quickly now we have to pull in the communities, the industry, and academia to try to figure out how to reduce antibiotic use. That is something that Monterey Bay Aquarium with a desktop assessment cannot achieve alone. So we've formed a collaboration and we're actually funding research on the ground to try to support this work and drive change. Another example is farm shrimp, and this is my last example, and then I'll hand it back over to Ellie. But this is where most of our farm shrimp comes from in the United States. It doesn't come from this huge industrial complex. These are tens of thousands of individual shrimp farms, each owned by families, which are getting subsidized by local companies, and there is a very, very nuanced and complex financial arrangement between the small-scale farmers and the entities that are lending them money. So now we have a societal issue here that we need to seek to understand. They can't even begin to address some of the environmental issues without collecting baseline data, without really understanding what are the financial dependencies. I'm using these examples on purpose because I think there are so many limitations to desktop work that it's really about getting on the ground and working in partnership with folks like yourselves, that you can take information like Seafood Watch, which says here are some environmental issues that need to be addressed, but to actually address them, you really have to get in there and understand the societal dynamics and fabric of what's going on. What are the root causes behind the environmental issues? More often than not, it's understanding the social dynamics. So again, it's just a shout out to the work that you're doing, because I'm already seeing from the flavor of the presentations that you are looking at all of these holistic dynamics that exist in these regions, and that together we can really drive improvements. So I'm deeply appreciative, and I'm going to drop my info in chat. And thank you, Ellie, for reaching out to me and giving me this opportunity today.
Yes, of course. Thank you so much, Jennifer. We loved your presentation. Because we are, oh, actually, yes, we're going to move on to our next contributor, who is Yvonne Tan. Yvonne is a UNESCO intern from Malaysia who supports the regional node of the ECOP program for Asia. She's co-leading the development of a national ECOP network in Malaysia, and she's also the co-founder of Plastic Vibes, an environmental awareness project based in Penang Island. Yvonne is also a PhD student at City University of Hong Kong in the field of marine toxicology. So Yvonne, we're really excited to have you here and learn about your work. You can go ahead and share your screen.
Hi, can you see my screen right now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Hi everyone. Good evening. I'm here in Barcelona, joining everyone from Barcelona. I just ran off from the official conference. So today, I'm going to introduce my initiative towards helping the Malaysian society. So we are doing something a little bit more interactive to actually raise environmental awareness. So I'm going to share with you about coastal cleanup in my hometown, which is the Penang Island in Malaysia. So our story begins with when we set up this initiative. We believe that everyone should have the opportunity to learn about the ocean. So it's very sad to learn that basically in every country there is a very low awareness and inclusivity in terms of having ocean literacy into school curriculums. And we believe that as long as we are willing to try, little by little, it becomes a lot. This is our motto for our project. So we believe that as long as we try, we do it from little, we reach out at least to 10% maybe per project. We believe that it will grow and more people can be reached as the time passes. So this is my beautiful hometown. It's the Penang Island. So it's the Penang Island, and this is a island city. So Plastic Vibe is an awareness project which is based in Penang currently, and this is the co-founders of our project. It's me in the black and my partner, which is Connie. She is a senior Marcom executive based in Penang. So when I'm in Hong Kong right now, she's the one who actually helps me run the project, and I'm the one doing the background things. So we started our program in 2022, but because of COVID and some restrictions the government has on these kinds of activities, we only really started things in 2023. So in a general conclusion, we have 4 sessions of beach cleanup along a recreational beach with small patches of mangrove, and we do see the ecological importance of mangrove, and that's why we try to go there more often. So we focus basically 4 sessions throughout the year just right in the mangrove patch, and the total waste we have cleared is about 250 kg, which is made up of 20 kg of plastics and 227.2% of rubbish. So this is a very simple picture of our volunteers, and if you actually look into the number of volunteers, we can count it by just using our fingers, which is about less than 10. And our volunteers most of them has been our friends. When we started, it was really hard for us to reach out to people because they couldn't understand how important it is to actually have beach cleanups. And we did really try to really write a long paragraph, a long essay to talk to them, to explain to them what's the importance of doing beach cleanup, because they do have low awareness in terms of the ocean. And so for the past 4 sessions, our volunteers are mostly repetitive. So they do come at 4 sessions because they start to see things, but at the same time, gradually it's growing because they also spread the words to their friends. So we also partner with Planet Hero. It's a fundraising non-profit organization based in Europe who actually we plug in our numbers for our numbers of like rubbish bags, how much we have collected, and then they will look for donations for us, and it actually helps us to run our own my own awareness project. So this is a few interesting things that we actually found throughout the beach cleanup. And so this year I'm very, very excited to share that a couple of days back, we actually had our first beach cleanup, and we finally found a very strategic way to actually reach out to the community, and we posted in a different social media, and we are able to gather around 40 volunteers, which is really amazing, which is an amazing start for Plastic Vibe in 2024. And we do see the power of togetherness. Just with about 40 volunteers, we are able to collect more than half of what we have done in 2023 throughout the 4 years, which we do really see that this number is growing, and we are really hopeful that our beach cleanup is going to get more attention. So for the upcoming activities for our initiative, we are actually now, because we have gathered a lot of volunteers, and we do actually realize that they come from various backgrounds. They might be engineers, they might be just housewives, they might be just high school students, and we are very interested. We now what we are trying to do to raise awareness is by taking short videos. We want to hear from them, like, for example, like, why do you come for this beach cleanup? What does the ocean means to you? Simple things like that. And we actually find their answers are very, very interesting. It's very intriguing. And we do hope that by posting videos, as we edit the videos and post it on social media, we hope that this is able to capture more attention from the society to actually understand that, hey, we have something like that going on in our city. And because we rely heavily on the coast. So we are surrounded by waters, and that's why we want to raise awareness on things like that. And also at the same time, beach cleanup is going to happen throughout the years. Throughout the year, we are expecting to have at least twice a month. And also ocean literacy, it's something we are looking forward as we now have more volunteers coming. We hope that our ocean literacy online workshop will be able to reach out to more especially the younger generation especially. So I'm very happy to share that this is just our beginning for this awareness project, and also for Malaysia. So thank you so much for your attention, and thank you to the team for inviting me.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Yvonne. It was a pleasure having you. And I'd also like to thank all the previous contributors for the first theme. Thank you so much for your contributions. Unfortunately, we are pressed for time, so we are not able to have the panel discussion. However, if you check your chat bar, we have all the contact information to all the contributors. And audience, if there's any questions, you can directly email our contributors, or you can also just send a message to the chat. And contributors, if you're still with us, could you please respond accordingly? Thank you so much. So now we're moving on to the next theme, which is Algae, a Future. Our first presenter is Hagen Buckwise from the US. Hagen Buckwise researches marine carbon cycling, focusing on why some carbon is sequestered in the ocean. With an ecology and microbiology background, Hagen studies the molecular properties that makes compounds inaccessible to marine bacteria. He is currently a postdoc at the University of Southern California, developing models of marine carbohydrate degradation to understand carbohydrate persistence and carbon capture potential in the ocean. With the theme, How Brown Algae Can Capture Carbon Dioxide, I now welcome Hagen. The floor is yours, Hagen.
Thanks, Danilo, and thanks, Elizabeth. As you maybe already heard from my title and from the introduction, I'm a scientist, and I hope that I can break down what may seem to you as something very specific and very detailed to make it understandable for you and accessible, and also to give you an idea of why I think, at least, that this is something that's really important. So this picture that you can see here in the background illustrates, I've been throughout my PhD working with an artist, a French artist, and she was really interested in this project to visualize how algae can help improve our oceans and maybe sequester carbon from the atmosphere to mitigate climate change. And so this is how she put this into art to communicate this better. And it's also exactly what I'm interested in my research, how algae can improve our climate and mitigate climate change. So the artist is Sarah Brake, in case you're interested and want to check this out. I hope you all know that actually every second breath you take, so half of the oxygen that you breathe, comes from from the ocean, from tiny algae that live in the ocean, but also the really big ones, like the big kelp or sargassum floating on the surface. And they fix carbon from the atmosphere and turn it mainly into sugar molecules, but also many other forms that then linger around in the ocean. And my research in particular focuses on what happens to these sugar molecules that the algae produce, and how much of them actually make it down to the seafloor to store carbon. So to have kind of like this carbon capture mechanism that actually occurs in nature. And the key message, if you remember one thing from my talk today, that I would like this to be that it's complexity. So when a molecule, a natural molecule, is very complex, very difficult to degrade for any other forms of life, then that means that the carbon in this molecule stays locked up. And this is how we can achieve natural carbon capture. So in this example, this is a very complex molecule. It's called fucoidin, and it's a sugar polymer that consists of many sugar units, where you have individual sugars that are linked together, and this is also decorated with additional sulfate groups. This makes it really complex and difficult to degrade for bacteria. Why is it difficult if it's complex? Well, it's because the more different linkages you have in a molecule, which you can see here on the x-axis of this graph, so the more different features there are, the more individual enzymes, bacteria, or also, let's say, humans, when they want to eat it, need to break this down, because every enzyme recognizes only one or a very few different linkages. Yeah, so the more complex the molecule is, the more effort has to be put in to break it down. And at some point, maybe this effort doesn't yield any more energy because you have to already invest so much. And so this molecule that I just showed you, this really complex one, and which is actually what I'm mainly studying, it is not on this graph, because if I was to put it on the graph, everything else would look really small, because we expect it to be somewhere up here. That's how complex it is, and how much effort we think is needed for bacteria in particular to break it down. So why am I really trying to sell this molecule for you? Well, it's because we discovered that in a study that we did in the Baltic Sea, that when we look at all the things, all the molecules that come from an algae, that the algae releases into the ocean, almost half of this, all this carbon that the algae release, comes from fucoidin, or is actually in fucoidin. So I'm trying to say this again. So the algae, they do photosynthesis and they take up carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, and they can, or from the surrounding water, and then they process this carbon and they make, for example, the biomass of it, but they also secrete up to 1/3 of this into the ocean. And of this 1/3 now, up to half we found to be this really complex molecule. And because it's so complex, we think that it cannot be degraded, but it lingers around in the ocean. Okay, but you may now say, okay, this was like one case study, doesn't convince me. Fair enough, absolutely fair. So we went out and contacted many different people, some that we already knew, some that were like friends of a friend or friends of a friend of a friend. And we managed to go to many different sites around the globe and work there together with the people who were already working on algae, or at least in fisheries or something, to see if this is really a process that is of global importance and that is really happening. And yeah, I want to give a shout out to all the amazing people who contributed to this, because they were extremely friendly. It was always great to see these different places, and they made possible that we could actually do this study. And of course, also to the amazing funding bodies that enabled this here in the bottom. And so with their help, we were able to show that this pattern that we saw, that up to half of all this carbon is actually in this very complex molecule. With these tank experiments in the different locations, we were able to almost confirm the 50%. So from these 6 different month-long incubation studies, we were able to see that maybe like 45% is actually trapped in this fucoidin. So 45% of all the carbon that is released by the algae is locked up in this complex molecule. Why do we care about this? Well, because these large algae that we're studying, the brown algae, they are really efficient in capturing CO2 from the atmosphere. And they're also a really important source for resources, like for food, for pharmaceuticals. Now there's even companies that turn these into biodegradable plastics, and people are trying to create sustainable fuel for them. But all of these techniques mean that you need to harvest the algae, you need to take it out. And that, of course, and then you use the algae for something else. So it's not really something that is helping us mitigate climate change. But what we are seeing here, that this molecule is released into the ocean and then it stays there, and it's released means that even if you take out the algae, the carbon is already captured in the ocean. So that's what we are really excited about, that actually the cultivation and restoration of brown algae could help us mitigate climate change, even if we afterwards use the algae as a resource. And so now we're partnering with small-scale algae farms to see if these algae farms, the cultivation and the restoration of algae, can actually contribute to sequestering carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, which is so direly needed. Okay, so I'm almost at the end. I'm just going to wrap this up. We know that the ocean produces half of the oxygen that is in the atmosphere, and a lot of the carbon that is thereby captured goes into sugar molecules. And it's the really complex sugar molecules that are able to capture carbon because bacteria have such a hard time degrading them. And we think that these brown algae are key to use the ocean to take up carbon dioxide from the atmosphere to do this kind of carbon sequestration, which is something that's already naturally occurring. And with this, thank you for your attention. And if you have any ideas or comments or questions, I'll be really happy to hear from you. And I love working with people around the globe, as you've seen. And yeah, because it's still something that is in development. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hagen. What an interesting presentation that was. I know some of you may have some burning questions about Hagen's presentation, but we'll reserve the anticipation till after the next presenter so we can have our panel discussion. To get some European insight into research, our next presenter is Irene Davis. Irene Davis is a marine science engineer and project manager with a passion for sustainability and seaweed-based solutions. She specializes in ecosystem builders like mussels, seaweed, and seagrass, and leads projects in hatcheries for the private sector. Irene's practical, solution-oriented approach and strong communication skills make her an effective leader, respected for empathy and ability to drive change. With the title, From Macroalgal Carbon into Valuable Products, I now welcome Irene. Over to you, Irene.
Hi, do you see the presentation?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Okay, thanks for the invitation. I'm very excited to be part of this. I prepared a presentation explaining a bit of my background and how I reached to macrocarbon, also to inspire young people to engage in the community of the ocean science. So, okay, there is a voice somewhere. So I took a communication course and then marine biology, more communication, and at the end I was more driven to technology and more modeling path and SDG reporting too. That's my background, and that's my background in working. Like on the left side, you can see all my academical background, and then Biotech was a community-based space where I will develop food products based on seaweed. And then I worked for Dance Tank, which was my first experience on the field with seaweed. And then I created my YouTube channel called The One That Eats Seaweed, La Come Algas, to educate population to actually eat seaweed. And now I'm working at macrocarbon, where I'm going to focus the whole presentation. So I started in the academia, working with whales and doing taxonomy in these 3 universities. Then I was, as I said, at Biotech, a food developer, and I worked with kombucha, and we were making a lot of community engagement to allow people to try the products based on seaweed. And then was a lot of knowledge transfer. I will hand in all the recipes that we were doing. How can you do it at your home? So it was accessible for everybody. And then I went to more hardcore study in DTU Food, the Technical University in Denmark. And in there, I started to work with Gracilaria, where I developed a hatchery. In here, you can see that I was succeeding in releasing spores. And then we will put them in the ocean. So that's the marine aquaculture background I have. And then I realized I was handing seaweed to all my friends all the time. And they were like, what the heck I do with them? I was like, okay, I'm just gonna start making recipes online so people can follow it, and then they can realize it's very easy to use it. It's just like a vegetable. So this is also there on the net. Okay, and then I started working for macrocarbon, where kind of all my skills come together, because academia is very fun, but it's very slow, and it's very much like a rabbit hole. You study one thing in very depth, but you don't have an overview. So in here in macrocarbon, we are trying to defossilize the carbon supply chain. So we are trying to reverse what we've done so far. So far, we're burning fossil fuels and releasing CO2. What we're trying to do is to suck CO2 through seaweed and then create biofuel with it. That's the hardcore of our business. So, but we also collaborate with our industries. For instance, we are talking with Aquanaria, who has the 80% of the Canary Islands aquaculture industry, to team together so we can treat their wastewater, so we can create a high value product, which is ulvan and urbans, which are also very difficult to treat, as the last speaker talked. And here we have our production of ulva, and we are testing with this water to see how much growth we can get with it. And then the high-tech technology comes here with the farm. So what we want to work with is a seaweed called sargassum. I'm sure people from the Caribbean have heard about that. And this sargassum floats. So you reduce a lot of the cost because you don't need lines, and you need like to contain it in a barrier. So we're in the Canary Islands, and we have been assigned a particular area, and we're going to start with 0.5 kilometer square plant to control the space and to have some data. We're mostly academics in the company, so we're very concerned about the impact. So we're going to measure everything. We brought all the sensors you can imagine. And here in Gran Canaria, you have some episodes where a lot of sargassum will come in, and that was literally the Friday before I flew to Barcelona. And we are trying to work with the floating sargassum, but we are domesticating also some of the benthic sargassum to see if we can sort of develop a 3D structure where they can grow, and then it can be applied to wherever seaweed. But we are focusing on the ones that they grow very fast, because our objective is not quality, but quantity. So we want a lot of seaweed. Therefore, we're thinking on sargassum, the floating one, because in 15 days you have double biomass. Ulva also, and also Caulerpa is a very good candidate that we're like picking into it. We haven't studied in depth so far, Caulerpa. And here is a bit of like the value chain process. So we have the floating stationary aqua farms. Then we put it in a pyrolysis treatment, and then we gasify it. And then in the Fischer-Tropsch reactor, then we create naphtha and SAF. Naphtha, you can create any sort of plastic out of it and any sort of biodiesel out of it. And SAF is a sustainable aviation fuel. We just need to align the parameters in those machines, and then we can extract wherever of the liquid phase, and then we for sure get biochar. So all of it can be also contabilized as carbon credits. Yeah, that's our first sample of bio-naphtha down there on the left. So our final products are very yummy because, as I said, this bio-naphtha, the SAF, you can also make it happen, the hydrogen or all the other graphenes, char, biochar, and then the polysaccharides and the cellulose that comes actually not from the floating seaweed, but from the one that we're thinning out in the aqua farm, because we will have it on land, and therefore we can have more details of the parameters, and we have more control, and therefore we can go to quality instead of quantity. And so that's kind of our roadmap where we are now. We are in the R&D phase, but we're going to scale into 2025 into this space that we're showing the Canary Islands, and 2027 we're expecting to be in the commercial phase. Why this? Because we just need to reduce 95% of our emissions. So we try, and this is not going to happen. We're going to continue emitting. So we need to substitute where are we emitting from. So it's nicer that it's bio-naphtha than just fuel. And the potential that it has, and that's my last slide, is that in the purple part is where you can actually grow sargassum, which is huge scale. As you can see, we can put these farms all over the place. And then in here is if you will put artificial upwelling, you can increase this area. But just this one is just with sargassum as natural grows now. Yeah, so that's me, and so all my skills are in this macrocarbon company because it has all the communication part of them, and then it also touches a lot of the research part. I will leave my contacts there in the chat. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your what a wonderful presentation, Irene. That was really amazing. It was really interesting to see what all you can do with algae. So now we're transitioning into our panel discussion. Are there any burning questions from our audience, any participants, or if either of you would like to get kick started with it, if you have questions for each other, that'd be great. The floor is yours. I've also left Irene and Hagen's contact information in the chat. Should anyone else have questions later, you can go ahead. Elizabeth?
No. Yeah, I have no questions to start us off. I had a question. I was curious, kind of for both of you, about the ways we can scale these solutions, the way we can bring them to market. For Hagen, like how can we scale this cultivation of brown algae you're talking about, which can capture carbon? And then for, is it Irene or Irene?
Irene, yeah.
Irene. For Irene, how can we, like, for example, the aviation fuel that's sustainable? I hear very little about how airplanes can be sustainable. So how can we scale that and then bring that to market?
I can start. I mean, our idea, that's why we moved to the Canary Islands to make the beginning of the company there, because the islands depend heavily on aviation. Therefore, we were thinking like to have a pilot plant, a plant that will be sustainable, you need to have 6 kilometers square. That produces enough to supply chain 5% of the flights. So it's not even complete, but it's enough sustainable that investors will actually go for it. That's what. So what we are trying to do is to produce locally all of it. We don't want to export it. Now we're in the startup phase, so we need to export everything because all of our partners are all over the world. But this is not sustainable in the long term. Therefore, we want to put the farms where we will have the plants to process, which you can contain them in a container, so it's very tiny, and then from there distribute already to the boats, because it's heavy transportation, also in marine transportation, or straight to aviation. Yeah, so 6 kilometers square. That's our number.
Thank you so much for that, Irene. Go ahead, Hagen.
Comment on the scale. No, oh good, then so no worries. So for example, this algae, the sargassum that Irene is working with, is one of the algae that we've also studied, actually together with one of the founders of macrocarbon. And it does also secrete this polysaccharide, this complex molecule. So actually, however much they farm, the better, from my point of view, because there is already this ongoing carbon sequestration process going on, as far as we can tell from our data. And I think, in particular, what I find really exciting about this approach that macrocarbon has with the floating algae, it means that you don't need to put lines. You know, traditionally, algae farms are always on some sort of lines, which means that you need a crazy amount of resource to cultivate all these algae. And so, I don't know, it's kind of like this genius trick that they came up with, to use something that is floating and that is reproducing by itself through fragmentation, so that it's a lot less work, I think, involved and much easier to bring to a large scale, right?
I agree. That was one of the points, like hatchery goes off. So you don't really need a hatchery phase, which is heavily intensive, energy demanding, and then time demanding, of course, and resources in the sense of money. And then you, as you said, like you don't have the lines, so you don't have to seed the lines. You just need to, the only phase, the challenge that we are facing, like because of the wind and currents, it might be that all the seaweed get packed in one of the corners. So the challenging part is to make it move around all the time. And that's why we need the pilot plan of half a kilometer square to actually see how it works. So far we have pilots and they were very nice, but they are like 100 meters square. So, and it's good. It's a nice proof of concept that we're in the good path to go. But we need to see a medium scale to see how we can actually do the 6 kilometers. They will not be 6 kilometers per se. They will be fragmented in 0.5 kilometers models. That's why that's a key point for us to make that happen, to try it.
Thank you so much. Just a follow-up question regarding you did mention specific how you can get up naphtha and SAF from this particular algae. In terms of current, these particular outcomes can be used in place of existing non-renewable options. How cost effective is this in compared to what's out there in the markets? For example, the jet fuel, is it more capital intensive, and how much more, if you don't mind me asking?
Yeah, I mean, are you asking for the processing process or what precisely?
Yes, basically the outcome, like the whole process. Yes, compared to, like you did mention jet fuels. How is that? How much more expensive will the process be using algae compared to the non-renewable sources that are out there?
Yeah, as I mentioned now, because we're in the startup phase and scale, everything gets a bit more expensive. So we're waiting to have a minimum size to actually make that LCA analysis of how much energy and resources is actually being consumed. I know there are some numbers done by the team of processing, and it's doable. I think that it was a cost. Usually you have like organic ton cost wherever that makes sense for it to process it, right? And for us, it was something like 20 kilograms per ton when you are not in scale. 20 euros kilogram, I mean, 20 euros per ton when we're in a tiny scale. When we scale up, we reduce that cost to 6 euros per ton. And that's big oil companies like Repsol were already like, I like this number because it's very cheap, because you don't have to pre-process it. You don't have to dry the biomass. You can put it wet and you can put wherever in it. So it's also a waste management thing. You can put plastics, you can put trash, you can put wherever you need to be burned and reconvert. And because it's not for food or it's not for cosmetics or you are not very keen in the quality of what you are growing. You just want it to grow. But it's also, we are teaming up with the harbor at Las Palmas because they have so much waste and they don't know what to do with it. So we're trying to see if we can adjust the parameters in the process to put it together with some plastic waste that they already have and they don't know what to do with it. And we put both things together. Do we need to do a line for seaweed and a line for waste? That's a process phase we're facing now, that we want to make some pilots and experiments. Yeah.
Thank you so much for that response, Irene. Go ahead, Hagen.
Yeah, can I ask, so Denzo, you and you, Elizabeth, is like this seaweed aquaculture something that you have come across where you work? I would find that really interesting.
Yes, definitely. For me, my background, I started off doing research in Madagascar on the southwestern coast, and there is a lot of seaweed aquaculture going on all along the coast there, and I believe all around the island. It's generally started by foreign companies, but I think there's been some farms that have been started by communities there as well, and they export that algae and sell it to other countries.
Thank you. So here in Fiji, the seaweed aquaculture is very small scale. It's not really commercialized. However, it is part of our culture. We do eat certain species, certain species of seaweed. We incorporate that into dishes, and yeah, it was really interesting to see your discussion, Irene, because it's part of our culture here in the Pacific. But it's definitely, we have the right conditions, the nutritive input, and things like that to start up an aquaculture, a mariculture industry, but it's just a lot of planning that needs to be done and more studies regarding the impacts of it, because we're very sensitive to such things. But it's like, as we know, we are aware, seaweeds don't really need much to grow, actually, just the nutritive input, and it could also benefit the coastal areas, especially with a high anthropogenic input from inland. So this is definitely something that can be put into the Pacific and made higher scale for benefit wise. Yeah. All right, I guess we're a bit pressed for time. I would like to thank you once again, Hagen and Irene, for your contributions. We've shared your information in the chat. Should there be any questions from our audience, they will reach out directly to you via email. Thank you so much once again. Over to you, Elizabeth.
Yes, thank you so much to both of you. We're now going to be moving on to our next theme, which is going to focus on ocean governance. We're starting off with Paul Trautendorfer. Paul is a 27-year-old global studies graduate. He's very passionate about ocean affairs despite his landlocked home country. And with a background in journalism and military service, he focused his master's degree on political science, security studies, and marine conservation. Paul has analyzed approaches to maritime security and ocean governance in Europe and the Indo-Pacific. He recently completed an internship as a political advisor at the Permanent Mission of Austria to the UN in New York, and was a youth delegate at Our Ocean Youth Leadership Summit in Panama. Paul is a proud member of the Sustainable Ocean Alliance. And welcome, Paul. You may now take the floor.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Share my screen. Good. Perfect. The Ocean Intelligence of Austria. So to get kind of an idea where this idea was born from and this project and what is behind, let's have a quick look on ocean governance, what's at stake. This is definitely broken down and not all the important topics are included, but still we have a look. What do we see? We have an BBNG agreement that got adopted by the UN and was cheered all around the world last year as landmark agreement. But at the same time, we know the meaningful implementation is still far away. Connected to this, we see a race for resources. Topics like deep sea mining and fisheries are hotly contested and discussed all around the world. And by that, we also see a cold war actually in the maritime sphere, where more and more countries feel pressed to ally with the one or the other great power. In this sense, we also see militarization of the ocean. More and more navy is floating out there, bringing insecurity to the oceans, and by that, transforming the ocean in a new geopolitical hotbed. So in the name of the ocean, in the name of the earth, what do we need? We definitely need a stronger mediating voice. The UN can be that, but also the UN is only as strong as the willingness of its members. So where's the potential? In my view, in landlocked countries. Why? Because many of them involve themselves only little so far. And by having no coastlines, this also means having less cultural and economic connections with the oceans, and by that actually gives this certain objectivity to the topic, which is important for being a mediator. But what is in general the connection of landlocked countries to the ocean? On the one hand, they are also dependent on the ocean. Environmentally, they breathe the same air. Economically, import, export is also coming partly via the ocean. They are also members of the International Maritime Organization, of the International Seabed Authority, and many more. And the deep seabed, declared as common heritage of mankind, and the high seas are open to all, also gives right to these landlocked countries out there on the ocean. But what is important to mention by that, who has rights also has duties. And in this sense, also the duty to take responsibility in marine conservation. So what is the connection of my home country, Austria, where this project is situated? We see more than 10,000 workplaces in Austria directly or indirectly connected to the maritime industry. Export is happening more than 40% and import more than 25% via the ocean. 78% of Austrians spend their holiday outside of Austria, of which 59% at the sea. We even have 7 NGOs specifically dedicated to marine conservation in Austria. And we can find individual experts, marine biologists, but also experts in the legal field on law of the sea and marine engineers across the country at universities and museums. But there's still the general problem prevailing: sea blindness in society and political actions. There is no sufficient awareness for the relevance of the ocean in Austria. There is no a little sense of duty and responsibility for ocean affairs. And there is no or only little participation in marine-related fora or discussions at UN and EU level. So what is the plan? To change exactly this, to push for more awareness of the maritime domain in Austria, and to promote science-based policy in this area. And how? Through the establishment of a platform that centralizes all of this expertise in Austria. This shall be in the form of the Ocean Intelligence Hub Austria. 2 main pillars and 2 kind of core values of this. The one visibility, the other one exchange. Visibility, what is meant by that? Finding the right expertise. This shall be a platform where media, politics, and society can easily find the one person to go to when they want and need the right information. But it's also about facilitating cooperations between the academia and economy. They shall get to know each other and work more efficiently. In this sense, it's also about attracting political and financial support for maritime research, as everything is connected and centralized. And it shall especially also motivate young people to work in the field. It's about showcasing what already is happening in Austria. As you have seen, there are these NGOs, there are these researchers working. They shall be motivated that they can also feel heard and that there is something they can learn to and they can go to. And especially also for young people doing their masters, doing their PhD, it shall be a place where they can easily contribute and publish their work. In general, it's about growing awareness, so that in the end, more Austrians, more people in general, will adjust their behavior accordingly when they travel the next time to the sea or when they the next time want to buy seafood in the supermarket. The other point, exchange. This is really meant for the researchers themselves. They shall to get to know each other. Right now, we only see these individuals. Some of them, they really don't know that some 100 kilometers away, there's another researcher in the same country working on similar topics. We want to bring them together. In this sense, it's about conferences and projects that can be facilitated through intra-Austrian exchange and can be set up more cost efficiently. It's also about more efficiency through transdisciplinary working together in the maritime sector, as we not only bring together everyone from the natural sciences, but also from marine technology and from the ocean governance sector. In the end, it's about that also cooperation at the international level is made easier. When looking from outside towards Austria, there shall be one focal point everybody can reach out to and then get the right information and set up future cooperation. So how does all of that look like? In the end, it starts as a website. At core is the Blue List. This is a database of all Austrian and in Austria living maritime researchers, project that I'm already following and working on with Professor Jörg Ott from the University of Vienna. And besides that, the more dynamic part is on the one in the blog, where we will have topic weeks, Austria and the ocean, what's the connection there? But also the NGOs themselves can present their work and companies can showcase their technologies. There shall be a calendar to announce events, to show what is happening, to invite more people and bring more awareness. And all kind of different other tools, what we can think about. A tool to identify marine species, for examples, as we can hear that a lot of marine biologists get all the time sent a lot of holiday pictures from people. Please tell me, what is this kind of fish? What is this kind of coral? We want to make this easier and put this also on this website. In the end, it shall be a home for everyone. This is the most important thing. Equal what your background in the maritime sector is. The Blue List divided into the three main parts so far: oceanography, covering the natural sciences, marine technology, bring in marine engineering, shipbuilding, and these kind of sector, and then ocean governance, where we bring in also the blue economy and the maritime security as well. But what is most important is that we connect all these researchers to more easy topics. It doesn't help when a researcher has stood at his website that he's a paleontologist or that he's an expert in maritime security. People outside the bubble don't know on what topics these people are really working on. So it's important to connect them to these topics that they in the end can be found easier. The highest credo, as simple as possible. What is the envisioned outcome? In the end, it's about that marine conservation is included in the climate protection law and also declared a strategic political objective of Austria. Why not thinking about the maritime strategy for Austria? And what I would envision is that Austria shall also take a mediating role in ocean governance, emphasizing the voice of the most vulnerable, letting science speak, and by that pushing for faster implementation and better adherence of agreements. But the most important step is definitely to inspire others. Because alone you're not strong enough, and this is why in the long run it's to think about the ocean lines of landlocked countries, bringing in more diversity in the discourse of ocean governance in this way. The main takeaways that I want to pull out today: the ocean is there for everyone and cannot and shall not only be governed by the countries bordering it. The landlocked countries also have the duty and the responsibility to involve themselves and especially use their position to be a coordinator and a mediator. And what shall be shown by that is that also smaller countries like Austria, without big ocean research institutions, can bundle their expertise and also raise a voice for the relevance of the ocean. Importantly to note, the responsibility of all of that. It is not the intention that landlocked countries, especially from the global north, take even more space in the discussions within the United Nations. We are already speaking way too much, and it's other countries that should, especially within the United Nations, raise their voice. But the intention is that countries like Austria take over needed responsibility and support through science-based policy within their own country, the UN Ocean Decade, and then within organizations such as the EU, a more critical discourse about maritime agendas is fostered. Thank you very much, and I'm really looking forward for questions, critique, ideas, and follow-up discussions. Feel free to contact me via email, telephone, WhatsApp, LinkedIn, whatsoever. I'm very thankful, and servus and have a good day.
Thank you so much, Paul, for your presentation, and what a really neat initiative. I'm definitely going to look into that. Our next contributor will be Anaïs Roman. Anaïs is a legal expert in European and international environmental law, currently pursuing her PhD at the Australian National Centre for Ocean Resources and Security, University of Wollongong. Her research focuses on capacity building and transparency within the Antarctic Treaty System with a comparative analysis of other international legal regimes. Anaïs was previously involved in negotiations for the Global Biodiversity Framework under the Convention on Biological Diversity at COP15. Please take it away, Anaïs.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. I will share my screen in a minute. There we go. All right. So my presentation is about having a voice in the decision-making process of the Antarctic Treaty System. So as Elizabeth gave a little bit of a background, I'm based in Australia and I'm part of a project that gather multiple universities across Australia, all focusing on Antarctica. So to give you just a little bit of a view of how the Antarctic Treaty System is organized, the main instrument is the Antarctic Treaty that was adopted in 1959 and entered into force in 1961. And the main point is to just be aware of the fact that this is not a UN convention. Instead of like the Convention on Biological Diversity or the Convention for the Climate Change. This treaty covered almost 10% of our common planet, governed and possessed by no one nation. There is some states who are making some research on the continent, but the continent in itself is not a continent that are under any national jurisdiction, if I can say that way. This is a system based on state scientific capacities. This obligation is under the Article 9 to determine, and this obligation determines who can vote with a distinction between consultative and non-consultative parties. The non-consultative parties can be part of the treaty, but they don't have the rights to vote at the end. So the Antarctic Treaty is organized like this. The Antarctic Treaty System is organized like this. So as I said, the main instrument is the Antarctic Treaty, and there is two other main instruments, if I can say. So the Environment Protocol, which was adopted in 1991, sorry, and the Convention for the Conservation on Antarctic Marine Living Resources. So this last convention is about mainly marine living resources. So it can be seen sometimes as a fisheries convention, but it's far beyond that because it's also covered some other topic. Apart from the convention system, you can see on the left that there is some bodies that can make some advice and provide information. So you have the Scientific Committee on Antarctic Research and the Council of Managers of National Antarctic Programs, and also the International Association of Antarctica Tour Operators. And all of these three are historical organizations who were helping the Antarctic Treaty System in order to be ruled and protected. So, as I said, the Article 9 is one of the main one in order to have a voice in the decision-making process, and it needs to be read in the in combination with the Article 3.1.c, that, as you can see on the first bullet point on the screen, that said scientific observations and results shall be exchanged and made freely available. And this article is also needs also to be read with the Article 2 that established the freedom of scientific investigation. What we see when we observe how the system is working is that there is a lack of tools and mechanism to enforce this obligation, especially the one about scientific observation and results. And consequently, you have a diminished access to the relevant information to mitigate climate change impacts coming from Antarctica, like the sea level rise, for example, or you don't have the relevant information if you want to measure biodiversity and how the dynamics is evolving in your maritime exclusive zone, for example, because species are traveling around the globe and the ocean is open. So sometimes you can see that there is an impact on the fish stock, and then it can come from Antarctica. But if you don't have the relevant information, then it can be a problem. So just to summarize, the article 9.2, as I said, is the base to have a voice by saying conducting substantial scientific research activity, and in the treaty it's understood as doing an expedition or establish a research station, and that can imply technical and financial means that are generally beyond developing states' capacity. And it can be a problem because when you have a treaty that is supposed to be open, but not all the states are at the same level, then it can be a question about equity and a question about how all the states can have the same voice in the decision-making process. So just to be back on these schemes, this can be fulfilled by the SCAR duties about making advice and information, because same as under the Antarctic Treaty System, developing states can be party to SCAR, and it can be a way for them to have the relevant information. Another way to fulfill this gap is to having some researchers inviting on station or during expedition that are made by the developed states. So there is different tools, but not all of them are very efficient. More than that, there is an important evolution with the adoption of the Rio Declaration in 1992, and especially the Principle 9 about capacity building and a better engagement with developing states. And there is different mechanism established under different convention to have better access to the information, but also international collective engagement, and that implies a strong national commitment. So all the countries need to have the information in order to fulfill their engagement. So again, there is some questions about the Antarctic Treaty System, and especially the fact that we can observe that a lot of non-consultative parties are developing states and consultative parties. So those who have the right to vote are developed countries. And last but not least, there is some question that arise with the adoption of the BBNG agreement, because there are some provision about not undermining other regime. So we can ask the question, can the BBNG agreement be the new gold standard for capacity building, for example? The future will say, because we don't know yet. So yeah, this is the states of my research at the moment, and I will be happy to answer any question. Thank you for your attention. And back to you, Elizabeth and Denzel.
Thank you so much, Anais. That was an amazing presentation, and Paul as well. Thank you both. I know I personally learned a lot from both of these. So we're now going to have a panel discussion with both of you, in which participants are welcome to send their questions in the chat. And I also think that Denzel has just shared their contact information if you're interested in contacting them directly. I also think that Denzel had an interesting question to start off this panel. Denzel, would you like to go ahead?
Thank you so much for that, Elizabeth. Yes, it was really interesting to hear about the blue list. Paul, I do understand, like you did mention, that it is a great way to encourage cohesion between all the different sectors, governmental organizations, so sort of vertical and horizontal integration as well. And also, I do acknowledge that this is an issue here in the Pacific as well, especially in Fiji. It's difficult of the overlap. People are doing so many things, the similar things, and duplicating work. So I wanted to just a generalized question. You may have covered in this presentation, you may not have. How much effort would go behind creating this particular blue list, or if you have any time frame as well?
So we're still right now in the outreach phase, kind of. In the beginning, I mean, it was me Googling, looking through all kind of universities and with all kind of Austria or this city connected with ocean, with all kind of different words, and then finding these people. And in the end, I think we are already very far, because what definitely helped, what I could see now, it's not that easy to get the contact to everyone immediately, but it's about finding kind of some leading figures in this or in this one sector. And to me, to be honest, what seemed to be very helpful, also to have an intergenerational exchange, is retired professors. The ones that are already kind of, they are the ones that are at their peak. They also don't have that much time to help you with your goals and with what you're doing. But I think on the one hand, you will find younger people that bring in the dynamic, the enthusiasm, the passion for the topic, and then also want to do the outreach to different people. And then you have these experienced people that really have the network and also maybe their titles. So when they reach out to university and say, tell us all the people at your institute that kind of work on this topic and name us them, then also organizing this list is a way more efficient and also way faster. And in this sense, I think we are already very far. There are also many Austrians outside of Austria. So finding them is maybe a bit more tricky. But I think the moment, once we get really started up, and it's also, but now, public awareness, I think, is also very, very important. I mean, I'm participating here today. I'm also organizing a maritime security conference for the first time in Austria end of this year, where we will also mention this blue list topic, and in this sense, raising more awareness. And I think then it's going.
That's great. That's really,
and it needs no money.
Really
it's a good thing.
Mm-hmm. True. Well, thank you so much for the initiative, Paul. That's really interesting. We just have a couple of minutes left, so I'll just have a quick question for Anais regarding the Antarctic Treaty System. Is there some sort of mechanism or group or sort of meeting sessions that they have to discuss, let's say, scientific issues and challenges, or cooperation and facilitation, that sort of thing, just to give feedback or report on particular things?
Yeah, so the Antarctic Treaty is meeting once a year. So there is the Antarctic Treaty Consultative meeting once a year. And same for the CAMLR, there is also a meeting once a year. And these moments are the moment when all the science are bring on the table, saying we need to do this or we need to do that. Aside from the Antarctic Treaty Consultative meeting, there is also the meeting that is running under the environmental protocol. So yeah, both of them are working together. This is at the same moment, while the CAMLR is later in the year. But yeah, there is a space for this treaty to have a moment to discuss all of that and to bring some priorities on the table. But it's sometimes usually politic colored, like there is a lot of politics that is running under that. So yeah, I think this is one of the challenge that they have in order to make science, or in order to move forward, to take some decision and help scientists to do the science they need.
Thank you so much for that, Anais.
Yes, thank you, Anis. That actually brings us to the end of our panel discussion and the end of our session today. So I'll let Denzel tie us up here.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you, everybody, for your diverse and insightful presentations today. This brings us to the conclusion of our session, as Elizabeth mentioned. But before you leave, we do have another session tomorrow, so please join us tomorrow on the 11th, 9:30 a.m. Till 11:30 CST. We've also placed our contact information as well as Anais and Paul down in the chat box should you have any questions. So we appreciate you joining us, and now we'll pass the torch over to our mobile journalists, Fiona and Veronica, as well as Susanna, who are joining us live from the Oceans Decade Conference in Barcelona, where a concert is taking place, and they will summarize the day. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Test. Can look, you hear it, right? Yeah.
You can start, or Fiona, you should be in the Okay, you're live.
Hi everyone. We are here finalizing the first day of the Ocean Decade Conference, and we had very exciting plenary sessions, the speakers, and also the breakout rooms after the challenges plenary sessions, which were very interesting. I don't know if also Susanna wants to say something about the events that were outside the conference before we dip in the sessions and challenges that were discussed here today.
Yeah, thank you, Veronica and Fiona. I can give an overview of a satellite event that was going on today. It was happening at the Natural Museum of Science, right across the conference venue. And this session had very beautiful exhibitions with a fin whale welcoming you at the entrance of fin whale skeleton. And we dove deep into the world of passive acoustic monitoring. And I got some very cool interviews with one, Stefan de Vries, who's a veterinary researcher here in the Technical University of Catalunya here in Spain. And he just showed us how to a spectrogram looks like, and how we witnessed what the sound of ice cracking and the sound of songs of whales looks like visually. So it was a very beautiful exhibition, and we did capture some highlights that will be shared with us later. And I also managed to talk to Sierra Jariel, who's a research assistant working on a project on underwater biological soundscapes and how to build these libraries. And what really came out from these conversations is the need for early career ocean professionals to be collaborative and innovative in their approaches to science, to entrepreneurship, to academia, and just all ocean conservation aspects, So this was one of the exciting highlights from today's conversations. I can't wait to hear what you guys also experienced.
Yeah, thank you so much. I actually can pick up straight up on that same topic, because I've had similar conversations today with different people as well about how the next generation doesn't have to be only marine biologists. That was like one key takeaway that I also want to point out now at the wrap up as well, because obviously in the ECOP community, I know there's a lot of scientists right now, and we absolutely need every single one of you. So thank you for coming and joining us here with the ECOP program and the V.ECOP Day. But at the same time, obviously the invitation extends out to every young person out there or early career person out there. It's not even an age thing anyways, really, who loves or is somehow connected to the ocean and who would like to get involved. We need lawyers, educators, scientists on different levels, engineers, and so on. So this is really a space for everyone. And that was also one of the main messages that I took away from the conversations that I had today with a couple of people that I interviewed throughout the event. But at the same time, it was really cool actually to have this little exhibition here in the main convention center as well, about different organizations that came together. For example, I had a very interesting conversation with a project, or basically a consortium of different entities that work together in the Galapagos Islands. And I was really impressed about what they're doing, because they combine education in the Galapagos Islands together with science that is happening there, but they're also collaborating with fishermen. They're trying to inform the management from a lot of different levels, basically all working together. So I was kind of really happy to talk to them as well. Do you have something to share with us too?
Yeah, I was also visiting the booth, but I was especially interested in the session 1 today. Session 1 was about science and solutions for a clean, healthy, and resilient ocean. And one of the challenges within this session is the challenge 2, which is protect and restore ecosystems and biodiversity. And I would like to share just one of the key messages, some of the key messages of this session. We need to focus on measuring. This was very interesting and very important for them, and understanding marine biodiversity and ecosystems change to better implement protection and conservation. Because we are all the time saying we need data, we need information, but everything changes. So we need to share fast so we can also accommodate to these changes. Another of the things is like this should not stop us from taking action, even if things change fast, right? And not damaging the environment and allowing nature to restore. I will also like within this to highlight one of the sentences that we're saying in another session, in one of the beginning, that it was saying, well, we are not protecting oceans, we are protecting ourselves, because it's not about conserving only oceans. We depend on oceans, right? So for me, that was a very strong statement that I wanted to share with all of you.
Yeah. And also something that just comes to mind, obviously, is again the focus of every single one of you that are watching maybe throughout the day, or you've just kind of like joined the stream right now. If you come from a country where there's no ECOP node established yet, it's on you. It's on you to start it. It's on you to set the first core team, get involved. That was an interesting conversation that I carry on to today from yesterday. Actually, I was talking to someone about this, and I think it's very true, because if you are already informed enough to join the V.ECOP Day, you also have a sort of a responsibility to carry it over and kind of like bring it into your circles, into your community. So if you have any questions about how to start or first steps, you can absolutely reach out to the core team of the ECOP program as well, or to our lovely hosts at any time. I'm sure they've shared all of their details. So let's just connect. And yeah, Susanna, I'm wondering, do you have anything to add on to this?
Definitely. I love what you guys have just presented about your insights. And I'd just like to chime in and say, I had an interview today, and the tagline from that interview was, we need to save our oceans because we're saving ourselves. So it's just it's the same message across the board, that we really need to get all hands on deck on this, and be it private sector, science, academia, communicators, educators, we all need to be on board. So this is a really inspiring message. And I think the call to action for people to engage and build this ECOP network is really strong. And I think the power of networks is also what is really coming across as very strong for ECOPs to grow. And so, yeah, I really do imagine that in the next conference, our ECOP network will be definitely much stronger. And yes, I'm really happy that this event is happening on the live stream, so that we can have these conversations that are very necessary to have. So thanks. Yeah. I'm resonating 100% with the messages coming up.
Absolutely. So I think we are coming to an end. We are very exhausted from all the impressions, but positively exhausted. Really, it's been amazing to be here on site, and I hope we could give you a little bit of a feeling that you were joining us here. We are back tomorrow again. We're very excited to take you along with some live sessions and interviews again. We have some really nice things coming up for you, and also our lovely hosts online. We would absolutely like to thank everybody that joined us today, all the ECOPs out there getting connected and taking action. Thank you to all of our hosts that came in today as well, our technical team supporting us all day as well, and thank you to my fellow Mojos. I am so happy that we're here together and we're trying our best to connect this live event here with you online all over the world. So thank you guys, and I hope to see you tomorrow.
See you soon.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Hi everyone. We are here finalizing the first day of the Ocean Decade Conference, and we had very exciting plenary sessions, the speakers, and also the breakout rooms after the challenges plenary sessions, which were very interesting. I don't know if also Susanna wants to say something about the events that were outside the conference before we deep in the sessions and challenges that were discussed here today.
Yeah, thank you, Veronica and Fiona. I can give an overview of a satellite event that was going on today. It was happening at the Natural Museum of Science, right across the conference venue. And this session had very beautiful exhibitions with a fin whale welcoming you at the entrance of fin whale skeleton. And we dove deep into the world of passive acoustic monitoring. And I got some very cool interviews with one, Stefan de Vries, who's a veterinary researcher here in the Technical University of Catalunya here in Spain. And he just showed us how to a spectrogram looks like, and how we witnessed what the sound of ice cracking and the sound of songs of whales looks like visually. So it was a very beautiful exhibition, and we did capture some highlights that will be shared with us later. And I also managed to talk to Sierra Jariel, who's a research assistant working on a project on underwater biological soundscapes and how to build these libraries. And what really came out from these conversations is the need for early career ocean professionals to be collaborative and innovative in their approaches to science, to entrepreneurship, to academia, and just all ocean conservation aspects, So this was one of the exciting highlights from today's conversations. I can't wait to hear what you guys also experienced.
Yeah, thank you so much. I actually can pick up straight up on that same topic, because I've had similar conversations today with different people as well about how the next generation doesn't have to be only marine biologists. That was like one key takeaway that I also want to point out now at the wrap up as well, because obviously in the ECOP community, I know there's a lot of scientists right now, and we absolutely need every single one of you. So thank you for coming and joining us here with the ECOP program and the V.ECOP Day. But at the same time, obviously the invitation extends out to every young person out there or early career person out there. It's not even an age thing anyways, really, who loves or is somehow connected to the ocean and who would like to get involved. We need lawyers, educators, scientists on different levels, engineers, and so on. So this is really a space for everyone. And that was also one of the main messages that I took away from the conversations that I had today with a couple of people that I interviewed throughout the event. But at the same time, it was really cool actually to have this little exhibition here in the main convention center as well, about different organizations that came together. For example, I had a very interesting conversation with a project, or basically a consortium of different entities that work together in the Galapagos Islands. And I was really impressed about what they're doing, because they combine education in the Galapagos Islands together with science that is happening there, but they're also collaborating with fishermen. They're trying to inform the management from a lot of different levels, basically all working together. So I was kind of really happy to talk to them as well. Do you have something to share with us too?
Yeah, I was also visiting the booth, but I was especially interested in the session 1 today. Session 1 was about science and solutions for a clean, healthy, and resilient ocean. And one of the challenges within this session is the challenge 2, which is protect and restore ecosystems and biodiversity. And I would like to share just one of the key messages, some of the key messages of this session. We need to focus on measuring. This was very interesting and very important for them, and understanding marine biodiversity and ecosystems change to better implement protection and conservation. Because we are all the time saying we need data, we need information, but everything changes. So we need to share fast so we can also accommodate to these changes. Another of the things is like this should not stop us from taking action, even if things change fast, right? And not damaging the environment and allowing nature to restore. I will also like within this to highlight one of the sentences that we're saying in another session, in one of the beginning, that it was saying, well, we are not protecting oceans, we are protecting ourselves, because it's not about conserving only oceans. We depend on oceans, right? So for me, that was a very strong statement that I wanted to share with all of you.
Yeah. And also something that just comes to mind, obviously, is again the focus of every single one of you that are watching maybe throughout the day, or you've just kind of like joined the stream right now. If you come from a country where there's no ECOP node established yet, it's on you. It's on you to start it. It's on you to set the first core team, get involved. That was an interesting conversation that I carry on to today from yesterday. Actually, I was talking to someone about this, and I think it's very true, because if you are already informed enough to join the V.ECOP Day, you also have a sort of a responsibility to carry it over and kind of like bring it into your circles, into your community. So if you have any questions about how to start or first steps, you can absolutely reach out to the core team of the ECOP program as well, or to our lovely hosts at any time. I'm sure they've shared all of their details, so let's just connect. And yeah, Susanna, I'm wondering, do you have anything to add on to this?
Definitely. I love what you guys have just presented about your insights. And I'd just like to chime in and say, I had an interview today, and the tagline from that interview was, we need to save our oceans because we're saving ourselves. So it's just it's the same message across the board, that we really need to get all hands on deck on this, and be it private sector, science, academia, communicators, educators, we all need to be on board. So this is a really inspiring message. And I think the call to action for people to engage and build this ECOP network is really strong. And I think the power of networks is also what is really coming across as very strong for ECOPs to grow. And so, yeah, I really do imagine that in the next conference, our ECOP network will be definitely much stronger. And yes, I'm really happy that this event is happening on the live stream, so that we can have these conversations that are very necessary to have. So thanks. Yeah. I really am resonating 100% with the messages coming up.
Absolutely. So I think we are coming to an end. We are very exhausted from all the impressions, but positively exhausted. Really, it's been amazing to be here on site, and I hope we could give you a little bit of a feeling that you were joining us here. We are back tomorrow again. We're very excited to take you along with some live sessions and interviews again. We have some really nice things coming up for you, and also our lovely hosts online. We would absolutely like to thank everybody that joined us today, all the ECOPs out there getting connected and taking action. Thank you to all of our hosts that came in today as well, our technical team supporting us all day as well, and thank you to my fellow Mojos. I am so happy that we're here together and we're trying our best to connect this live event here with you online all over the world. So thank you guys, and I hope to see you tomorrow.
See you soon.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you.